So to begin, I want to start with a question, and my question for you today is, what is the first image that pops into your head when you think of the word baby? So if I had to guess, I would say it's probably something like this. You might think of the baby shower, you might think of the cake or the gender reveal, you might think of the cute pictures after they're born. But what if the first moments of your baby's life were like this? What if the first months consisted of tubes and IVs and incubators? And this is the reality for 1 in 10 families in America when their infant is born prematurely, and they're admitted to the neonatal intensive care unit. So now you might be asking, well, why do you care? You don't have children, you've never had a baby in the NICU. Why does this matter to you? So my why kind of starts all the way back beginning when I was young. I first got interested in the medical field and humanitarian efforts whenever I grew up in China, where my parents served as missionaries for 9 years. While we were there, we had the opportunity to work with many medical clinics in very rural areas, and I knew from then on that I wanted to help people in the medical field. I'm now a student at the University of South Carolina, where I'm majoring in chemistry with minors in medical humanities, biology, and health promotion, education, and behavior. And during my time at the University of South Carolina, I've had the opportunity to volunteer and conduct research in the neonatal intensive care unit at Palmetto Health Richland Hospital in Columbia, South Carolina. My experiences in the NICU have been both wonderful and heartbreaking. While I've enjoyed getting to know families, physicians, nurses, and all of the other wonderful people who go through the NICU, it also broke my heart seeing families who were struggling and their infants were very seriously ill. I felt burdened by these families' losses and also the lack of celebration for this birth. It's often a very stressful time when your infant is admitted to the NICU, and you often don't have a chance to even celebrate the fact that you just had a new baby, that you just brought a new life into this world. And so, as a freshman in college, I decided to start a program called Preemie Parcels. Preemie Parcels was a service initiative that I started with NICU families in mind, and my goal was just to recognize these families, to give them something to celebrate. Many of them never even get to have a baby shower because their infant is born so early. And so often they're lacking even the basic items that they need for their baby. And so my goal was just to help these families celebrate, to recognize them, and to encourage them. And this is a quote from one of the parents who I delivered a parcel to. She said it's the nicest thing that anyone had done for her since she came to the NICU. So the parcels include a lot of different items. They're practical needs that are met. They include baby blankets, pacifiers, preemie-sized clothes, and diapers. There's a baby wrap so you can kangaroo your infant to foster the bond between parents and their child. There's also a NICU journal that allows parents to keep track of all the information for their infant, their medications every day, who came and visited, their progress when they gain weight, all of that information, so they can feel very involved with the birth process. But my goal in coming to Mount Vernon and working on this capstone was that I could expand this project to make it more sustainable and also have a larger impact, as I still saw a great need. So now a broader perspective on why this issue is so important and why it matters to other people and not just me. So there's 15 million infants who are born prematurely worldwide every year, and 1 million of those infants will die before they reach the age of 5 due to complications with their premature birth. In addition, it costs around $50,000 or more, up to $250,000, to have an infant who is born premature. That's in comparison to a healthy infant, where medical costs would usually be around $5,000. So it's also a huge financial burden, not only on these families, but also on the state systems, the hospital systems as well. In addition, if you look at postpartum depression rates, it's around 15% for the general population, but that number skyrockets up to 35% or more, with some studies showing 80% or more among mothers with infants in the neonatal intensive care unit. Taking a broader look at the U.S. overall, you can see this is the annual premature birth report card that's published by the March of Dimes every year, and if you notice, there's only 4 states in the United States that achieved a grade level rating of A. And that means that 8.1% or less of these births were premature births. And that's only 4 states out of our 50. If you'll also notice in the South, you see a lot of orange and a lot of red, so that's the states where there are the highest levels of premature birth. And as I stated before, there's 1 in 10 babies in the United States are born prematurely. I mentioned before postpartum depression. This is an increasing issue, and it continues to be an issue, especially among mothers with premature infants. The incidence and the risk are increased if your baby is born prematurely. There are also very many long-term impacts, not only on the mother's personal psychological health, but also on the bond between the mother and the infant, which can go on to affect them as they grow up. And the reason the NICU can have such higher rates is due to a lot of things. You have the financial burden, you have the stress of not knowing if your infant's going to be okay. You also often are separated from your baby for long periods of time. Depending on when your infant was born, you may not even be able to hold your infant for the first month or more while they're receiving very intensive medical care. Your infant is probably going to be hooked up to a lot of machines, and they're in an incubator, and it doesn't even seem like a real baby at times. So this can cause a great disconnect, a lot of distress. The mother and father can often feel as though they aren't getting to provide the care that a normal parent would to their infant, and because there's a lot of medical terminology and lingo that goes around in the NICU, they often don't even understand what's going on with their infant, and they feel very helpless. So this is one of the reasons that postpartum depression rates are increased among this population. So preemie parcels, my mission and my vision, especially after working on it here at Mount Vernon, is I'd like to develop a support system for families with infants in the neonatal intensive care unit at Palmetto Health hospitals specifically. Short-term outcomes, I'm focused on increasing access for parents in the neonatal intensive care unit to the resources that are already available for them to help them through this time. I'm also looking to increase awareness about prematurity in general, as well as ways that other people can get involved and help with this issue. Finally, I'm looking to provide support for these families, and the areas that I'm looking to do that are emotional, practical, and community support. Long-term, ultimately, I want to improve hospital and NICU experiences, specifically at Palmetto Health hospitals. I also ultimately would like to decrease rates of postpartum depression and increase community support. So my audiences for this project are mainly focused in Columbia. You have the city of Columbia, where I'll be doing awareness projects and trying to get the community more involved. Also, Palmetto Health hospitals, specifically the Children's Hospital, which has the largest NICU there in Columbia, and also the University of South Carolina, while I will be also conducting many more awareness projects and trying to get students involved with fundraising and volunteer opportunities. So I mentioned earlier that there's 3 main areas I'm going to be focusing my efforts on. So the first area is practical support. How can I practically help these families? You'll see the pictures. These are past parcels that have been delivered to families, so I intend to continue with the parcels. I also want to increase access to resources. Coming into this, I kind of thought that maybe I would develop a nonprofit out of preemie parcels to try to make it more sustainable, but what I realized is that there's actually a lot of resources already available to families, and many times the problem is simply that they aren't aware of those resources. I talked to many families who had been through the NICU, and what they told me again and again was that after they left the NICU, people would recommend websites or organizations and say, "Did you know about this?" or "Did you know about this?" And their response was always, "No, but I wish I had." So my goal is to increase that access. I'm going to do that by creating a pamphlet that will have a lot of the organizations that are available. These will all be free resources, nothing they have to pay for. It will include organizations like Pebbles of Hope, which provides educational videos and materials to parents, an organization called Now I Lay Me Down to Sleep, which provides free remembrance photography for families suffering a loss, an organization called A Hand to Hold, which is a parent's blog and can connect other NICU families, among other resources as well. And these pamphlets should be distributed to families upon their admission to the neonatal intensive care unit at all the Palmetto Health hospitals. Finally, with practical support, I'm also looking to provide meal support for these families. They're often at the hospital for months and months while they're caring for their infant, while they're in the NICU, and so one of my goals is to help them financially with some of that burden. So the way I'm going to be doing this is by creating a system to where volunteers, if they choose not to use their free meal ticket they get at the hospital every day they volunteer, they can throw it in a basket, and then it will be donated to families so that they'll have a free meal at the cafeteria when they need it. Also, I'm looking to implement a casserole program that's already in place at one of the Palmetto Health hospitals, where volunteers are able to volunteer to cook a casserole for families in the NICU, and I'm aiming to implement that at the other hospitals as well. My second area of focus is on emotional support. To begin this area of focus, I'm going to start by doing a lot of surveys. I'm going to be talking to NICU families. I've already started that process, but my goal is to talk to at least 50 by the end of the year to really understand and get a better idea of what exactly they need, what was good about their experiences, what was bad, and what could have made it better. I'm also going to be providing photo sessions for families in the NICU. The mothers that I talked to expressed the need to take pictures. They said that oftentimes they were so busy taking care of their baby and worrying about finances and the medical care and all of that, they didn't even have time to think about grabbing a camera to take pictures. So one of the moms said she literally has no pictures from the first 6 months of her twin's life, and that was one of her biggest regrets from her time in the NICU. So we have cameras available in our volunteer department, so I'll be working on a system where parents in the NICU can sign a waiver form, and then our volunteers in the NICU will be able to take pictures for those families. I'm also going to compile stories from past NICU families as well as their words of support and encouragement, compile them in a booklet that will go in the parcels and be given to these families so that they can be encouraged by families who've been in their shoes before. My third area of focus is community support. So here you see a question that I asked on one of my surveys, and her answer explaining how helpful it was to be connected to others who had been through the NICU or were currently in the NICU just because they understand so much better. So one of my goals is to connect these families to help them find support that they need. I'm going to first try connecting people to existing platforms. That will be a lot of what the brochure will do. The pamphlet, it will connect them to existing platforms. There are many blogs online already, chat rooms, other areas where they can connect to these families. I'm also looking to start 2 programs at the hospital through the volunteer department. One is called Adopt a Family and one is Foster a Foster Family, and they're both the same idea. So families who have been through the NICU previously and their infant has since gone home, about 6 months or more after they leave the NICU, they'll be sent a letter explaining the program and asking them if they'd like to volunteer to adopt a family, to where they'll be put in contact with someone who's currently in the NICU, and they can exchange information, they can encourage them, give them advice, tell them what helped them when they were going through the same situation. And the Foster a Foster Family program is exactly the same idea, but for foster families, as many of the infants in our neonatal intensive care unit will end up going into medical foster care or other foster homes. In addition to increased community support, I'm looking to start a program at the hospital where we'll bring in panels twice a semester, and the panel will consist of 2 to 3 families who've been through the NICU, and they will come to talk to current families in the NICU, answer questions, give advice, support, etc. Lastly, to increase community support, I'm going to be focusing on the awareness part. November is National Prematurity Awareness Month, so I'll be working during the month of November to conduct events and programs on campus to increase support and awareness and get other people involved with this project. So my inputs, what do I need to get there? I need volunteers. I'm going to need to raise some support. I also need storage space for all of our materials and funders and sponsors. The volunteers will all come through the hospital. There's already an established program called the Personal Touch Program, and they're constantly looking for more things for their volunteers to do. So I'm really excited to help them out in this way. Fundraising I'll be doing on campus as well as through other local organizations. The storage space will be provided by the hospital, and I'll also be reaching out to other funders and sponsors. As a timeline, as far as what I'm going to be doing from here on out, I'm going to be planning meeting with the NICU manager as well as the Palmetto Health volunteer coordinators to talk to them about this, get their feedback and ideas, and figure out what we need to do to get everything implemented. I'll then be focusing on fundraising, reaching out to a lot of campus organizations, conducting surveys with families, hopefully 50 by the end of the year, working on that pamphlet to get it distributed to families, actually implementing the new volunteer program, hopefully by September, whenever the new round of volunteers will be coming through and getting started. Then my hope is to have the first panel for the families in October and continue from there on out. Increase awareness specifically in November with the Prematurity Awareness Month, and by January 1st, 2018, I hope to have everything fully implemented so we can continue from there on out. Any questions?
Aside from the volunteers, what framework do you see yourself setting up so this can continue once you graduate?
Yeah, that's a good question. That was one of my worries coming in, was how do I make this sustainable so that it's not just my thing and then I graduate and it's gone, which is really the main reason for partnering with the volunteer department. So my hope is that everything will become part of their volunteer program, so that when I leave, as long as the program is still around, the volunteers will still be doing these same things. Yeah, Savannah.
You mentioned earlier your University of South Carolina. Do you see the University of
I do. I think a lot of the volunteers in the program at the hospital are students because there are a lot of pre-med students that want to get involved at the hospital. There's also a campus organization called Gamecocks for Babies, and it's branched off of the March of Dimes, and so I'm really going to be looking for them to partner with me for the awareness events on campus. They already do a lot during that month, so I'm going to try to partner and get them to take on preemie parcels to kind of not only raise awareness for that, but also promote preemie parcels during that month as well. Yeah, Shannon.
What kind of groups are you thinking of reaching out to for fundraising and such?
Yeah, that's a good question. In the past, I've reached out mainly to campus organizations, specifically fraternities and sororities, because they're always looking for service opportunities. So my goal going forward, another way to make it more sustainable, is I'm going to be hoping to get at least 10 fraternities or sororities to commit to making an annual donation to preemie parcels as part of their service partners that they have every year. So that's my goal for this year, is 10 of those, and then whoever else is willing to get involved and donate. I've also reached out to churches in the past, my high school, the Beta Club there, and I'm also going to try to reach out to some sponsors, people, product companies who manufacture a lot of baby items, to see if they'd be willing to donate some of their products as well. Sam.
How much money do you spend per basket and how many do you give a year?
That's a good question. It's typically around $50 per basket, depending on what goes into it. And in the past, since it was really just me doing it on my own and trying to get everything started, it's been about 2 to 5 parcels a month. Now I'm hoping to expand that. There's about 75 beds or cribs in the NICU that I work in, so there's a huge need for more parcels. There's obviously a lot more families than the 2 or 5 that I take a month. And that would be my goal with getting people to commit to being an annual donor. Hopefully that would bring in more funds and make it more sustainable so I can give more parcels.
Last question.
Why is the incidence of premature birth? Do you know why the incidence of premature birth is so much higher in the Southeast?
I really don't. I think part of it has to do with socioeconomic status. Just generally, I think health levels are decreased in the South. You see greater rates of obesity and other diseases and sickness in the South, and so I think that probably affects the healthiness of the mothers, which then can correlate to more premature birth.
And the number of premature births in the United States is rising, is that right?
It is. And part of that, I did a lot of research. I conducted a grant-funded research project in the NICU on a disease called necrotizing enterocolitis. And something that was interesting as I researched was one of the reasons you see premature birth rising so much from the past is that there are more, but part of it is because our technology is better and we're able to support those infants longer. So in the past, where those infants probably would have never made it, they now survive longer, so you have that increased incidence as well.
We also have women who are older who are getting pregnant, and we have more mothers that have chronic diseases such as cardiac diseases, hypertension, diabetes, kidney diseases.
look forward to seeing its success. Next up, we have Leandre Ramsey from Howard University. Let's welcome Leandre.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Leandre Ramsey. I attend Howard University, obviously, and my project is entitled Profits from Poverty, Gentrification in the Chocolate City. So to really begin this project and to tell you a bit about myself, I wanted to give you a little bit about who I am and my background in relation to this project, and I thought that would be best conveyed through images. Or actually, first I will define my terms because these are going to be pretty important here. So just some terms that I'm going to use throughout the course of this project. I'll use the term gentrification, and this is a term that is defined differently by researchers, so I wanted to be very clear about the way in which I'm using it. So I'm using gentrification as under the definition whereby low-income neighborhoods are changed, and usually for the accommodation of middle and higher income residents, whereby low-income residents are displaced out of those neighborhoods. I'll also use the term people of color and marginalized communities interchangeably, just to refer to non-white people. And I'll use the term intersectionality just to refer to different identities that people have. So for example, the way that a woman experiences the world and misogyny and things of that nature versus the way that a person of color might experience the world, and looking at the ways that those intersect and affect people's experiences. And lastly, the term Black, I just want to clarify that I'm using this within the context of America, but I use that term to be more inclusive than African American because there are people that are consider themselves Black but not African American. So, to tell you a bit about myself, these are all some images that I thought conveyed my story, and I'll explain why they're here. They're all important. So my parents are both immigrants. I put the Jamaican flag there because my parents are both Jamaican. In the top left-hand corner, that's my father and my grandfather. This is a photo taken in Jamaica before he came to America. Below that is my grandmother. This is also a photo taken in Jamaica. And they've both been really important in my life. Center is a photo of my mother and I in South Florida, which is where I was born. And in the bottom left-hand corner is a photo of my elementary school. So this is like, I really love that place, and it had a lot to do with how I identify. I also put Florida because I'm born and raised in Florida, and also a large shaper of my identity and how I see myself. On the right-hand side, these are both photos from my high school experience. Obviously, that was my prom senior year, and on the top right-hand corner, that's an event that we had called Powder Puff, where the guys would dress up as cheerleaders and the girls would play football. So I thought it was pretty fun. But yeah, I included that because my high school experience was very important for me. But also, I moved when I was in 4th grade from South Florida to a city called Apopka, which is a suburb of Orlando. So there were different experiences for me. When I lived in South Florida, I lived in, I would say, more of a working class, blue collar neighborhood. And when I was in Apopka, it was more of a suburban middle class neighborhood. So I was able to have better resources in terms of education in the schools that I was able to attend. So this ties into my personal connection to gentrification and why I'm so interested in housing. So for me, identity, particularly race and socioeconomic status, and location are inherently intertwined, which is why I included my photos from South Florida, because also that area was a large area for immigrants, and specifically Black immigrants from the Caribbean. And when I was in Apopka, it was more of a middle class thing. And it was really good because the suburbs offered me opportunities that I didn't have otherwise. But I also knew that I was there in a space where I was because other people of color couldn't be there. And if any of you are familiar with the term white flight, it deals with housing, and specifically the idea that after a certain number of minorities or people of color move into a neighborhood, people will move out. So I was afforded great educational opportunities, but only because other people weren't, which is something that I thought about a lot. And in relation to that, there was a portion of town called South Apopka, which I'll read this excerpt really quickly, which is from a book that I'm currently reading. And it says, the Orlando suburb of Apopka adopted an ordinance banning blacks from living on the north side of the railroad tracks and whites from living on the south side. And that remained in effect until 1968. And the reason that this photo on the right is included is student government. In my senior year, we had the opportunity to go and volunteer in a school on the south side of Apopka. And it was a really bittersweet opportunity for me because we got to give Christmas gifts to children that otherwise wouldn't have really gotten gifts. And it was great because their school was at 100% poverty level. But at the same time, I knew that it was a temporary gift that these children would go back to poverty. And it really kind of got me interested in housing and segregation and how these things connect. And for my project, I'm focusing on DC, and that was really something that I got interested in through Howard University. So if any of you are familiar with the placement of Howard University and its mission, we're really focused on serving underserved populations, specifically black populations in DC, and we're situated in the areas that we are intended to serve. So we see a lot of the issues of housing, discrimination, and gentrification right around Howard University. Right. So just to clarify, my capstone project is a documentary detailing the process and effects of gentrification in Washington, D.C. And something that's really important to me in this capstone is to strike a balance between providing a platform for individuals who are officials and do work in this area, but also the individuals who live in these neighborhoods and who are directly affected by it, because I feel as though sometimes they're left out of the conversation and they're the ones who are affected. And I also want to make sure that it's not just simply an awareness project. I want there to be action that comes forth from it. So I want people to, when they watch the documentary, acknowledge the issue, but also realize this is what I can do if I'm interested in advocating for more integrated and equitable neighborhoods. And my target audience is going to be DMV residents, and I included the DMV as opposed to just DC because some of the migration of people who are affected by DC gentrification also rolls over into Maryland and Virginia, and college students specifically as well. Okay, so voices of dissent. So Spike Lee was asked about gentrification about 3 years ago, and he, in a bit of an unnuanced quote, said, why does it take an influx of white New Yorkers in the South Bronx, he's from that area and very invested in it, in Harlem, in Bed-Stuy, in Crown Heights for the facilities to get better, he argued. What about the people who are renting? They can't afford it anymore. And so I think he kind of touches on the issue. I would add that, of course, this is an issue that's also dealing with socioeconomic class and also with education levels. But the issue with this is that not the revitalization of communities in and of themselves, but the fact that the people who live in those communities don't benefit from the revitalization. And he also talks about the idea of the Christopher Columbus syndrome, coming in and taking something and not allowing the people who are there to benefit from it. And so on the right is a study that was done by CityLab, and they did research on gentrification in the 50 largest US cities, and showing that it says, for example, some cities experience rapid gentrification after decades of little or no economic growth. In the District of Columbia, for example, 54 neighborhoods were found to have gentrified since 2000, as opposed to in the 1990s when just 5 neighborhoods had gentrified when it was seen as the murder capital. So these are some other issues of gentrification that I have not touched on yet. So when sometimes the residents have higher incomes that move into the neighborhoods, they change the demands or things that are wanted in the neighborhood, and that can lead to the closing of businesses by people of color. It increases police presence and brutality, oftentimes in efforts to make the neighborhood safer because it's seen as an unsafe or undesirable neighborhood initially. And also the rapid expansion of condos and apartments that only newcomers can afford. And also property values increase, so people who are living there, even though it may seem good at face value that the value of the property increases, if they can't afford the taxes, they're priced out of the neighborhood and they have to move elsewhere. And so these are just some some headlines while I was researching for this project that I found that I thought kind of underscored some of the issues and things that are going on in DC, and I just thought it might be interesting to see. Okay, so some central questions that I'm really interested in making sure that I answer in the production of this documentary. First, how does our knowledge of American history inform our understanding of why cities are segregated today, and how do we avoid repeating those mistakes? So I think it's important that we acknowledge that, like, this doesn't occur in a vacuum, and this is a continuation of history, right? And here, if you see the map that I've included, this is also a map from City Lab, and they have gone through and showed neighborhoods in DC that are gentrified. Specifically, the ones that are the darkest blue are those that are gentrified. The ones that are lighter blue are the ones that have potential to be gentrified. Yeah. Another central question is, how can we create a vision of revitalization that improves the standard of living of impoverished communities without displacing the people who live there and erasing culture? So this goes back to the issue with not revitalization, but displacement, and also culture, because the people who live there and have established culture in the areas, when they leave, the culture tends to leave with them as well. And this photo is of Anacostia in DC, if any of you are familiar with that area, also a very poverty-stricken, gentrified area currently. And lastly, how do we demonstrate the benefits of an integrated society as opposed to letting citizens and businesses continue to reap financial benefits from the continued segregation of our country? And so the quote that I've included on the bottom is from an NPR interview. It was about 15 minutes. It was really interesting, and they spoke to DC residents about how they felt about the changes in their community and what was important to them. And at the end, the interviewer posed the question and said, you are very invested in anti-gentrification efforts. Why is this important to you? And why should we advocate for integrated communities? And the answer that the gentleman gave, he said, I think there's a benefit to cities to actively trying to encourage long-term residents to stay. Cities do better when there's a diversity of family types. Cities do better when there's a diversity of incomes. If you want a thriving economy, you need folks of all income levels to work in those jobs. If you want a thriving community, you need folks who invest in schools and have children, as well as the folks who are singles. So it is in the city's best interest as well. So going into more specifics for my documentary, I'm still considering the narrative that will be most effective to inspiring people and getting them into that, but I'm leaning most towards looking at the role of the local and federal government, and also looking at the role of universities, as a lot of universities in DC, as part of their plans for financial success, have included purchasing and renting luxury condos as a means of generating profit, but usually in gentrified areas because that offers them the most profit. And also for community outreach, I think it's very important to be involved with the DC Office of Zoning, because they determine what type of homes can be built in what areas, and so on and so forth. Also, the Department of Housing and Community Development deals with these issues. Local and federal representatives, as well as congressional committees, will also be important in this. So Mayor Bowser has done a lot of work with affordable housing. And also supporting local community development organizations who have been doing this work for decades. So people who are informed in this area, seeing the work that they do and how that can be supplemented and incorporated into the documentary. And lastly, I wanted to include, to give you guys some, a look at resources that I've used in finding information for this in case you're interested in finding out more or becoming involved. These are books that I've been reading. Specifically, The Color of Law has been really beneficial for providing more of a context, and Where We Want to Live has been more based on solutions. So I think these are all interesting books, and if you're interested in seeing them, I have actually the first two with me today. And lastly, I wanted to talk about the plan for completion. So I will be studying abroad in the fall, so I acknowledge that's going to affect my timeline a bit, but for me, I really want to make sure that I have this project completed by the time that I graduate. That's in my personal timeline, and I think that that's a realistic goal that I can definitely make sure occurs. And I want to determine the best platform for maximum publicity after I complete it, because ultimately, if I create a good documentary and I have great solutions but no one sees it, there'll be minimal benefits. So trying to determine who will be most involved and interested in putting forth this documentary and getting it out to the people who need to see it. And immediately, the community development department at Howard, which is actually who I study with, they are my minor department, I think will be my most immediate resource for that. And these are my sources. Any questions? Yes.
Do you already have a vision for how to revitalize a community without gentrification, or is that something that you hope this documentary will lead you to? I'm just wondering if you already have that, or if that's something you're looking for.
Yes, that's a very good question. It's something, my research so far has really been based on more like context and things that have occurred previously. So I wouldn't want to give you a definitive answer. I do think that going back to like the zoning and just like an awareness of it will help the government and local officials decide the best way to really create balanced communities, because the communities do need revitalization. They need more infrastructure. They need resources, but the issue is just with the displacement. So I'm not sure if I've really given you that answer, but yeah. 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 Thank you for your question. Brian.
Can you explain two terms in your presentation? The first is
Yeah.
on the map, not eligible to gentrify. What does that mean?
Mm.
And then secondly, can you give more context to the name of Chocolate City?
Yeah, definitely. So to the first question, the tracts that said not eligible to gentrify, to my understanding of how that was created, they did it based on the areas that had lower incomes and areas that they thought had potential based on like speculative ideas of those neighborhoods. So that's my understanding of those areas. And also the name Chocolate City, for those who are maybe unfamiliar, that was a term coined in the 70s based on the booming like cultural growth and the local officials that were in DC. So it's just really dealing with how at that time DC was a majority black city, and there was a big cultural understanding within the city that people feel has been changed. Thank you. Yes, Janessa.
How do you plan to find the people you're going to interview and the individuals you're going to talk to for your documentary?
Yes, great question. Thank you. So I've reached out to a few people that I know that live in the area, just based on like the areas around Howard. So there are a few people who have already reached out to me and said like, I'd love to be in this whenever you start filming it. I haven't begun filming because I want to make sure that I'm sure of the direction that it will take. But I've reached out to a few people in that manner. And as far as resources, also like-minded people. So in my major, political science and community development, there are a lot of people who are interested in these topics, and specifically at Howard. So that's going to be my major resource. I've had a few people that are within my major who've already offered to help, but I'm looking more towards people that are in like the School of Communications who have specifically done work with documentaries to offer a bit more on that, but mostly looking at people in my major and people in the School of Communications who will be willing to offer help. Heavy.
Do you have any idea of like the stylistic direction you'd like your documentary?
Yeah. I have like been really kind of back and forth on whether or not I want to appear in it, because I don't want it to be focused on me. I want it to be more issues and policy based. But I am definitely wanting to look at like the role of universities in DC and like their creation of strategic plans, and those that are looking towards real estate and how they contribute to the issue or they do not, and also college students themselves. And then also looking at the way that the federal government determines and zones areas, how that plays into it. So I'm just trying to find like a merger of those, and not wanting to make it like too long to bore people, but trying to figure out like how to get both of those in, and I think less personalized and more like issues based. Doug. Yes, sir.
I enjoyed that very much. Thank you. There's a deep connection between preservation and community development. It's a rich field that's been growing. It's sometimes antagonistic with the communities that are there, because
Yeah.
because they don't always see the need to
Mhm.
these communities. And in way of, as you're working through your research going forward, I just wondered if you had thoughts on what case studies, examples of other cities that you think are examples of where more equitable development has happened and has, has done things that you'd like to see applied maybe to DC.
Yeah. Well, actually, I'm focusing on DC because it is a place that's personal to me. But DC has actually proposed quite a number of bills trying to deal with this issue. Mayor Bowser and a lot of the other local officials have done some. They're actually, right now, there's a council member working to create a bill to deal with Airbnb because their home rentals have been pretty problematic for people who are residents and people who are trying to use Airbnb as a means of creating essentially hotels without trying to get the commercial financial drawback, for lack of a better term. But I think that DC is probably, at least of the areas that I'm currently aware of, probably the best. But I know that DC also has probably the most of this because of the high job growth in this area. So I would say I'm sure that my mentor would probably be able to offer some insight as well. I know she is very knowledgeable in this topic, but of the areas that I'm familiar with, I'd probably say DC.
Well, the comparative approach could help as you move forward, kind of thinking through what's been working, what hasn't been working in different places.
I agree. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Houghton.
Everything seems to call me out.
Yes.
Could you go back to your map about your map of overlay of gentrification?
Yes, ma'am.
Deal with issues of over racism.
Yes, ma'am.
Pretty much reflected in that map. So a huge section of what's labeled as not eligible to gentrify
Yes, ma'am.
are some of the more segregated neighborhoods, white segregated neighborhoods in the city. So interestingly, it's all of upper Northwest and Denver, so it's the most affluent sections of the city. And the ones where you're showing that, I mean, I'm just intrigued by this map. I find it a fascinating map. But what's missing is an overlay of overt racism, which I think is going to be important for you to bring out. So that's critical in this entire discussion,
Right.
which will be touchy.
Definitely.
Difficult to deal with. And I think there are some very good case studies of equitable development that are happening around the country. And I think the other issue we need to be really careful about is that Airbnb issue.
Yeah.
While I agree that there are some people who are trying to dodge hotel taxes
Right.
by renting out their rooms, a large segment of the people that live in their homes that are doing that are using it as a way to be able to stay in their homes.
Yeah.
That it's the only economic option that they have to actually be able to hold on to their homes. So he's picked a very complex subject and a very complex city.
Yeah.
That for as much as the city council may want to do, if Congress decides to do something different, what city council does doesn't matter. So
Very true.
the layers that are in this story are very rich and deep, and I appreciate your time with it.
Thank you.
And I think the other point that a couple of your questioners raised was not just how the universities are influencing gentrification, but what the universities can do to start to modify gentrification or mitigate it. And I think the activist piece of your project there is very, very interesting about what students can do who are going to be hit very directly if they're trying to live off campus.
Yes.
But anyway, it's a great project.
Thank you for all your help. More questions? All right. Thank you.
That's my baby.
All right. Okay, everybody, let's get started with the next presentation. We've had two great ones so far, and I expect nothing less from the next. I'm very eager and delighted to welcome Cameron Dunbar from Oberlin College. Cameron.
All right, so good morning, everyone. As Doug so graciously said, my name is Cameron Dunbar, and I am a rising third year at Oberlin College. And today I'm going to talk about my presentation and my project called Powering the Pen, Empowering Writers of Color Through the Writing Center. So I'm going to start with a bit of a map and tell you where the presentation is going. I hope you can bear with me. I'm going to talk about myself first, and then I'll move on to the why of this project and why it's so important to me and why I see it as being such an important initiative to move forward on. After that, I'll talk about my objectives, or I might interchangeably use the word goals, and moving forward from that, barriers to achieve those and how I'm going to break those barriers and get this project in motion. So me. I've identified a few institutions up here that I deemed central to my identity. I'm sorry, I don't have any cute baby photos like Leandre. And there's a story with that. I asked my mom to send me pictures of me reading and writing as a baby because I thought it'd be appropriate to put in the presentation, and she says no. And I'm asking, well, why not? And she's like, because you didn't like to do either. So I've come a long way from that. But starting up here, I went to U of D Jesuit High School, which is a Jesuit all-boys high school in Detroit, and I really consider that the central factor in my identity that has really guided me in my formational principles. At U of D, I learned about the idea of cura personalis, which stands or is Latin for care for the whole person, which has kind of guided me in my interactions going forward to Oberlin College, where I study politics and rhetoric and composition and work in the Writing Center as a writing associate, as well as write for the Oberlin blogs and as a staff writer for The Grape, our school's alternative student publication, which again will make more sense later as to why it's important to me. Beyond that, I started last fall as a campus editor at large for the Huffington Post, which has really offered me an opportunity to understand how I can use activism through rhetoric and how I can push forward what my beliefs and what I want to change in the world through the process of writing and disseminating that information. Beyond that, I came back from semester at sea a few months ago, which has been a really transformational opportunity for me because it kind of broadened my worldview in the sense that I realized I was a part of something bigger. And you see a bunch of political institutions up there. I like politics. I'm a politics major, and I like political communications as an arm of advocacy in that way. Also, I play the saxophone and am a Leo. So, what was my motivation for this project? In the fall, I took a class called Rep 401, which was teaching and tutoring writing across the disciplines, and that was a class we had to take to become a writing associate at Oberlin College and to work in the Writing Center. And I was working as a WA, doing my usual check this off, does the thesis work, going through the process of peer tutoring, and I noticed something. I noticed that people coming into the Writing Center didn't look like myself, and I wanted to know why. And so in our curriculum, we had this great book called Writing Centers and the New Racism, which detailed a lot of some of the phenomena I noticed in the Writing Center, but it put it into academic language and into a discourse that I could talk about in class and could help me shape my understanding of these issues. And so from that, I was so inspired by that book that I wrote a final essay or a final project with a partner of mine, Brian Cabral, and it was called Decolonizing the Writing Center, Creating an Accessible and Liberating Space for Students of Color. I worked with my friend Brian, who was a member of the Latinx community, and we looked at the intersection of Latinx rhetoric and Black rhetoric and how our different communities could work together to make this, or how we could work together to make this a better space for our communities. And so, even moving beyond that, I realized that this was bigger than the Oberlin College Writing Center, and that this came from a legacy or institutions that really caused these barriers. And so I started to do research, and I found a really amazing article in the New York Times called Why Slave Era Barriers to Black Literacy Still Matter. And I want to read you a quote. It The quote in there says, "The ability to read and write gave vantage point on their circumstances and protected them from swindlers who regularly stripped illiterate people of land and other assets. Literacy was a form of social capital that could be passed from one generation to the next." This struck me because I'd always kind of seen my writing as a tool of advocacy for my community, but I never really made the connection to it historically. And so going through this process and understanding that, essentially I and others come from a long line of political dissonance in this way was really impactful. And so I caught inspiration from writers like James Baldwin, who really used his literature to influence various parts of his identity and to really use to influence the social policies that were affecting his communities. And he was targeted for it. The article in this Politico article was called, or titled, "When Black Writers Were Public Enemy Number One." And it detailed how the FBI and other organizations literally started to track and tap black writers who were causing movements and shaping narratives through their writing. And so I found a lot of passion from that as well, which made me want to give that same opportunity to others. And then I found some very frightening information to me. And it's that black students' proficiency in reading especially is found to be at far lower than expected levels in comparison to white students. And this comes from a long line of socioeconomic ills and segregation, kind of as Leandre alluded to earlier. But what struck me is, even though this is from 2010, the information is still relevant. And it says only 12% of black fourth grade boys are proficient in reading compared with 38% of white boys. Now, even though I didn't like to read as a child, I like to read now. And I found that disturbing to know that so many people who look like me were not having the same opportunities as me because of these socioeconomic barriers. And so I wanted to essentially give them those tools of liberation that I found. And I did find them. This is a photo of me at an MLK Day rally, I believe in the January of 2015. And another photo is, I mentioned I write for the Oberlin blogs. And it's a photo of one of my first few Oberlin blog posts that I wrote right after I attended a rally on campus. And I was writing it as an expression of my feelings and how this national growing social movement was affecting me. And it was kind of just a personal source of relief. But it ended up being one of the most trafficked blog posts on the Oberlin blogs this year. And it showed me that we can shape advocacy and shape change through rhetoric. And similarly to the slide I mentioned earlier, as certain writers being targeted, I received countless numbers of spam comments, really derogatory and awful things. But I was able to pull back on the information I showed you earlier and see that this is something that happens, and we have to keep pushing forward and making sure that we continue our advocacy in pursuit of justice and liberation. So how does this fit into the Writing Center? Well, I'll tell you a little bit about the Writing Center. The Writing Center is located in Mudd Library, which is this big, giant, kind of concrete building, and it's not pretty on the outside. It is the largest library on campus, however, and its 4 floors, they proceed in quietness as you go up each floor. And so the Writing Center is located on the first floor, which is like the social scene where people come, and I know y'all probably think Oberlin is weird because it is. The library is the hangout spot at Oberlin. This is where we come to first floor Mudd, you group up, you do projects, or you say you're gonna do projects, but you really just talk. And so it's a social scene. And so that's where you see this picture is on the first floor. Writing Center is not exactly the hottest space. And then even below that, in the basement, the Writing Center is, in the basement. And it's kind of dreary and dry down there, and it's not the best looking facility. Another way that the Writing Center at Oberlin works is that it serves as a drop-in center, so students can come in as they need help pretty sporadically with individual assignments, papers, jobs, essay, fellowship applications, and the norms. And the last distinct feature about the Writing Center is that it works on a peer tutoring model. And so all of the writing associates are students like myself. So what are my goals here? For the Writing Center, I want to increase underrepresented student participation in the Writing Center. I want to widen the impact of the Writing Center across campus. And I want to position the Writing Center as an arm of advocacy for underrepresented communities. Easy to say, not as easy to do. And I expect some barriers to do that. So there are a couple pedagogical standpoints or acts of theory that I find to be antithetical to this goal, or that I find to hinder me in that effort. And the first is that a good tutor makes the student do all the work. This is kind of one of the Writing Center philosophies that most writing associates carry with them. But the problem with this is that it privileges certain knowledge. And it's very remnant of the whole pull yourself up by the bootstraps method, which doesn't really work when a person doesn't have boots. And so and I'll give you a concrete example. In the Writing Center world and Writing Center theory, there's this idea of higher order and lower order concerns. Now, have any of you ever visited the Writing Center at your schools? Did anyone, so somebody who raised their hand, tell me what was the first thing they asked you about?
Maybe after my thesis.
Yes, that's usually the first thing they go towards. Great answer, Michael. And that would be considered a higher order concern because you're looking at your thesis from a very wide, or your paper from a very wide standpoint, and you sort of narrow down as you go in. But what you'll find is that a lot of lower order concerns, which have to do with grammar, punctuation, sentence structure, etc., are usually often overlooked in peer tutoring because they're seen as not necessarily as important of getting your message across. But students who come from lower economic backgrounds and underserved communities usually don't have teachers who can go through as judiciously with them throughout the process of rooting them in those common practices. So where does this period go? How do you use a semicolon? These various sentence level issues that people with privileged knowledge may overlook, underrepresented communities usually struggle with more. And so we have to kind of shift the narrative on a good tutor makes the student do all the work to a good tutor teaches a student how to do the work. The next point I want to address is that the ultimate aim of a tutorial is an independent writer. I take issue with this claim because I think it takes writers out of the systems they live in. So the idea that racism, sexism, and other social ills don't exist in the academy is wrong. Because they do, because they exist in every facet of life. And they trickle down into these very concrete earthly levels. And so by saying that the ultimate aim of tutorial as an independent writer is we don't teach people how to navigate those areas and how to navigate racism in academia and racism in writing and how people might understand their voice if they use what's considered a dialect or like African American vernacular. What do those things mean? And so the third idea that we want to touch on, or the third problem or barrier to this objective, is that our job as WAs is to produce better writers and not better writing, which focuses more so on the process than the product. And that sort of eliminates the idea that I went back to earlier, is that we privilege certain knowledge of students. And if we're looking at the process rather than the product, and a student comes in and they want to know why they've gotten a D on their last 3 essays, and we know it's necessarily because they are doing all these sentence level issues, are having all these grammatical fixes, and we still focus on, well, how did you arrive at your thesis? How did we arrive at your conclusion? All these things that are helpful, but they're unhelpful in this situation. A student won't come back to the Writing Center, and we're not empowering them with the tools necessary to be successful. So again, how do we want to break barriers? The Writing Center must assess and meet the unique needs of students of color and allow students to prioritize. WAs don't need to take over the process of prioritization, but we need to make sure students understand what can be addressed and let them decide what help they need. Let them privilege their own knowledge and take advantage over their own education. And this eliminates the whole higher order concern, lower order concern dichotomy, and it gives students agency in their work and process. We also want to develop critical consciousness and empower in spite of systems. So what I was talking about earlier in regards to students not living outside of social contexts, we need to actually explain what those social contexts are or help them understand the ones that they live in and show them how to navigate those spaces. How do I write a paper in the same tone or in the same language that I would use to communicate with somebody at home? Or how don't I do that because I may not get a good grade if I do that? So looking at that process. And lastly, we're going to focus on process, product, and advocacy. How can we use the Writing Center as a tool to advocate for the welfare of underrepresented communities in academia? So that may look like working with professors to compose what I call genre institutes, and which helps students meet with individual professors from individual disciplines, and where you can have a conversation to understand what the requirements are for writing a bio paper as opposed to an econ paper, as opposed to a political science essay, and empowering students to know, to make the choices themselves. And so another set of barriers is that, and this alludes specifically to the Writing Center, is that we have an unclear mission and purpose. And part of what we need to do is delineate what we're actually here to help students do. Are we only going to be here for them to bring in their paper at night between 5 and 12 a.m., 5 p.m. to 12 a.m.? Or are we going to be a center that wants to position students to empower themselves and to succeed in the academy beyond just writing and within their own social context? The second issue we have is that there's a lack of representation in the Writing Center. Out of a large conglomerate of WAs, I can even just use the training class, the teaching and tutoring across the disciplines course. There were, I believe, 20 of us in the class, and there were only 3 students of color in that whole group. And so I found that especially frustrating because it's hard to see yourself in spaces where you don't see yourself in spaces. And that was a barrier for me even to enter the Writing Associates program, because I didn't think that it was a place that I could succeed in because I didn't see anyone like myself. So representation matters there. And lastly, there's a series of asymmetrical relationships that happen between a Writing Center tutor and a student, in the sense that you have the tutor-to-T model, but we're all peers. And so we have a unique opportunity there to capitalize on that peer relationship and to eliminate the idea of, you're not talking to a professor, you're not talking to an instructor, you're talking to a student. Let me help you with this process collaboratively. And that's where you can focus on the Jesuit tradition that I mentioned earlier of cura personalis and caring for the whole person. It's not just about, how's your essay going, but how is your experience at school going? And is there any support that I can offer you in anything in that way? And so how are we going to break those barriers again? Clarifying the mission and purpose, making the Writing Center a social space is something I find very important. We met with Dr. Carla Hayden at the Library of Congress, and I asked her, how does she work to make the library a empowering space, as she kind of put it? And she said the one thing that needs to happen is they need to be nice spaces. They need to be spaces that people can see themselves in, can thrive in, that are fun to be in, that look nice. And so the jury basement that the Writing Center is in, or the kind of cubicle-esque room that you saw that I put up earlier, isn't a conducive environment to that purpose. And so we're going to have to change that. There's also going to have to be an advocacy arm to the Writing Center that I mentioned earlier, in helping students understand how to write within their different social contexts and not acting as if the academy or the writing process is colorblind, because it is not. Second area of effort is to diversify, as we mentioned. Representation matters, and having more WAs of color, having more WAs from the natural sciences is important, more WAs that can relate to the experiences of first generation and low income individual would be important, because people feel comfortable interacting with people who may look, think, or share commonalities with them. And the second part that we want to touch on is outreach. How do we meet diverse communities within their own spaces? The Writing Center had a very interesting project last year because it started a satellite program where there were satellite writing centers in the African Heritage House and the Multicultural Resource Center. And we definitely saw an uptick in the amount of students from these underserved communities who would come to these spaces because we came to them, because they were being tutored by somebody that they felt comfortable with. Which leads us into the next idea, is that writing center tutors or writing associates need to develop relationships. And there's two ways that I really think that we need to go about doing that, is moving to an also appointment model where students can come in at their convenience, essentially, when they're available. And this helps develop relationships because it doesn't just become a drop-in center. You're not seeing one student one day and never seeing them again. You develop a relationship between a tutee or a mentee and helping them throughout their writing process and engaging with them collaboratively. So I just want to spell out my objectives again for clarity, and it's that I want the Writing Center to increase underrepresented student participation, to widen the impact of the Writing Center across campus, and to position the Writing Center as an arm of advocacy for underrepresented communities. With that, I know that this is slightly more academic than maybe other presentations might be, so I'm very open to questions of clarity and otherwise. And for those at home, if anybody wants to check out the presentation more in depth, it's online at my website, CameronDunbar.com. And with that, I open for questions. Sam.
It was a great presentation. Really liked it. So from
Thank you.
my personal experience as a Latinx college student at this university,
Right.
I've seen how other minority students believe that there's a stigma around the whole idea of going to the writing center.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean in particular, given that the fact that like oftentimes our presence in academic institutions is kind of like lower as a pure result of affirmative action policies.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of students of color suffer from what has been coined as imposter syndrome.
Right.
So how do you think your project is trying to like destigmatize the whole idea of going to the writing center specifically for underrepresented minorities?
No, that's a great question. I think my project moves at that in a couple different ways. So one, we want to move it to a relationship development model, whereas now the Writing Center is seen as a help place. And a lot of people aren't comfortable asking for help. They may see it as a weakness or an inadequacy, and it's not. I go to the Writing Center as a writing associate or somebody who has some, quote, privileged knowledge of rhetoric to still get help and to still have somebody look over my work, because that's important. So moving to a relationship model will help students not only feel more comfortable asking for help because they're not going to someone they don't know, and they don't have to be as vulnerable, because that's what's at the core of it. It's a lot of it about vulnerability. And, as students of color, you're often asked to be more vulnerable than other people just by the nature of your background and the situation that you're being put in. And so moving to relationships models is that one way I want to destigmatize the Writing Center. Also, kind of as I mentioned, making it a cool social space like First Floor Mud, and not having it be in the bottom of a basement where it's just not a good setup. And so I don't know if that necessarily looks like painting it bright colored walls or even moving it to its own separate location from the library. That's something that has to be worked out. But making it a space that people want to be a part of and that's attractive to other people should help destigmatize it. Shannon.
How do you plan on marketing these ideas to the Writing Center in a way that they're going to adopt your plan?
Well, it's really interesting. So I'm fortunate in the fact that the Writing Center director teaches the Rep 401 course. And so I've been able to develop a relationship with her. And I, have presented this project to her before as the final paper that I showed you earlier. And she was rather receptive to the idea. Now, one of the struggles we're going to have is that the rhetoric department at Oberlin, who runs the Writing Center, is relatively small. There are, I want to say 6, there's not even a major because it's so small, and there are 6 of us who actually minor in it, as well as I think 4 to 5 full-time faculty. So I don't think getting people on board with the project is necessarily going to be the problem, because I think that Writing Center staff and rhetoric faculty see this as a joint mission. We want to, reach a more just academic setting and a more equitable academic program. It's more so figuring out how to do that with a resource limitation, both personnel and financially, and also how to do that within curriculum. Because a lot of people, this exceeds or surpasses the scope of just rhetoric faculty, and really presses other departments to look at their writing ecologies and how they deal with that. And so there's always resistance to change in that way. And nobody likes being told that they're racist, and nobody likes to be told that there might be like racist structural tendencies in the way that they do things. And so just getting past that adversarial point or somebody being adverse to that. Richard,
Awesome presentation.
thank you.
How would you respond to teachers, especially like English or faculty members, that might hear this and ask the question of like, well, if you start sort of like meeting folks where they're at, providing like more in-depth writing support, at what point does that start to get to the line of like plagiarism or kind of along those, not like plagiarism, but kind of like collaboration?
Yeah.
It's supposed to be like a single assignment. 'Cause I think that might be a very good point.
Absolutely, and that's definitely a fine line that writing associates teeter is. You can't write the paper for them because it's not their own work. But our job is really to support in the development of ideas and make sure that those ideas are communicated effectively and appropriately throughout their essays. And so, in short, I can't give you a baseline answer because it is a sort of negotiation between faculty, writing associate, and the student of how much input each party has. But it's something that we're cognizant of, and I think that's the most important part because, plagiarism is plagiarism, but there's also an aspect of intent that goes into that, especially with issues of academic honesty and academic integrity. And our intent is certainly not to plagiarize or to be academically dishonest, but to help people empower themselves to be the best writers and communicators they can be. You in the back corner.
Fabulous presentation. Question, I was wondering how you see the role of the student body being part of this.
Mhm.
It sounds like you're talking a lot about with the rhetoric professors and the writing center, but do you see the role of the students working with like RAs in different dorms, especially like A house or different co-ops, or how do you see that student participation help driving this mission?
Absolutely. So if I could have a dream per se, it would be that there is a writing associate in every dorm once a week to meet students where they're at in that way. Unfortunately, because of personnel issues and because college students are afraid for time, we can't necessarily have that. But I think your question moves to part of what Sam was asking earlier is that we need to destigmatize the relationship between students and the Writing Center, and we need to show that it's a useful tool. There's evidence that supports the idea that first-year students use the Writing Center at much higher rates than others, and that seniors actually use it at higher rates as they're applying for postgraduate options and opportunities. So figuring out how to engage the entire student body, especially those second and third year classes, and seeing that this is a useful tool for them as well. And I think there are ways that we can work with the student body to do that, especially with student organizations. Having La Alianza Latinx meeting and having a writing center there at one of their like social hours, or writing center associate, or going to Keep Co-op at Oberlin and saying, after you have dinner, there'll be a writing associate here if you want to look over an essay you have, or if you just want to talk about something you want to work on. So I definitely agree that we need student body support there.
We have time for one short question.
One more question. Anybody got a good one?
Is it possible that as if your project, when it reaches success, that you'll actually see a decrease in participation in the writing center eventually because those underrepresented groups will already have sought your help and improved their writing enough?
That's possible. I think that's a great question, and I think that it mirrors part of what my idea is a culture change. And so that the Writing Center is no longer seen as a place where students come in because they don't know something, but because they want to engage in the writing process with other people. I don't know if anybody here has ever been a part of like a blogging circle or like a writing group where you get together for maybe an hour or so and just write and express yourself. That's sort of what I see this space becoming. And so it would be my dream that, all these underserved communities don't necessarily need or that they have the knowledge to be successful on their own, but that they still come and engage with the space because that's something they want to do and it's an inviting thing. So thank you all.
Thank you.
All right. Fantastic job, Cameron. Moving right along, I'm delighted to welcome up to the podium Katie Mars from Elon University. Katie.
Good morning. As Doug said, as Dr. Bradburn said, I am Catherine Mars. But before we get started, I do want to give a quick trigger warning. We will be talking about sexual assault and sexual violence, specifically on college campuses. So if at any point in time you need to get up, leave the room, pull out your phone, scroll through Instagram, do whatever you need to do. I will not be defended. Self-care is super important. So as I said, my name is Catherine Mars, and I'm a student at Elon University, and my project and my capstone is called Not Just Her Problem, Creating Male Allies to Combat Sexual Assault. A little bit about me before I begin. This is a picture of my family. I am one of 4 kids. I have 2 sisters who we'll come back to, and a brother and my parents, and then also our Christmas tree guys in the background. So for this picture, he was part of our family, but not usually. And so they've been a really big support system and role models in my life, so I figured if I talk about me, I have to talk about them a little first. Then the other picture is my beautiful institution, Elon University. At Elon, I'm a public health and human services double major, and I have a minor in women's gender and sexuality studies, so it correlates directly with my capstone. I'm also working with the Human Services Department and a human services professor, Dr. Warner, to do research through the institution. So my motivation to do this project comes from these pictures of these very powerful women in my lives. Like I said, we'll come back to the pictures of my sister. Those are Trisha and Colleen. Colleen actually just graduated from high school, so that's a picture of her graduation, and she'll be headed off to college next year, so exciting. The top picture is a picture of my pledge class for Sigma Kappa, my sorority at school, and there are 58 women in that picture in that pledge class. And the bottom picture is from my high school graduating class. It was 138 girls in my all-girls graduating class. In these pictures are very powerful, strong women who I look up to and admire, close friends, family members, sisters, whether biological or not. And as I was taking a class at Elon this year called Global Violence Against Women, I began to learn more about sexual assault and sexual violence on college campuses. And the group doing the presentation talked about how about 1 in 4 women is sexually assaulted during their undergraduate years. And I was like, wow, that's a lot of people. But then I started to really think about my life and how many strong women I have in my life. And I realized that all of these groups and communities, just in these pictures, 50 of these women statistically will be sexually assaulted during their undergraduate years. 50 women that I know personally, that I love and admire. That's a lot of women. 1 is too many, 50 is an epidemic. So I started to do a little more research on sexual assault on college campuses. And as I said before, about 20 to 25% of women are sexually assaulted during their undergraduate years. This has long-term effects for both these women and the communities, so their friends, their family, their peers, and their institutions. College women are also 3 times more likely to be sexually assaulted than their peers of the same age that are not in college. And so universities are supposed to be this safe place, this haven of learning, this really great place that you can find yourself, get educated, really start being a pretend grown-up in your life, and they're really living in this constant threat and this constant fear of sexual violence. And there's also many negative physical and mental health consequences that are associated with sexual assault. So like I said, it's not just the women who are affected, but whole communities that are, because there's increased incidences of post-traumatic stress disorder, substance abuse disorder, and depression, among with many other things. And so approximately 60% of schools as of 2005 offered safety-related educational programs. And of that 60%, only 60% addressed sexual assault. So of the whole 60% that addressed it, only 60% of those. So that's not that many. Of those, less than 1/3 included acquaintance rape prevention programs and education, which is a continuingly increased education kind of program as the narrative of the stranger in a dark alley is decreasing and date rape and acquaintance rape is becoming a lot more prevalent. And only about 25% of these programs have prevention programs targeted at Greek life or varsity athletic programs, which is our target population for my capstone. So the target population is fraternity and varsity athletics, and while we recognize not all members of the athletic or the Greek community commit sexual assault, they are high-risk groups due to the homosocial nature of the groups, of the all-male communities. There tends to be increases in hypermasculinity and toxic masculinity. And fraternity athletic membership has also been correlated to show attitudes of sexual aggression, especially in varsity athletics, where people who are playing at a varsity level in college tend to have been playing the sport for quite a few years previous. And so that aggression that has been continuous, especially in some sports like football that tend to have more aggressive tendencies, it correlates over into other aspects of their life as well, and you see more sexual aggression. Further, fraternity men are 3 times more likely than their peers to commit sexual assault, again with that homosocial nature and that construction of social norms. And so we take this narrative of men creating a culture where in fraternities and in varsity athletics, it's been known to have increased sexual aggression, have more likelihood of sexual assault because of these cultures within. But I found this quote while I was doing my research, and I'll read it out loud to y'all so we can kind of dissect it. I know you can read, but we're going to just go through it real quick and talk about kind of changing that narrative and the opportunity it presents for us. So if male peer support serves to encourage and promote violence against women, then male peers who confront and openly oppose sexist attitudes and behavior may help discourage and possibly prevent such violence. So these organizations that I've mentioned, fraternities and athletics, tend to have cultures that may support, whether directly or indirectly, these ideas of sexual aggression and these ideas of acceptance of sexual assault culture and rape culture, if you will. But we also have that opportunity to open the conversation up to men and say, it's your turn to step in and step up and be able to help us and be allies in this fight against sexual violence. And so when one man decides, you know, I can openly say, this is not right, let's do something about this, let's change that, it's a domino effect, and an entire culture can change, which can change teams, fraternities, campuses, communities, the entire United States of America. Big goals, but, you know, it starts small. It starts with one person stepping up and saying it. And again, we recognize that sexual assault happens to people of all gender identities and of all different sexual orientations, but for this presentation and for my research, I'll be focusing on mainly male to female violence because that's the most prevalent. So my capstone is actually going to be in 2 phases. The first phase is a research phase that I'll be doing with the fraternities at my school, and I'll go into that a little more in depth in a minute and I'll break it all down for you. And then the second phase will be a full implementation of programs, so an educational program for prevention and response for the fraternities and the athletic teams at my school. So the first phase, the study phase, is going to be examining how the gender and the in-group, out-group status of the instructor is going to impact the outcome of 4 major themes that I've come across in my literature. The gender of the instructor will have 5 groups. So we'll have a control group within the fraternity, and they'll be kind of assessed with a pre-test beforehand so that every fraternity we can find ones that have similar scores, similar attitudes. And so a control group will have a test before and after without any instruction so that we can see, you know, maybe attitudes just change throughout the year or they don't, just to make sure we have our variables correct and reliable. We'll also have a female-identified peer leader, a male-identified peer leader within the Greek system who's going to be a fraternity man teaching other fraternity men, a male-identified peer who's not in the Greek system, and a male and female-identified pair of instructors to see how that affects it. The 4 major themes that I came across while doing this research have been empathy building, which is basically the idea of creating a narrative that makes it so that it's not really the survivor's fault. It's really combating those ideas and creating empathy and generating that compassion so that you are equipped to help the survivor and you can kind of see it a little more from their perspective. There's also the idea of rape myth acceptance, people who have higher acceptance of rape myths, such as, you know, don't be drinking, don't wear something seductive, all of those ideas. If you have increased acceptance of those, you have higher tendencies to commit sexual assault and be accepting of ideas of sexual assault and sexual violence. There's also social norm reconstruction, as I mentioned earlier. If you're in an environment that is really conducive to these ideas of sexual violence, it's going to continue to be so, but if you start to reconstruct those norms and say, I can step up, I can play an active role, I can be an ally in this fight, then you have that reconstruction and that safer environment is created. And then the last part is intervention and response. Being an active bystander and having the skills and the knowledge to be able to step up if you do see a dangerous situation and say, hey, maybe this isn't a great idea, let's take her home, and I'll take her home alone, not with you. Something along those lines. And so there's a lot of intended outcomes for this, both short-term and long-term goals. The short-term goals include publishing the results of the fraternity study. I want to be able to share the results, whether they seem to be like the gender and the in-group, out-group status are effective or not. Either way, sharing that so that other people can adapt the information and create effective programming as well. I also want to implement mandatory sexual assault education programs for the fraternities and the sports teams by the time I graduate, and then have a continuing process of that. And then also educate Elon men about reporting options, so that if a woman does come up and say, hey, this happened to me, I'm really scared, I don't know what to do right now, they can say, okay, they know what to say to the women to be supportive, but they also know how to say, here are some options that you have, and I'll support you no matter what you choose to do with it. As far as long-term outcomes go, I wanted to create an open dialogue about sexual assault so we can invite men into this conversation. It's very often been described as a woman's problem, but it's really not. It's everyone's problem, and so creating that ongoing open dialogue that invites everyone into the conversation is really important. Also, creating lasting behavioral and attitudinal changes among young men is very important, so reconstructing those social norms and having those ideas about rape myths change, and then that will translate into behavioral changes as well. And then overall, creating a safer Elon community for all students, both on campus and off of campus, because like I said, sexual assault doesn't affect one person, an individual, it affects entire communities. And so Elon can be a stronger, safer place for everyone to learn if we decrease this culture of sexual assault. But with all projects, there are some potential obstacles that will be faced. So the first one is institutional resistance. You always need to get buy-in from the institution if you're trying to work with them. And so I'll have to go through an institutional review board process to get my research approved. And there's always potential that there'll be a little bit resistance there, as well as just from sharing statistics, how can I use the information of Elon, and what am I allowed to share and what am I not allowed to share. So there's always some bumps there. There's also instructor recruitment. I have to find men who are in Greek, not in Greek, who really want to do this and are really passionate about it, so that they can really communicate the messages effectively. And then if we find out through the research that an in-group member is the most effective, I have to then go through and recruit more in-group members for the next phase, both for athletics and for fraternities when it's implemented into each group. And then member resistance. So I can tell these men they have to sit in a room and they have to listen to me, but that is not going to mean they're there. And so a lot of it is, how do you get people to show up in general? How do I get people to show up and engage and not roll their eyes or not make snide comments or just totally check out? How do you get them to really work with the material and with you? And then also unreliable test results. And this comes a lot with the pre-test and the post-test. So say there's a rape myth that says if a woman is drinking alcohol, it is partially her fault that she was sexually assaulted. And you know what you want to say, but you also know what you should say. And making sure that people say what they actually believe in the pre and post-test and not just what they think I want to hear for the research. So we'll go through a quick timeline, and then I'll open it up to questions for y'all. So next fall, I will be abroad in Copenhagen, and I'm going to hopefully look through the DIS program to see what kind of resources they have for sexual assault survivors and what kind of prevention programs they have there. And also while I'm abroad, I'm going to distribute the electronic surveys to determine which fraternities will be the control and the test groups when I come back. In the spring, I'll be back and I'll have to recruit and train instructors, get people on board for the curriculum, and I'll also implement the experiment into the selected 5 fraternities. Next summer will be a lot of data analysis, both quantitative and qualitative, based on the research, and I'm also going to adapt the program based on the findings for the varsity athletics program at my school. In fall of 2018, I'm going to train new instructors depending on what the research has said is the best type of instructor for the group, and implement the program into the varsity athletics. And then spring 2019, spring of my senior year, it's time to do a full implementation into the fraternities, so not just 5, but all of them at this point. And then also create a longevity plan so that when I graduate, my project doesn't graduate with me. So finding partnerships on campus like the Office of Fraternity and Sorority Life, working with the Student Peer Education Program, Sparks, and creating those connections that will really help to continue this program and continue this work. Over the past 50 years or so, statistics about sexual assault on college campus haven't changed much, and that's kind of shocking. And so this is something that we'll probably have to continue, and it's a long battle that we're fighting, but it's an important one, so equipping it to continue after I leave is very important. And then also at that point, publish the results of the study so that other colleges or other universities or other students like me who want to create a program like this have this knowledge of how the instructor will impact the research. So it's a major problem that is affecting students on college campuses, students who are individuals, but also, like I said, people they're living with, their families, their friends. There's long-term effects and short-term effects, and so it's a major problem. It's an epidemic in America, and it's something that needs to be addressed, and this is a good way for us to start. Thank you. Dorothy.
Really wanted the presentation. This is a really important issue, so thank you for taking this on. For your training, or when you train the instructors, are you using like an existing curriculum by some convention, or are you developing something new?
So I'm hoping to work with pre-existing kind of curriculums, but a modge podge of what I've learned. I visited several different schools to talk about, what have you done? What's been effective? What hasn't? And these are the 4 things that have really remained. And so the training will focus on these 4 aspects. So yes, bystander intervention is a big one, but we're also going to talk about why is empathy important? Why does it matter if we think rape myths are true or not? That kind of thing. So we'll be working to do, we'll need an instructor curriculum and then also a curriculum for the students.
You talked a little bit about institutional resistance, and I'm just wondering, have you had any work with the Title IX office? And if so or if not, do you imagine them being more of a helpful or supportive source, or maybe like a bureaucratic entity?
So I've worked with several offices on campus, a little bit with Title IX, but we definitely need to connect a little bit more. Thus far, they have been supportive because schools are mandated to have trainings, and we do have Haven, which is a program that students must take before they enter their first year. But we've talked a little bit how is it effective, is it not? I know when I had Haven, I opened it up, pushed play, walked and got some potato chips, came back. So I've been working with them, but it's definitely something I need to connect a little with more, but they have been so far supportive.
So your experiment is targeted towards fraternities.
Mm-hmm.
The educational component is targeted towards both fraternities and the athletic program. So I was wondering, are you creating 2 different educational programs, one for each group, or are you going to have one program for both groups?
So the general curriculum of the program will be the same. The reason that I'm focusing on the fraternities for the experimental part is because I have a closer connection to that community as someone who is in the Greek system and not in the varsity athletic system at all. And so that will be the experimental group. But when it comes to the actual programming, it will be slightly tweaked for each individual, but the overall themes and the curriculum will be relatively the same.
What are the differences that you anticipate encountering between the 2 populations?
That is a great question. So there's very different populations, of course, that share a lot of similarities at the same time. So it's kind of complicated. They're both young men. The athletic teams usually tend to be a little more sexually aggressive as it transfers from the sports, especially depending on the sports. And also the whole publicity surrounding teams and sexual assault. And so that will depend on kind of the support from their superiors. So if the athletic director is on my side, that'll be a little bit less of a battle, whereas with the Greek community, like I said, I know a lot more people within it. So I'm hoping that there will be a little bit less resistance. Of course, there always will be some, but it'll definitely be harder to communicate to the men in the varsity athletics program as someone who has no idea how it functions, how it works.
You thought about reaching out to RAs? I know it was my experience as an RA at INM. As part of our training, we talked a lot about Title IX and learning about the resources that we make available in the event we were to have a conversation about that. Have you thought about reaching out to RAs as potential facilitators?
Yeah, so we have RA mandatory training programs for a lot of staff members, and the mandatory reporting and RAs are included in those trainings that we have. But this is specifically focusing on the all men's groups, and we only have one all men's dorm on campus. And so the RAs, of course, I will reach out to when I'm trying to select facilitators, especially for the experimental part. But they do go through some training already as it is, and I'm not focusing on halls, I'm more focusing on groups of men that are already kind of in this social setting.
Why did you choose to target men in male-dominated spaces specifically?
Yes, I'm sorry, I should have mentioned that. As I started to learn more and research sexual assault on college campuses, I started to talking to a lot of my friends. And I realized that a lot of the women on campus, they could tell me, oh, the number for SafeLine, our 24-hour confidential reporting and support hotline. They could tell me what resources there were. But a lot of the men I talked to weren't really sure. They weren't even sure how to respond if someone had said, hey, I've been sexually assaulted. They would be like, okay. And it's not it's not everyone who I talked to, but a lot of the men were kind of not sure how to respond, anything about the reporting system, and they felt like it wasn't really their responsibility. They said, you know, we don't sexually assault people, so why does it matter to us? But everyone plays a role in sexual assault, and everyone plays a role in rape culture. So that's kind of why I'm focusing on men, and it's inviting them to the conversation, because a lot of men also said, I don't really feel like I have a voice in this. I don't want to be oppressing women and anything like that. And I said, you won't be. You'll be an amplification for the voices rather than an oppressor, as long as we do this correctly. Brian?
How are you going to go about tackling intersectionality, like LGBTQIA+ issues, race issues in these traditionally heteronormative white spaces?
Yeah, so that is going to be very much a part of the considerations we have when finalizing the curriculum. Like I said, for this presentation, I focused on male on female sexual assault, although it does happen to people of all gender identities and all sexual orientations. But we will, when we have the curriculum, we'll make it a little more inclusive, talking about, you know, how does that intersectionality matter, and how do we change kind of responses or adapt responses to make sure that people's identities are really taken into consideration when we are implementing this curriculum and then hopefully utilizing it in real life.
I really appreciate you tackling this subject. I think it's very important. I guess my question to you is, because it is such a serious issue, is there any sort of like accreditation or like, I just have no idea, like as far as like the curriculum you develop, like do you have to get it validated or verified through like another entity so you're able to kind of educate other people?
So from my research and from working with Elon, I have not come upon any moment that they were like, where are your credentials? Have you been accredited by like Southern Institutions of America, anything like that? I will definitely double check now, but so far I have not come upon that issue during my research this past year and this past summer.
I'm a nurse, but I would probably suggest to you, look for a forensic nurse in your area.
Mm-hmm.
And to dialogue with her, because she can probably give you a lot of insight in approach, audience, and what to include in the curriculum. But it would be the forensic nurses.
Yeah, I've talked to a forensic nurse, but I will definitely follow up, and as we finalize the curriculum, kind of see what her insights are on it again. Thank you very much. Thank you.
This stretch is
mic doesn't seem to be picking anything up real well, but I guess it's going to the recording.
You can. Oh, perfect. All right, and then, cool.
Yeah, the program here, see, this is the program sound.
Yeah.
This is program, and the mic sound.
I'll
Just
just
gotta
project. I'll do my best. Those are some tough acts to follow.
But I think you'll be fine.
I'm feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, that's right. You need to bring it.
Literally and figuratively. So
Serious, you bring the noise. You bring it. You blow the doors off.
that's my intention. You know, I'm starting in 2 weeks, so
It's exciting.
it is. It's sped up on me real quick.
Well, good for you. That just goes to show that it's a good project.
I appreciate that. Yeah.
I'm
So,
gonna get the question about how come you're like a great white hope when you're doing this project.
I fully intend to address
Tell them
that.
to get over there.
Well, no. So you know, the thing is, I've done my homework. I know this is an issue. I've spoken to them. Spoken to the project staff. They told me this is an issue. I also know this is a technology that they use. They don't
They're
just
asking for help.
Yeah, they're excited about my project. They're excited about new brain source technologies, and the people I spoke to when I was young, people were working with, and they thought I'd be helping them. So they were really excited, and I was like, hold on. But I understand the issue is.
Tell them I can't help you.
No, I said I'm just trying to learn more about brain
Yeah.
source. Yeah. That's how I played it. I'm a student. I played the student card, which.
Who's paying for this?
That's, I have 4F strategy: friends, family, Franklin and Marshall, and frequent flyer miles. So,
Well, that's not probably good enough.
yeah. Well, so, it's 1,300 to remember.
How much money do you need?
1,300
For what?
for each travel. The bags have already been purchased. We bought 20 bags for $60, minimum per due.
Yeah.
So, those are very good.
What's your sustainable, like, annual budget? I'm talking about per flight.
This is a pilot. This is a pilot program. So,
Really exciting.
I have another fellowship
It's
that
going to be better than anything we've heard so far.
Oh, you put the pressure on.
No.
So I've been awarded a fellowship at F&M, which took $4,000 for a research and service-based project. So that's how I intend to expand on this project. Assuming the pilot goes live.
Can you grab my shoe?
It's not necessary. I'll give you like remotion. That's all you need.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, take your seats. We're getting ready to begin again. Settle in. Get back. Give me more space. I will. You want to switch? Yeah, that's good. We needed to get a little more George into the mix here. I thought that his appearance this morning might inspire. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I haven't mentioned today yet that there are some people live tweeting, and there's people watching online on the YouTube channel. And if you did want to tweet along, the hashtag is MVLF, all in capitals. All in capital. We're shouting it. MVLF! And you guys are doing a great job so far this morning. It's been a fantastic morning. And we're going to continue that trend with our good friend Michael Moret from Franklin and Marshall College. All right.
All right, good morning. So, as Doug said, it's been fantastic so far. Definitely a few tough acts to follow, but I feel like I'm up for the challenge. So, as Doug said, my name is Michael Moret. I'm from Franklin and Marshall College. My project is titled Store It, Save It, Sell It, Small-Scale Grain Storage in Saucier, Haiti. And that's exactly what I'll be doing, implementing small-scale grain storage in Saucier in a few weeks, which I'll be sure to tell you about a little bit later. So just to give you an idea of what I'll be talking about this morning, I'll give you a very brief overview of Haiti as a country, and I'll tell you a story or two and tell you about my personal connection to Haiti and to Saucier specifically. And I'll tell you about Partners with Saucier, which is the organization I'll be working with, and I'll specifically tell you about their agriculture project. From there, I'll transition to my own project, and you'll see that my project functions within this much larger agriculture project that's being undertaken by Partners with Saucier. After I tell you about my project, I'll tell you about my long-term goals and where I'd like to see this go in a year or two and down the road, and then I'll open things up for questions. So to give you a brief overview of Haiti, Haiti is located in the Caribbean, about 700 miles off the coast of Florida. Haiti shares the island of Hispaniola with the Dominican Republic. Just to give you an idea, Haiti is slightly smaller than the state of Maryland, And according to the CIA World Factbook, the population of Haiti is between 10 and 10.5 million. So as I mentioned, my project will take place in Sassier, Haiti. So Sassier is a very small town. It's about 10 kilometers outside of the provincial capital, Jeremy, as you can see there. So as I said, Haiti's very small, about 10,000 people, very, very poor village. There's only one dirt road. There's no public water service, no electricity. So there are very few cars and people walk most places. So Haiti has faced a lot of challenges. It's really been dealt a hard hand, given that it's had a troubled history, declining infrastructure, poor economic development, natural disasters. You know, in fact, Haiti was still recovering from a 2010 earthquake when Hurricane Matthew struck about 9 months ago. Droughts have also been a problem as well, and I'll be sure to talk about Hurricane Matthew and droughts specifically later on in my presentation. So now to tell you a story, why am I connected to Sassier and to Haiti in general? So this whole story goes back to my hometown. So I'm from a suburb of Chicago called Winnetka, Illinois, and I attended a small Catholic school, Catholic grade school called Sacred Heart School. And directly affiliated with Sacred Heart School was the Sacred Heart Parish. And at the Sacred Heart Parish, we have a sister parish called the St. Jean-Baptiste Parish, and that's in Sassier, Haiti. So growing up at Sacred Heart and in grade school, I was always learning about what was going on in Haiti. And from a young age, I learned that Haiti had had kind of a troubled history, and it had been kind of perpetually hit by natural disaster after natural disaster. So what could we do was something that we were always learning about in assemblies. And so that kind of started with a solar oven, which was really cool. So we funded a solar oven, and that we did that through all sorts of various ways, including bake sales, toy drives, all sorts of stuff. You name it, we tried it. And also during Lent, I believe it was Lent, our teachers would hand out these little purple cardboard boxes that we'd fold up and tape up, you know? And we'd stuff them full of dollar bills and quarters, pennies, dimes, nickels. And I fondly recall coming to the school on the last day before winter break, bringing our boxes back in and seeing, you know, amongst my friends and I, whose box got the fattest, who could jam the most pennies into that box. So we were able to fund that solar oven, and I remember standing on the lawn of my school, waiting in line to taste a cookie from that solar oven, which was really neat. As you know, a third or fourth grader at the time, it's really cool, and you get excited about the cookie, but you can't quite grasp the magnitude of what we were doing. But that was so cool. We sent a solar oven, and being able to look back on that is something that I'm very proud of. And then after the solar oven, we decided to embark on a more ambitious endeavor, and that was to fund and build a school, which I'm happy to say you can see right here. So you can see the school and the school children. So as I said, I grew up always learning about Haiti through my school, and then when I went to high school, and through my parish, and then I went to college. And so I stopped hearing about Haiti so much. And then about 9 months ago, Hurricane Matthew hit. And Hurricane Matthew just absolutely hit Haiti very hard. Jeremy and Sassier specifically were hit very, very hard. And to give you an idea, Hurricane Matthew, the wind, it was a Category 4 storm. Winds reached over 100 miles per hour. There was over 20 inches of rain. Homes were damaged, if not destroyed. Trees were knocked down. Crops, livestock, and farmland were all washed away. So it was hit very hard. And so I've got a little video I'd like to show you that was taken in Jeremy by a church organization shortly after the hurricane, and you'll be able to see just a little bit of the extent of the damage.
You can see the coconut trees, the mangoes, not only the mangoes, but also all of the breadfruit. Everything is out, everything is gone, and we need your help, because that was the livelihood of everyone here. The trees, the fruit, everything completely gone.
So you can see kind of the extent of the damage. You know, a lot of the, if not all of the farmland was just obliterated. It was all washed away. So as I said before, I was at college now. This was about 9 months ago. And when I realized that Haiti was hit so hard, I started to think about Sassier, about St. Jean-Baptiste, and how they were doing and what happened, and if they were okay. And so that led me to Partners with Sassier. So Partners with Sassier is the organization that really spearheaded those efforts to bring that solar oven to Haiti and also to build that school. So Partners with Sassier is an organization based in my hometown, again, Winnetka, Illinois, and the president of that organization is Jerry Keenan. You actually see Jerry up here presiding over a mass in Haiti. Jerry's a deacon at my parish. So he was kind of the point person with all these Haiti projects while I was growing up. And so I knew he was the guy to reach out to and to talk to. And so I asked him, you know, well, what's going on? How are things? He started telling me. about how all the agriculture specifically had been washed away and how a lot of the homes had been damaged. And he started telling me about a project that he was developing with an agricultural focus. So the goal of this agriculture project that he was developing was to create a self-sustainable agriculture program to ultimately reestablish the farmers in Saucier and in the neighboring villages after Hurricane Matthew. So I said the goal of this project was to establish a self-sustainable agriculture program, and this was to be carried out through the distribution of seeds to farmers. And he's really hoping to establish this agriculture cooperative consisting of 200 to 300 or so farmers. And I'm very happy to say that as of now, we've got over 200 farmers that are participating in this program, which is very exciting. Partners with Saucier has gotten over 1,500 breadfruit trees from an organization called Trees That Feed. That's also based in my hometown. So they've gotten over 1,500 breadfruit trees to distribute. They've already distributed over 40,000 sweet potatoes. So they are really distributing a lot of seeds and other plants and crops to the farmers to kind of start that reestablishment of their agriculture. So different farmers are receiving different seeds and different crops, just so that way it'll be easy to monitor who gets what and how the yields are and how successful they're being. There's also an integral training aspect as well. And so this training aspect is being led by a man named Wesley Jasmine. Wesley is a university-trained agronomist, and he also happens to be the head agronomist for Partners with Saucier. And so he's meeting with the farmers that are participating in this agriculture cooperative. He's meeting with those farmers every month to disseminate his knowledge and also make sure that these farmers are empowered and have the know-how to be able to be successful and have high yields. So, as I said, my project kind of functions within Jerry's overall agriculture program. But before I get into the specific nuts and bolts of my project, I'd like to answer a question. That question being, why small-scale grain storage? So I just told you about a lot of the problems that Haiti has faced, including the declining infrastructure and how a lot of the homes were damaged. So given that Haiti has all these other problems, why focus on small-scale grain storage? And I see really two principal reasons, those being opportunity and insurance, or lack thereof, I should say. So if farmers don't have inadequate means to store their grain or their harvest, they're going to be forced to sell it right after the harvest. And that is the worst possible time for them to sell their crops, because that's when the price will be at its lowest, as the market will be flooded with that particular crop. So if farmers have the opportunity to store their harvest safely and securely, then they can wait for a peak time, and they can sell it when the price is going to be a lot higher, so they can make a lot more money, which they can then in turn reinvest in their own agriculture, their own community, and their own local economy, and really everyone will benefit from that. And now another reason to focus on grain storage is insurance, or again, lack thereof. So in more developed countries like the United States, farmers can purchase crop insurance. And crop insurance is very handy in case a farmer has a crop failure. And so if a farmer has a crop failure and has crop insurance, they'll receive a sum of money to make up for their losses. So it's very handy. But in Haiti, there is no crop insurance. So if farmers suffer a crop failure, and there have been a number of crop failures, particularly in Saucier in recent years due to a number of droughts, then they just have to eat the loss, and there's really nothing they can do. But then again, if farmers have an adequate means to store their crops, which I will be providing for them, if they have an adequate means to store their crops, then they can wait, sell some of it, but still have some in storage to fall back on in the event of another crop failure. All right, so now talking about my project. So I'll be implementing small-scale grain storage in Saucier. So I will be traveling to Saucier, Haiti with Jerry Keenan. Once again, Jerry is the president of Partners with Saucier. He's from my hometown, a deacon at my parish. I'll be traveling with Jerry to Saucier in about 2 weeks. We're leaving on July 26th to pilot this bag technology called PICS. That stands for Purdue Improved Crop Storage, and I'll talk about that technology in just a moment. So we will be piloting this technology to the farmers that are already participating in this overall larger agriculture program that Jerry has established. So we will be storing primarily corn, because that's being harvested at this time of year, and the growing conditions over the last few months have been very, very good. So we're hoping that there'll be plenty of corn for us to store when we arrive. So we will establish a control group of farmers that are participating in this overall program, and we'll distribute the bags to them. We will teach them how to use the bags, and we'll work closely with Wesley Jasmine, the head agronomist for Partners with Saucier. We'll make sure that he understands how to use the technology, and that way he'll be empowered to disseminate that knowledge to the other farmers participating in the program. So to tell you a little bit about the technology, once again, we'll be using PICS bag technology. They were developed at Purdue University in the 1980s. They've been used widely in Africa and really since their inception, they've been wildly successful. PICS is currently in their third phase, being funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So these bags, they are triple layered sealed hermetic plastic bag. So these bags cut off the oxygen supply within the bag to create that hermetic state inside of the bag. And they also eliminate insect damage, which is huge. So that way farmers won't have to rely on insecticide. So insects and bugs getting into grain has always been a problem. That's not something that's just common in Haiti or in Saucier. That's really a problem with grain everywhere. In fact, our good friend George Washington was no stranger to that problem right here at Mount Vernon. So back in George's day, he'd have to kind of pick out the little weevils one by one, which would be a pain in the butt. So I bet he'd love to have this technology. These bags, once again, they're triple layered, so insects won't be able to get in, which is great. So Partners with Saucier has purchased 20 bags, and we'll be taking those to Haiti. These bags are reusable, so you can reuse them for up to 3 to 4 years. The crops that are stored within inside the bag, if stored properly, will maintain their nutritional value for over a year. So these bags will be, we're hoping, very successful and something that they will use. So I do anticipate a few challenges, and to be quite candid with you all, the first challenge will be garbage in, garbage out. And by that I mean, if the technology is not used properly, then the quality of the crop stored inside of the bag will be in jeopardy. So my plan to address this challenge is to learn more about the bag specifically and learn how to best teach people to use those bags. Unfortunately, Purdue has a number of resources, including flyers, which you saw on my previous slide, in both English and Haitian Creole, about how to use the bags properly. I'm also happy to say that I'll be traveling to Purdue next week to meet with the folks there and learn how to use the technology, how to use it properly, and at best how to train people to use it. Now, another problem I anticipate facing are the cultural barriers, specifically establishing my own credibility. And to be completely honest with you, I feel like these Haitian farmers probably have little to no reason to listen to me, considering I'm a college student and I don't study agronomy. But fortunately, I have done my homework. I understand that this is a problem that they face. There is a need for it. I've spoken with agronomists on the ground in Haiti, and I understand they use technology similar. They use plastic bags to store their grain, but they're not fully sealed, so bugs do find their way into the bag. So there is a need for these bags. I'm working with people that have an established reputation in this area and who have done a lot of good. So I have those people in my corner. So that'll help alleviate that challenge as well. And then a final challenge I anticipate is maintaining communication. So I'm only in Haiti for a few days before I'm going back to school in Pennsylvania. So it'll be fairly easy for me to maintain communication with Jerry because he'll be in the US and we can have phone calls and use email, but particularly maintaining contact with those in Haiti who are using this technology. And I anticipate using GroupMe, Facebook, primarily WhatsApp as well, and email to communicate with them and make sure that they're still using the technology and if I can answer any questions that they have about it. So how exactly will I measure success with this pilot program? I see it in kind of a short-term and a long-term sense. So that by the short term, I mean the trip itself. And long term is going to be after the trip. So to start with the short term, being able to physically put corn in the bag myself properly, I'll consider that to be a success. And also a gained understanding of this overall agriculture project that Jerry's taking, but also Haiti itself and of Saucier and of the culture and the people there. Because this trip is not just about the pilot program, but it's also going to enable me to gain a much better understanding of the needs there, of the people, and of the culture and of the country in and of itself. And then long term, there are some qualitative and quantitative ways that I can measure success. The qualitative aspect being that I can interview the farmers that we've given this technology to and ask them about their experience using that technology and see if and how they've benefited. And then the quantitative aspect would be to use my Haitian context to monitor the prices of grain specifically, corn specifically, since that's what we'll be storing. And we can look at the price initially right after the harvest, and we can see how that price will fluctuate throughout the year to determine the best time to sell it, but also the difference in profits that they're making from selling it at a peak time versus selling it immediately. So the pilot is really phase one of this project. So where exactly do I see it going if all goes well? Well, I'd like to expand on the project through a fellowship I was awarded at F&M called the Franklin and Marshall Fellowship. So it's a research or service-based project, and I'd like to use it to expand on this project. So I would hope to purchase more bags from Purdue and distribute them to more farmers that are participating in this agriculture program that Jerry has established, and to teach more people there how to use the technology. And I can do that really through a number of ways. I think there are a number of students at Franklin and Marshall that would be interested in doing some sort of alternative spring break trip or a service trip, something like that. And then a little bit longer term, I'd like to work with Purdue to establish the distribution and manufacture of these bags in Haiti. So as I said before, these bags are used all over Africa, and Purdue has worked with farmers in Africa to establish distribution in Africa and all these different countries in Africa. So I'd like to work with Purdue and do that in Haiti, and I envision one way of doing that would be to take this technology to the different agriculture suppliers that are located in Jeremy. Once again, Sase, where my project primarily focuses, is about 9 kilometers outside of Jeremy. So I'd like to take this technology to those agriculture suppliers and say, we've been using it for 1 or 2 years, and these are our results. It's been very useful, and farmers are making this much more money because they're selling their grain at a peak time. And if I'm able to get them on board, I think I could set up the distribution through those agriculture suppliers in Jeremy. So before I open this up to questions, I would like to thank a lot of people. First and foremost, my parents for all of the support they've given me. Everyone here at Mount Vernon, they've been phenomenal, helping me get this project off the ground. My mentor, Dr. Reggie Tuck, and his contacts, Wade Thomason and Tyler Welsh, for all their advice. Those at PICS for answering all my questions, and at Trees That Feed as well. At Franklin and Marshall, Dean Snyder, Mark Harmon Vaught, Don Fernie Crawford, and Dr. Monica Cable, and President Porterfield as well. Also Jerry Keenan, because without this project, without his help, this project would be a pipe dream. So I'm very thankful for that. And also like to thank the fellows for their support and also their many ideas with this project. Questions?
You mentioned that one issue that you're looking at is the fact that you won't be in Haiti after you do return back home after those 4 days.
Sure.
Do you envision going back to Haiti anytime soon, within the coming year, or how frequently you'd be visiting?
Yeah, that's a great question. And so I do envision returning to Haiti, and I would use my Marshall Fellowship to do so. And so to, again, meet with the farmers that I initially worked with, learn about their experience using the bags. That's probably when I'd want to conduct some of the more qualitative aspects of measuring the success, but also I could distribute more bags.
Thanks for your presentation. I'm really excited to hear about your trail at the end of the month. So what was your process in surveying the local communities that you're affecting, and what was sort of your process in seeing what they actually wanted for their communities, and like how those opinions and ideas influenced your project?
Yeah, that's a great idea. So initially, when I was first talking to Jerry after the hurricane about doing some sort of agriculture-focused project, I started with expanding Trees That Feed. So that's an organization, again, based in my hometown that provides food-bearing trees to countries in the Caribbean. And so they've recently expanded into Haiti, and we talked about doing that. And so that was really my initial idea. So again, I knew the agriculture had been completely wiped away. And then Jerry actually got on that, and he was able to get that started a lot quicker than I thought. So very exciting. But then so I reached out to Trees That Feed, and Mary McLaughlin, the founder of that organization, put me in touch with agronomists and farmers in Port-au-Prince, the capital of Haiti. And so I was talking with them. I was asking about, what it was like with their experience with agriculture and with grain storage as well. And she kind of introduced me as somebody who would be doing some sort of grain storage project. And these farmers got very excited, and we were talking about the different mediums that they use. And they use kind of just regular plastic bags, so bugs and insects really do get in. They also use kind of some other containers as well that hold the grain very loosely, and air can get in, and that way the grain kind of loses its nutritional value. It gets a little stale. Sam.
Thank you for your presentation. So I had like 2 questions. So based on the research that you've conducted, what do you think are some of the main challenges that the Haitian farmers face when it comes to implementing Western-centric agricultural techniques?
Sure.
And how can you balance what they've been using, their own like Haiti-specific techniques, with Western-centric or even American-centric techniques? And if you took that into account when you developed the project?
Well, yeah, I absolutely did take that into account. And when I was first looking into this grain storage idea, I was looking at some grain storage projects that had been conducted in Africa and how people were using metal silos, and those had been successful. And so that's kind of what I was thinking even 5 weeks ago. And then when I had that phone call with Mary McLaughlin, again, she's the founder of Trees That Feed, she gave me some of the best advice I've gotten throughout this project, and that was I have to be very culturally sensitive to the practices that they have in Haiti. And I can't just introduce some new technology that they have I should say some completely new technology that they don't really use all that often. And so she is actually the one who connected me to the Purdue bags, which is exciting. And when I spoke to the agronomist that she connected me with, they said, oh yeah, we use a lot of plastic bags to store a number of our crops. So I knew then that these Purdue bags, given that they are plastic and they are bags, that it wouldn't be too much of a leap.
How much do these fixed bags cost, and how many bags are you planning on taking, and how many families will that have?
That's a great question. So we're still working on the specifics of who's going to get the bags, and that's something we're going to develop in the coming weeks before we go. But we purchased 20 bags, and we were able to buy 20 of them for $60, so about $3 a bag. So these bags also do have a very good shelf life. They are reusable, so they will last about 3-4 years. And so determining who will get the bag specifically, we're going to use some of the farmers that have already started to show success within this agriculture program as well. Oh, so the funding. So I'm using kind of a 4F strategy for funding: friends, family, Franklin and Marshall, and frequent flyer miles. So the bags were purchased by Partners with Saucier. I'm still kind of working out the funding with Franklin and Marshall, and then once I am able to get that solidified, I'll reach out to some folks about funding. DeAndre. That's a great question. And that was actually a principal concern of mine, but I actually got some advice from my mentor, Dr. Tuck, about how a lot of them really do speak English. And when I was talking with them, they were able to understand my questions. I understood everything they were saying. So I don't anticipate that much of a language barrier, but I am cognizant of that, and I am hoping to pick up a little bit of Haitian Creole while I'm there. That'd be pretty fun.
My question is similar to Sam's, and the idea of, is there any risk of misuse for these bags? I know, for example, with the introduction to fight HIV/AIDS pandemic in sub-Saharan Africa, there was the introduction of condoms, but people ended up reusing them, and it actually ended up having a negative effect. So
Right.
I'm wondering if there are any potential risks of misuse here.
That's a great question. From my research, I have not heard about any potential risks. Again, the bags are reusable, and the only risk would be that they're not used properly, and then as a result, whatever they're storing, that quality is going to be in jeopardy. And so to kind of ensure that I know how to use the bags properly, that's why I'm going to Purdue in a week or so to learn more about the technology. We have a number of resources already from Purdue. As I mentioned, those flyers, we'll be bringing a number of those, both in English and Haitian Creole as well, so that way they do know how to use the bags properly.
I'm interested in the element of the delayed market, right? So the goal for these is to pull the grain off the market.
Yeah.
And be able to sell it throughout the year.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a pattern in the Haitian economy that would prove successful in terms of selling, or is it something that each individual family is going to be reading on their own in terms of would they need the cash to bring these to market, or how's that annual cycle affected?
Well, I think to start, it'll be more of family-based. So each individual family will determine when they want to sell. It's just this way they have the opportunity to wait, and they're not forced to sell immediately, because if they didn't have the adequate storage mechanism, the quality would be in jeopardy if they stored it in some improper way. So since they will have this technology, and if they use it properly, they'll be able to sell quality grain at the right time. Okay, well, here's my contact information. Right after I get back, I am driving to Lancaster, Pennsylvania, so feel free to call. It's a long drive. I'd love to chat about the trip. All right, thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, John, do you know if Joe's on his way? Is he coming? Should I wait? I'll wait for him. Well, wait a minute.
Just kidding.
What's that? Oh, he wanted to come. Yeah, I see the fellows again. Yeah. But they need to get to know me better. I think I'll bring him one of the water bottles. All right, let's go ahead and get going. Okay, everybody, let's keep on track here. We've had a great morning so far, incredible presentations, exciting projects, a lot of great change making happening, leadership all around. Hashtag capital MVLA. Let's make it capital MVLA. F. The fellows, yes. Capital MVLF. MVLF, capital MVLF. Okay. All right. So on that note, let's have a big round of applause for Cole Porter from Mercer.
Thanks, Doug. As you said, my name is Cole Porter. I'm a student at Mercer University in Macon, Georgia. There I study political science and global development. But today I'm going to be talking about the project called Community Design Playbook. This is the best practice principles of urban planning. So to start, I wanted to take us to a place that we're all probably familiar with, Walmart. I hope you recognize this picture. This is Walmart. If you're not familiar with them, they're a national corporation brand. They offer a lot of products at a low price. That's a little sliding endorsement in there. They do serve communities. The communities they serve, you're able to access products that you need at affordable price. There's debate on other topics or on their values and things, but they do have a purpose in communities. And although we recognize this, I challenge you to really question right now where you are if you were in this picture. I know you're at Walmart, but in what city, in what county, in what state, in what region of the country you're in. I think we really struggle when we look at this picture to identify a sense of community, a sense of place. So we'll play a little game. We'll just go to the next one. Same story, different day. Don't really know where we're at. Again, it's Walmart, but I don't know which city I'm in. I don't know what community I'm in. Same thing here. There's a pharmacy and we know to recycle, but no clue in what community we're in. Now this one's a little different because this is in Dublin, Georgia. This is where I'm from. So you wouldn't know that by the picture, but this means something to me. This is where I grew up. I remember when this place was built in a small rural town. It's a big deal when Walmart comes to town. And I've walked through those doors a lot of time, but every time I do it, it's the same as if I were in Detroit, Michigan, or Eden Prairie, Minnesota. There's no sense of place. And although this has a purpose, it has no place. I could be anywhere. And in community, if you could be anywhere, it means you're nowhere. If there's no sense of place and where you're at, then you're nowhere. So let's compare that with the next picture. Now that we have a bigger audience, I'll ask if anybody knows where this is at. Charleston. Even if you didn't know that, you can obviously tell there's a difference in this picture than the last few we just saw. You see more character, you see greenery, you see individuality, and in a better picture, you'd see community, you'd see people walking around. So we'll go to the next one. Does anybody recognize this? Madison, there you go. Even if you've never seen this before, you recognize that this is different, this has character, this has place, and this means something to the people that live there. Hopefully, a lot more of us recognize this place. San Francisco, very iconic, very identifiable. And I think what all these places have in common is character, is an identity, a fingerprint. That when you look at these communities, you can tell what it is about them that makes them what they are. It's not just a cookie cutter place. It's something with character, with history, with traditions, with community, with diversity. And so with that in mind, I'd like to show you this. This was my community. This was the fingerprint of Dublin aside from the Walmart. This is what we call Theatre Dublin, historic civic theater that was renovated about 10 years ago, and now it was really the starting point for the revitalization that's been going on in my town. Speaking of that, as a sophomore in high school, I got involved with my local downtown development agency. I really got involved with it by chance, but from that chance developed really a passion for placemaking, for community, for building social relationships among where we live. And really since that point in high school, I've done things that I felt that would get me involved with developing communities. So throughout my high school, I interned with the development agency. I served as a student rep on the board. When I moved to college in Macon, I got involved with several nonprofits, development agencies there. And then now I'm trying to figure out how I can use my own history with this topic and use my own knowledge to help share that with other people. And this is how I got to this project here, the Community Design Playbook. These are really 4 aspects that I think define what my goal is with this project. Community leaders get a lot of advice and they make a lot of decisions. Some of the things they receive from conventional wisdom, some of the things they receive from their staff. But really things that I notice a lot is when you have these specific projects or have these specific goals in mind, it might be something that either A, you rely on conventional wisdom, or B, you pay a lot of money for to get a new idea. And I think that's a problem when it comes to, are we going to invest in placing a Walmart in our community, which is good, like I said, is economic development, more jobs, products for your community, or are we going to invest in a more sense of place? And the latter, the sense of place and sense of community is what I'm arguing for, and this is what I hope this playbook will address. So these 4 points: flexible solutions. The document will have information, it will have resources, it will have best practices that are flexible to communities. It won't be a cookie cutter document that tells you how to get from A to Z. It'll be something you can reference and use as it benefits your community. Best practices, it's self-explanatory, but it will show communities that have succeeded and where they have struggled, and allow the communities who are using this manual to pick out and to examine what's worked elsewhere. Accessible advice. As I said earlier, a lot of the resources communities receive come from them reaching out and having to pay or purchase or request ideas. My goal with this project is to be something that can be shared with them. It can sit on their desk, or it can be online, and it can be something they reference whenever they need it. And then finally, smart growth is the concept I talked about earlier, about growing our communities in a smart way, and that's what I like to focus on just a little bit. So these are the focus areas that this document will focus on. I don't want to go too in-depth because that's not really what today is about, but this is just a brief synopsis of what the communities will see when they receive this document, and based on these 6 principles. The first being walkability and pedestrian safety. I listed some of the problems up there. I think one that's very large and one that really affects all the other principles as well that I will cover is our automobile-centric society and design of our communities. The automobile has done a lot of good for our country, for our society, for our individual lives. It allows us to do things that we wouldn't normally get to do. But with that, there are also limitations. Our lives have become driven by the automobile. By the automobile. You can see it in the way we design our streets, where we live, where we work. There are statistics that I won't bore you with right now, but that showed how much our lives are impacted by our dependency on the automobile. And with that, I'll go into mobility and quality. And when you see such a dependency on transportation, the communities that don't have that are much more impacted than those who do. So that's why walkability and pedestrian safety is so impactful for those communities, because if you can't afford it in a car, you have to walk to where you're going. You have to walk to the nearest bus stop. And if your community is not designed with that in mind, then you're not in a community. Pedestrian fatalities. So in Georgia last year, there were close to 6,000 pedestrian fatalities, the highest it's ever been in the state of Georgia, and it's expected to rise unless changes are made. So really, these 4 areas are areas that I want to focus on as focus areas in the document. Utility: is my walk useful? Am I going somewhere, getting to where I need to go? Safety: is my walk safe? Am I going to avoid 45 miles an hour traffic? Comfort: is there shade? Is there a comfortable sidewalk? Am I having to traverse heavy traffic? And intricacy: this idea that when I walk, I enjoy where I'm walking to, or I enjoy my walk along the way. So leading into the next one, public space. This is something I'm particularly interested in. And you'll see a lot of the concepts throughout these 6, a lot of interconnection. So walkability obviously is related to public space. When you go to a park, I think that really the nature of park is to connect us with ourselves, with our communities, and with nature. The parks, particularly in urban areas, are designed as a escape from concrete and mortar. It's a place for you to go, for you to enjoy nature, for you to enjoy your neighbors, and I think it's really a diverse place for people to come together regardless of where they are coming from. So walkability is obviously important for that reason. And location as well, making sure that it's located in a place where it's accessible, there's diverse and consistent activity going on around the park, infrastructure to support the activities of the park, benches, sidewalks, any type of aesthetical infrastructure, trees, plants, landscapes because of that nature purpose and also for comfort. Then intricacy. This is again important. If you can take in an entire park at one glance or one visit, then it's not as good as it could be. So I argue for having intricate parts of the park. So when you go, there's still more that you can come back and see the next time. Economic development is a no-brainer for communities, but particularly with this, since we're talking about smart growth, I wanted to talk about local economic development. So this is a little graph that just shows you chain retailers versus local mom and pop stores. So in chain retailers, you have about a 13.6 recirculation rate of the money that they receive, the revenue they receive, being recirculated back into the communities. As opposed to independents, your locally owned businesses, around a 48%. So this is done in the form of profits, of their own personal, the business owner profits of them paying wages to their employees, procurement of the resources they need, so internal office supplies or the resources they're going to sell, and then also charitable donations, them investing in the community that's helped support them. So these are a few really topics that I want to focus on in that. Business development: how do we grow these small businesses? How do we support small businesses? Like what was said earlier, how do we support diverse small businesses to make sure that our communities are supporting a variety of interests at our and supporting our local communities? Startup culture: we talked a lot about this on this program, but I think it's important to have communities be a cultivating ground for new ideas, for innovation, for startup, for entrepreneurship. Business attraction: how do we attract new businesses? Maybe it is a corporate company, but how do we attract that and integrate it into our own personal identity as a community? Then local investment, whether it's in the form of philanthropic investment or from government-driven investment, like a business improvement district. Transportation, again, connects back to our walkability, but I kind of focus on a few different areas of transportation. Highway displacement: so when communities are existent and then you have a highway that runs right through the middle of it, that is a huge problem that we've seen. I think that plays a heavy role in gentrification too, is when you have white man's road running through black man's community. I think it's something that happened a lot in the 50s, 60s era, and it's something we're still dealing with. So making sure that our future plans don't involve things like that. Making sure that we are conscious and cognizant of where we lay our roads and what impact that has, and how that displaces communities or how it can disrupt communities in the negative sense. Community spending: when a community lays out its budget, a huge portion goes towards transportation, maintenance, infrastructure. So we really need to balance that, I think, in the future. Parking problem: right now, in urban spaces, parking takes up more surface area or more area in urban spaces than any other type of area in urban spaces, and which is, again, it connects back to our automobile reliance. So focus areas that I'd like to focus on, again, aside from walkability, would be public transit, really supporting that. It gets a little tougher when you look at communities where I'm going to be targeting in Georgia. Rural communities have a hard time supporting public transit, but there's still other alternatives like infrastructure changes, mixed-use development, which I'll go into more, and the smooth traffic versus smart traffic. I think this is something that connects back to conventional wisdom, traffic engineers, focus on smooth traffic. How can we make the drive most efficient, get you from A to Z the fastest? But smart traffic's more looking at what are the impacts of having that road the way it's designed. Historic preservation. Now, being in Mount Vernon, where the first historic preservation project took place, it was a privilege to be able to do research on this topic, and then working with the Mount Vernon team was very helpful. So areas of impact for historic preservation range from jobs to tourism to revitalization, and there are a lot of strategies, I think, ranging from historic designation, taking pictures, sorry, it threw me off. Historic designation, designating which places are historic and the amount of protection that comes from that. Having ordinances that protect those things, and then also grants from local communities as well as federal grants. Density mixed use, something I talked about earlier, and I'd just like to explain that primarily with these two graphics. The first is traditional zoning, single-use zoning, and really the way to interpret this is that each color represents an area where you can put a specific type of development. So the red might be retail, the orange might be commercial space, the blue might be residential space, and you really see it segregate these uses of our communities. I like the quote by Jeff Speck, cities were created to bring things together. The better they do this job, the more successful they become. And so that's really where the mixed-use development notion comes from. It's saying, let's put all of our uses into one place in a smart way. So people aren't drilling above where you sleep, but in a smart way. So when I go into town or when I leave my apartment, I can walk to the post office, I can drop my kids off at school, I can get groceries, and then I can go to work. All in the same area, so I don't have to drive 20 minutes to each one. That's the difference in density and mixed use. And so all these principles will be obviously researched and developed a lot more, synthesized into the format that you see here. Primarily, I want the manual to be a digital format that anyone can access. So if you're an individual and you want to learn more about urban planning or urban design, or if you are a community activist and you say, how can we use new principles to influence our community? Maybe the online is where you can go for that. If you're an actual leader, which is the group I'll be targeting specifically, you'll receive a manual, and I'll talk about the distribution plan, but this will be a document that you can leave on your desk and reference as you need it. And those principles that we talked about earlier will be synthesized into this document. The community profiles that I want to focus on, beginning, I want to focus on communities in Georgia. For me, this provides a much more substantial context. I know from experience and from living in Georgia, a general context of what communities in Georgia face. But to expound upon that, I want to do something called a condition survey, working with diverse communities in the condition survey, go into these communities and try to further build that context. And I would like to start with 6 initial communities, working with communities that represent diverse interests. So saying, let's focus on areas that have different education levels, different economic influences, different ethnicities live in this area, just to see how these principles are able to interact with all these different interests. I like to focus on historic downtowns and neighborhoods, just because that's what I'm familiar with, and I think the 2 options really for this type of project would be historic revitalization and new development. New development is a lot harder to predict, and it's usually much more methodical when it's planned, so historic downtowns definitely makes more sense in this case. Partnering with Georgia Main Street, so the statewide organization, they have a framework of communities that are connected with them, and so it'll be valuable to use their resources and to use their contacts to contact these communities. And then with the budget analysis, what I like to do is work with these communities to see how they spent their money in the past, and then in the future, examine that again to see if there's any fluctuation based on the document. So one big question that comes up a lot is what makes this project credible? What's going to make communities want to sit down and look at this and use the ideas? I would answer that by these two words, content and character. So the content, I think, really establishes a good, solid foundation for the credibility of this project. It's not me saying these are Cole Porter's opinions, this is what I think you should do as a community. It's me saying here are success stories, here are best practices, here's data and research that supports maybe doing things this way or that way. Additionally, it will show them resources that they can go to further investigate the topics I'm talking about. And then hopefully what I would like to do is receive some kind of endorsement or certification, maybe from a statewide organization, saying this is something that has a lot of good principles in it. We would support communities using this as a guide. And then secondly, the character. What's really the purpose, the nature of what I'm trying to do here? It's a playbook. It's not an A to Z. Here's where you start. Here's where you finish. It's something like, again, where an average city leader who may not know anything about urban planning or smart growth can look at this and say, oh, we're doing a transportation project. Let's see what other communities have done, or let's look at research on how we should spend our money. It's adaptable. Again, I think that connects back to what I just said. And then it's focusing more on the big picture. So the smaller projects might not get brought up in this manual, but I think overall these big topics, those 6 principles, will provide some good direction for communities. As far as my distribution plan, primarily I'll be working with local governments, municipalities, mayors, council members, city managers, but I also want to incorporate the conversation to city organizations, maybe nonprofits, development agencies. They'll be a group that has a similar goal as I do, and they'll also have much more context than I will, being from that community. And so partnering with them will be very valuable. Access to the manual, as I already talked about, this will be something hopefully that will be online, able to be accessed from a mobile access, then also something that's in a physical form so communities can actually use it. And then finally, with the endorsements as part of the distribution plan, my goal is to hopefully receive the certification or some kind of endorsement. And then also, if this is successful going forward in the future, communities can attest to the project themselves. So they might say, you know, we were really able to use this project in this scenario. So this is just a brief timeline of how I want this project to be carried out. Really, the only discrepancy is working with communities' fiscal year timeline or year as opposed to a student's timeline. But my goal is to start developing the manual or continuing to develop the manual, select the communities, research and survey these communities, and by survey, personal conversations as well as going in and really taking note of assessing the infrastructure and how they've got things set up in the community, how things are perceived from the community's perspective. In spring 2018, I like to introduce the manual to the 6 initial communities, collaborate with the organizations that I talked about, meet with community leaders. My goal, and I think the benefit of working in Georgia, will be that I can actually visit these communities. I can sit down and go through the manual with them if they have a project coming up. I don't want to say consulting because, again, it's not really relying on my credibility. It's more just using the document and trying to bring that up in their decisions as much as possible. And then ongoing engagement. And then for this time next year, 2018 fall, my goal is to evaluate the implementation, see how well it was received, and then in doing so, talk with the community leaders, see how they perceive the document, see if they were able to use anything, and then hopefully expand to additional communities. If it is successful, if it is well received, see if we can try to expand it to some other communities. And with that, I'll open up to questions if there are any. Thank you. Yes, Cameron.
Thank you, Cole, for a really in-depth presentation. I was just curious as to, I know some similar resources already exist for other municipalities, and I was wondering if there are kind of any distinguishing factors that you specifically, you said you were going to focus on, or you know you're going to focus on that differentiates your best practices from other.
Yeah, I think 3 points that I view as something that distinguishes this from other projects. The first being accessibility. I think there's a lot of stuff out there, but no one's put it in front of their face in many instances. I think a lot of that because the second point is that because a lot of these manuals are things you purchase or are resources that communities are expected to buy. My goal with this is for something to be very accessible that communities can reference as that tool. It's something they don't have to, pay $20,000 to receive the architect's opinion. And then for the final answer to that, I say is that my goal is to synthesize in a lot of ways these principles that haven't been synthesized in maybe this manner before. So, like I said earlier, it won't really be me coming up with new ideas. I'll definitely insert some of my more preferred tactics, I guess, just because of I'm the one designing it. But my goal is to really bring together these principles and this information in a new format and something that's very easily accessible. Michael. That's a good question. I wanted to try to set something hard, some very solidified criteria. So I looked at populations, I looked at like median income, things like that. But I really wanted to be flexible because if I see a community that I think could benefit from this, I don't want to cut them out because they're below 5,000 people in population or because they're because they represent a different, idea than I had perceived to begin with. So my goal is I brought up the Georgia Main Street Association. My goal is to really rely on that organization as I begin to select communities. Then also another goal is to try to have those diverse communities. So if there are two communities that could really use the guide, but there's also another community that represents a different interest, really for personal benefit too, it gives me the chance to see, it's almost like an experiment for me to see, all right, what types of communities is this well received? And then also I think it benefits people because we're not just touching the same type of community when we do these things.
We have time for one more question.
DeAndre.
Yeah, you talked a bit about automobiles and accessibility and
Uh-huh.
suburbs and mass transit. I wanted to ask if you feel that the growth of mass transit will present issues like conflict in regards to financial loss. If you got an issue with that, and also how you feel that people will be accepting public transit given the class-based statement of that.
Yeah. I think public transit is on a good trend right now. I think that a lot of millennials, particularly people who are involved in technology jobs, IT jobs, data jobs, people who work from a desk, work from an office. And then also the thing about millennials too is that you kind of look at millennials and the boomers, the baby boomers, they create this vacuum where you have Generation X in the middle. But these two populations here, millennials and baby boomers, are much more independent because you have the retired group, then you have the young professionals, maybe young professionals who haven't married yet, who haven't had kids yet. So they have a lot more independence. I think that has set a lot of motion back towards public transit, people living in dense urban areas again, which connects back to your project about, all right, how are we going to support all these people now, and how are we going to support middle class and upper class moving back into these areas, which is a different problem. But if you look at places like Portland, I think that's a good example of communities really transitioning back to public transit because of the people wanting to move in. Getting back to how that affects low-income communities, I think that just being conscious of the impacts it has, really from a leadership perspective. So if your bus route, just being conscious about things like that. I think it's very easy to try to appeal to the latest trend. Oh, we have a lot of young people moving to the community. Let's do all these things. But like your project noted, you have to be respectful to the history, to the people living there, and it's a juggling act, I think. But I think overall public transit is making its comeback, and I think that if done right, it will benefit from A to Z most our people in our community. Thank you, everyone.
Sounds good. Yeah. All right.
You got a minute. Get a minute or so. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Appreciate all the support for the program. We've had a fantastic morning. This is the last presentation before break, but it's going to be one of the best. So here we have Dorothy Zhang from Brown University.
Hi everyone, my name is Dorothy Jiang. I'm a student at Brown University, and for my capstone project for this fellowship, I am trying to propose legislation in Rhode Island to mandate public high school and middle school teachers to have suicide intervention training as a mandatory part of their job training. So before I continue with my presentation, I want to provide a content warning. I'll be talking about sensitive issues like suicide, including stories and statistics around suicide. So if you need to take care of yourself by stepping out of the room or distracting yourself in some way, definitely feel free to do so. And I'll also be available to debrief after my presentation if you feel the need to do that. Cool, so with that said, let's talk suicide. So my presentation today will cover a little bit about me, just a brief introduction. I'll talk about how my life has been affected and connected with suicide. I'll talk about data around suicide. I'll talk about my capstone project, including research that I've done so far and my action plan for the future, and I'll take some questions at the end. So a little bit about me. I attend Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island. There I'm majoring in intersectional mental health, which is a major I created. What that means is I study psychology, sociology, public health, and anthropology, and I look at the phenomenon of mental health through lenses of psychology, social context, and including factors of identity like race, class, and gender, and the public systems that are currently in place or need to be in place for people with mental illnesses to receive care. At Brown, I also do a lot of mental health advocacy work, including with Project Let's, which stands for Let's Erase the Stigma Around Mental Health. It's a national nonprofit that has a chapter at Brown, and there, with them, I've hosted suicide memorials, I've put on workshops and panels around suicide and other mental health topics, and I was the external operations coordinator for the Ivy League Mental Health Conference this year. The logo next to that is from Samaritans of Rhode Island. That's a crisis listening line based in Rhode Island where I volunteered during the year. And this bottom logo here is from Teen Link in Seattle, which is where I'm from. It was the first crisis line that I worked at, and I worked there during my high school years. It's an adolescent peer-to-peer support crisis line, both online and on the phone. So when I was younger, I did gymnastics very competitively, and my coach, when I was around 11, 12 years old, killed himself, and he's Coach Jeff in the middle there. I was very young. I didn't have the language to ask the questions that I wanted to ask. I didn't receive much support around it. I didn't really grieve. I was just kind of confused and left in this state of sadness, but uncertainty as well. And so this tragic event has really impacted the way that I see the world and my interests now, as you can see. A little bit more background around my experience with suicide intervention. The first suicide intervention training that I went through was with Teen Link in Seattle. And so I just want to share a few of the intervention strategies that I find most helpful throughout my several years of experience with this. So first of all, you want to help identify symptoms of suicidality. Those could be changes in sleeping behavior, changes in eating behavior. If they're in school, their grades dropping, withdrawing from their social circles. Once you've sort of looked at those aspects, you want to have a conversation with the person that you're concerned about. You want to ask the question directly. So 2 ways that I like to phrase the question are you feeling suicidal, and are you thinking about killing yourself? Using this kind of explicit language helps to destigmatize mental illness and suicide. And if you ask a question like, you're not going to do anything stupid, are you? That's also very vague, and it's invalidating. If they answer yes to that question, then you want to help assess the acuteness of the situation and go through a few logistical questions, like if they have a plan, what means they're planning to use, timing, and that sort of thing. After that, you can move into a more organic conversation about their story, about why they're feeling this way, and what support that you can give around them. So 3 techniques that I use are paraphrasing, feelings validation, and asking open-ended questions. So with paraphrasing, once they disclose some information to you, just sort of repeating it back to them in your own words. That shows the person that you're talking to that you're actually trying to listen to the content of what they say, and you're trying to understand what they're going through. Feelings validation is very similar. It's just, I think, paraphrasing emotions. So it's like saying, that sounds really difficult, or I can't believe you've been going through all of this. You do school, you do so many things, that sounds like a lot. Some people might say that this condones negative emotions or sort of supports that kind of behavior, and it doesn't. It validates the way that people are feeling. It encourages them. It says that you're there for them and that you're trying to empathize. Finally, open-ended questions, pretty self-explanatory. The person that you're talking to can take the conversation wherever they feel comfortable taking it. And finally, you want to help them sort of build support networks or find out where they're at in that aspect. That's like asking, who have you talked to about this? In an ideal situation, what do you think would happen if you told your mom about this or you told somebody about this? So those are just some of the bare bones tactics that I like to use. I'll jump into some data around suicide now. So this study was conducted in 2015 by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, and this was in Rhode Island for high school students, 9th through 12th grade. You can see that the study has assessed negative affect to suicidal behavior, and in the last two rows here, attempted suicide and harm themselves to the degree where they have to be hospitalized. Rhode Island's percentages are higher than the national average. So while suicide is an 100% preventable disease, epidemic, it's especially important to address these issues in Rhode Island at this stage. An economic portion of the impact, this number, $58.4 billion, represents the nationwide cost of suicides and suicide attempts. So this represents medical bills and lost productivity at work. Another piece of public health data, this is also from the CDC in 2015. This represents the 10 leading causes of death by age groups in the US. And so you can see that suicide is highlighted in green, and I'm focusing with middle and high school students on these two age groups, where suicide is the third and second leading cause of death for ages 10 through 14 and 15 through 24. So it's especially important to address these topics during these times in people's lives. However, if you look at the whole chart, suicide is within the top leading causes of death for ages 10 through 65. So this is a very, very broad, prevalent societal issue. Finally, my last sort of graph that I'm going to show, this is around racial and ethnic and gender differences with successful suicidal attempts. And so you can see that Native American and Alaskan Native folks have the highest rates of successful suicide attempts. So it's important to realize how different identities shape the way that people experience the world and even the way that these behaviors turn out. So delving into sort of the research that I've done during this program, I looked at some existing legislation, including the Jason Flatt Act. The Jason Foundation is a foundation focusing on eliminating youth suicide. And so the Jason Flatt Act focuses on passing legislation in states that mandates teachers to have 2 hours of suicide awareness training every year to maintain their teaching license. It's been passed in 19 states. Rhode Island is not one of them. And so in Rhode Island, one of the Rhode Island general laws that was passed in 2013 focuses on making sure that students grades 9 through 12 have suicide intervention training themselves in their health classes. So personnel at Samaritans of Rhode Island, which is the crisis line that I work at, go in and train the health teachers who then educate the students. While I think this is a step in the right direction, I don't think it's enough because I believe that all school personnel should be able and equipped to have these conversations with students to better support them. So to respond to this public health and broad societal crisis of suicide, I want all middle and high school public school staff members to be able to notice signs of suicidal ideation, know how to respond to them, and refer students to seek additional mental health support. And so one of the best practices that evidence has shown to work in school specifically is the gatekeeper intervention model. And so that's similar to what I described earlier. There's symptom identification, there's active listening and intervention skills, and there's a referral piece to it. So with my policy more specifically, these are my very basic ideas at this point. As I've said, I want all middle and high school staff people to be affected by it. I want it to be a mandatory suicide intervention training. I want it to be a part of their existing training hours as to not add an extra burden on the teachers. I need the training to be approved by the Department of Education. I want it to be based off of best practices, and I want there to be a cultural competency component so different identities are addressed and we're not using just this sort of homogeneous approach to mental health. And just the last piece here, logistics, I need to address liability. So if a suicide does occur in a school, teachers and schools are not held responsible and are not punished for that. And of course, funding, which won't be included in the bill, but I'll seek from advocacy groups in Rhode Island. Some more next steps on a broader scale that I want to take. I want to form a coalition in Rhode Island, including PTAs, parents, teachers, students, school boards, principals, the people who will actually be affected by my legislation. I want to get in touch with them and see what they think would be most effective for their own communities. I want to reach out to advocacy groups in Rhode Island that are already doing this kind of work and connect with them, see how we can partner together. And I need to get in contact with legislators in Rhode Island who are already invested in this issue. A more concrete timeline, in July and August after this program, I'll be back home in Seattle, Washington, and there I'll meet with University of Washington faculty members who are knowledgeable about health policy. I'll also start to establish email contact with advocacy groups in Rhode Island, including AFSP, the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, that I've already begun talking to. And I want to finish writing the first draft of the bill while I'm in Seattle over the summer. I also want to finalize materials around the basic ideas of my bill, fact sheets, and personal stories that I can gather and publish so I can bring those to my meetings with advocacy groups in Rhode Island. During the semester, I'll be in Providence, Rhode Island at Brown, and I'll gather resources there by meeting with advocacy groups, connecting with other student leaders at Brown and the surrounding universities, and meeting with the teachers, school boards, and everybody in person so I can build those connections there. In November, the Rhode Island legislature has its pre-file date, so I want to start thinking about filing my bill then and getting in contact with legislators at this point. And beyond that, in January, I'll be studying abroad in the spring, and so the legislative session in Rhode Island starts January 2nd, and my study abroad program starts at the end of January. So if I can do a significant amount of work in that first month in Rhode Island, then I think I could focus my efforts on passing this legislation next year. However, if that doesn't work out and I don't have a strong following at Brown with other student activists, then I want to think more about implementing a pilot program in one school or one school district for a year first, and then proposing it again in the 2019 legislative session. So to kind of wrap up my presentation, in summary, suicide is a huge issue that impacts all community members, and so the better we equip our communities with the ability to intervene and have these conversations, the safer our communities will be. And so I hope that this policy-based advocacy work that I'm doing through this capstone is just the beginning of the activism and advocacy work I'll do beyond academia and Brown University. So I want to thank the Mount Vernon Leadership Fellows and my mentor, Sarah Pheasant, for helping me pursue my passions during these 6 weeks, and I look forward to continuing this in the coming months. Thank you, and questions. Cool.
In your research on the other states that passed legislation, was there any data on maybe how that affected suicide rates or suicide attempts in that age group?
Right, so most data has shown that teachers and staff members were more willing to have those conversations with students and more students could reach out to them. However, the data has been inconclusive around actually lowering the suicide rates because there's so many confluent factors. Richard.
Awesome presentation.
Thank you.
Two quick questions. One, you mentioned that at the time Tennessee was the only state to kind of pass that comprehensive legislation. So how many other states have this, and sort of is there a trend there? And then two, you showed a slide that it was like comparing the United States and Rhode Island, like benchmarks. Are those percentages, or are those like the 27 and the 15? Like those numbers, are those percentages, or are those like out of 100,000?
Let's see. To your first question, the Jason Flatt Act has been passed in 19 states, and Tennessee was the first one to do that. And so most of the states, I know Washington State hasn't passed it either. Rhode Island hasn't passed it. A lot of the states are sort of in the middle-ish region of America. I know California was the third state to pass it, and they've been altered slightly from state to state, but in general, the bare bone structure of the 2 hours every year to maintain licensure is pretty consistent. And these are percentages, so, or I believe they're percentages. I'll check later, but I think they are. Savannah.
Do you have any plans for after graduation, if you're not staying in Rhode Island for the rest of your life, what would happen if legislation doesn't pan out for the next 2 years?
Right. So if I don't stay in Rhode Island, I know there's a lot of people at Brown and a student activist that I've been connecting with recently who are actually from Rhode Island and who are constituents who I'll definitely be involving in this project. So legislators actually listen to me because I have someone who's going to be voting for them. And so just sort of passing the project on to them. But if this doesn't sort of work out while I'm at Brown, then I imagine this would be like a priority in my life, and I'd be very willing to stay in Providence and Rhode Island for years after graduation to see this through. Yeah, Michael.
So you data says that the percentage of attempted suicide is higher in Rhode Island than at Providence. So I'm just wondering if there's any research into why it's higher in Rhode Island.
I'm not totally sure. I'll have to look into that more, but yeah, I'll get back to you on that. Yeah.
I noticed that there's kind of, you see how the rates in Rhode Island are higher for actually attempting suicide or attempting suicide that results in an injury is higher, whereas admitting that or discussing, being comfortable discussing that people felt sad or seriously considered it is lower. How do you think that you can bridge the gap to get people to discuss this before, maybe not thinking about it or being willing to think about it in the future?
Definitely, that's a great question. So a lot of that is around stigma around mental health and mental illness. And so I know Rhode Island is, I think in the US, even though it's the smallest state, it has the largest percentage of, I think, Liberian refugees. And so there's sort of that dynamic. And since Rhode Island is such a small state, it's like fairly underfunded. Brown University is sort of this island of privilege, of wealth, and of like this Ivy League vibe, and then the surrounding Providence community is not like that. And so there's a lot of poverty, there's a lot of sort of racial tension, and with immigration and everything, that is a big piece. And so if you look at sort of the racial ethnic data and how mental illness is stigmatized differently within communities of color, I think that's a big part of why that disparity exists. Of course, stigma exists throughout all walks of life. And so talking about it through equipping people with suicide intervention tactics, but also just having events where people are vulnerable about their own mental health struggles and own mental illnesses, I think is just a general step, perhaps not super concrete, but a way to change the overall culture of the stigma around mental illness. Brian. For sure, yeah. So some of the pushback that foundations like the AFSP and the Jason Flatt Act have received in the past are mostly around just like asking teachers to do another thing. So it seems like yes, suicide is super important, but if you implement suicide training, first of all, that's taxing on their time, but also are you switching that out for something else? And so a lot of current trainings are already sort of molded in a way that it's very cohesive and sort of self-contained. And so if you add another thing, then it's like, okay, well, how much will this actually affect the population? How much time do we want to invest in this? And also, suicide intervention is something that's important, but I feel like teachers are not like the first population that you might think of. You might think of emergency responders first. And so I feel like a lot of states just haven't really gotten around to it yet, and hopefully that's changing. Thank you.
Well, congratulations to all the presenters already this morning, in particular to Dorothy, who just finished. It was fantastic. We're going to break now for lunch. We'll be back here at 1 o'clock. There's plenty of lunches provided for everybody, so go on and have a box lunch, and we'll see you all back here again at 1. Let's give one more round of applause to all the presenters.
I'm checking to see if my thing's on there.
I have to upload my
Okay,
PowerPoint,
it's
so
on
I'm the
here.
first one after lunch.
It's on here.
Yeah.
I have to change all my fonts after you do that.
Why?
Okay.
My font didn't come in.
Do you want to do it now?
Do that.
Just do it now while you're here.
The font.
And then I'll grab
Because
it.
like the chalkboard font to my presentation like completely went away, and that's like so key to my. I don't know.
Oh, I get what
You see?
you're saying.
And
Yeah,
it,
I heard
like,
you talking about that with someone, and I like didn't know what you were talking
It like
about.
says it came in, but like it totally didn't. See, that's not chalkboard. I don't even like know how to use this.
Do you know?
Comic Sans, does that look chalkboardy?
Yeah, but keep scrolling. Let's see if there's a better one.
But then the problem is, as I go through this, it's all gonna change my. Like the sizes are gonna change. This is like such an annoying
Yeah,
thing.
you can. We got it. We got it.
I've been like thinking about it all morning.
Oh my God.
It's like the one
That'd be
thing.
bothering me.
Oh, I'm so frustrated.
That one kind of looks like chalkboard.
This.
No,
But then it
never
gets
mind,
kind of
never
like hard to read, you know?
mind. Yeah.
So I have to keep it so it's clear.
I know that one exists.
I know.
Poor Richard.
That one?
This script is, it just gets like hard to read. That might be better though. This.
That one's cute. I like that
Looks
one.
good.
Does that look chalkboardy?
It looks like somebody's like more writing. It looks like more stylistic.
Okay. So then, oh my God, this is gonna drive me crazy. Does it not go to what I just did?
What was the
It was like a Sego
It was like script something.
Sego print.
Yeah.
If you do it enough, it'll pop up in like recently used fonts.
Yeah, that's what I thought it would do this first time. It's not doing it. Just maybe you could like start typing it in. Yeah. Scroll down a little.
No, and then it did that. This is gonna, my font
I
didn't
don't
come
think
through.
it's like. I mean, there might be an aspect that like you're kind of bummed, but it's not going to change the content.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, when you switch from
the Mac to the.
Mac to the. Yeah, we were putting together this presentation. It was like a group thing. It was like really important, and one of the members of the group kept opening it in their Apple in a different, using the Apple, was it EndNote or something like that, and making all these format changes, and then putting it back in. We're like, you are no longer allowed to touch this.
How does that look?
I think that looks good. I like it. It
Cool.
looks a lot like.
Much better than this. I just feel like that's
Yeah, the other one
boring.
looks like somebody wrote it. Yeah. Maybe smooth that up a little bit. Or yeah, change it.
Oh no.
If you need to open it in what you used last time, you can do that.
You want to do that?
You won't have your presentation notes.
I've already I did my edits and stuff like from the PowerPoint version.
Okay.
So if I went back to what I had, then it wouldn't.
Yeah, I understand.
I might go get food while you
Oh, that's totally fine. This is gonna take me a little bit of time, unfortunately. I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine. I just gotta put.
I'm moving. I told you all the fonts changed on mine, so I'm changing them back, which is so annoying. But that's okay. We're surviving. I'm getting through this one edit at a time.
You got this. It's gonna be great.
Thank you.
I put your bobby pins there. Oh, thank you. I'm so sad. I thought there was going to be peanut butter pie today, and there's not. Oh no.
What is it?
Only cookies, which I'm like only cookies, but.
This is such a bitch.
You're on your microphone, by the way. It's live.
Yeah, okay.
Heads up.
Good. I'm gonna make sure that my animations work now.
Yay, that looks great. I didn't know that this would happen. I got so confused.
Okay, so cool, that works.
I like that. Did you add those?
Mm-hmm.
That looks really good. Glad you did that. that looks good with just the, yeah, that's definitely improved. Okay, I'm gonna get some food because I'm very hungry. Shannon, can we talk about how loud my stomach growled?
Oh my gosh, that
It was like ridiculous.
Are you saving back to, where is it being saved to? Where did it just go?
It should save it, if you open it from the laser, it should save back to the laser.
So I just saved, so now I'm gonna close it, and now let's go back to here. Alright.
Great.
That's been like bothering me all morning.
And now it's fixed.
And now it's fixed. And I can
Where is the thing to click on to find the presentations?
you click on like slideshow, and then it's the upper left.
I think I'll find it. Hey, hey. Just making a few last minute edits on my PowerPoint. I'm not a fan of this computer.
Is yours messed up a lot like Shannon's?
No, I just need a few changes that I was thinking about this morning. Sorry about that.
You're good. Does it look good?
Yeah. Well, I hope so. Tyler's through all next week, which is necessary that week after. So we can give her projects to do.
Okay.
But we have a whole week with them both.
Yeah, that would really.
Yeah, and so you were super young last week, but you know, sometimes they All right, I need to eat. What time is it? How much time do we have? Half an hour? Yeah, great. Okay.
Wow, I appreciate that. Thanks, Tim. Thank you. Keep in touch. Yeah, definitely. If I'm ever up here again, I'll give you a call. Look forward to it. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You working while you're eating?
What's that?
Working and eating?
I've got like a number of flights like really soon. So I'm trying to get that out of the way. Good job.
Thanks.
I enjoyed it this morning.
Try to have a personal touch.
Yeah, you know, that's what, honestly, like there at the beginning when you, pointed out like this is why I have interest, that was what we were looking for. And I think that helped. So, and I know that, people really enjoyed your presentation. So great job.
Thank you.
Listening to it. Yeah, anything worthwhile to say.
Absolutely. Excited?
Oh yeah, so pumped. I'm just ready to get it done. Or not get it done, but do it.
Saving the best for last. Which one's the flash drive?
It's called the Lexus, if that helps.
Lexer?
Lexer, yeah. Lexus.
I never understand why the domestic airlines ask if you're traveling with children because they don't alter the cost. Any international airlines do. But it's like this, like, oh, I'm traveling with kids, so they're gonna be cheaper, right? No. It's a tease. When we lived in Korea, all the airlines out there, if we were plotting like a child, it's like almost 50% less.
Are any meetings going on in either of these classrooms or other rooms?
It should be clear, but I'm not 100%.
Okay, I just didn't know if they were.
Does Joe swag you up?
Yeah, exactly.
You could be a walking Vernon Bolton or billboard.
So are you practicing right now?
No, I want to see what my presentation looks like.
Is there a way to make it so it doesn't expand all the way across the screen?
Yeah, you can still press that button. You do the, you see how,
Wait, how do I? How do I?
So here, can I just bring yours up? So we have different ways to put it. So you can have it that way, which is how, if you did it in widescreen, this is going to be how it's actually supposed to look. Yeah, this stretches it, or you can even just go smaller. If you have a video you want to show, or multiple videos that you want to show, or you want to highlight one.
Okay.
Yeah. High-end technology that we don't use. We put PowerPoints up and show the occasional video. Ooh, the bouncing logo.
Oh, you changed it.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, I love that. That's great.
And then this one will be one by one.
Samuel.
They added another slide. On Sundays of my
Who's that?
Look, this one's nice now. Because I'll get to talk there and then I'll bring up the people.
Who's Samuel Vinches?
This one's the one, another one I showed.
Does it say oops?
Don't turn green.
Does it say oops?
OCPS.
I was thinking of out-of-pocket expenses.
She looks so powerful in that picture.
She looks old.
And that's it. Yay.
Interesting. So
Let me see yours.
Oh.
Johnson. Oop, Savannah's email. Let's log out.
Neil Bryan, you should sign up for the Aspen Institute does the 5 best ideas of the day.
Yeah.
It's normally these articles that are you would probably mostly overlook and touches on a wide variety of topics. But it's almost every day I'm fascinated by what they put out.
Is it pretty like how much time does it typically take you to? Is it pretty concise in there?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean it's just links.
Oh,
you can,
okay.
You can decide which they like. These are the best 5 things that we saw today.
Gotcha.
And so they're just links. So you can decide what you want to look at. But it comes out daily.
Is there a way to turn off the visual until I have it like
So
shown
hit
up?
clear layout on.
Okay, and then I
And then hit the green.
okay,
the
I
green
see.
button.
Perfect. Thank you, Sean. There we go. What can I show you? Sam. Huh? Should I minimize it or put it?
Hot mic shit.
I know. It's okay, it already happened, it's too late. It's too late now.
All 10 people watching the live stream.
No, it was probably, I think it was less than that, because as of like 20 minutes ago, there were 5 people.
The highest I ever saw was 10. I think you're doing just fine.
Oh, were you online when you were?
When I was fixing my font and was frustrated, and someone's mother texted them and said, "Don't go to the mic, it's live."
Oh no.
So that's okay.
It's alright.
I can't go pull it up. She's so upset about the chalkboard. We should really look into this about politics. But I fixed it. It's all okay.
It's all right. Just shows your passion.
Exactly. I'm passionate and I care about the appearance of the project.
You looked really good yesterday.
Thank you. I kind of zoned out while I was presenting. I'm not really sure what I said.
You did a good job.
Oh, and I fixed the diagram so that there's
So the
fewer
percentages-
distractions. The percentages are gone, and then there was also like a little triangle there that was like no significant change, and I was like, compared to what?
Yeah, exactly.
So I got rid of that too.
It's just too hot outside.
It's really, really humid today.
I'm ready for the skies to come out.
I know, it looks very stormy. I didn't think it was supposed to rain today.
I didn't either, but. Good job, sir.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Yeah, did you enjoy getting that done?
Yeah, that was good. That was good. Once I got there, I had no idea how long I was up there for. So I kind of had the presenter mode up before I went up.
Do you zone out while you talk to?
Well, yeah, there was that, and I wasn't able to keep track of what I said was one thing, so I felt like I made do myself a
You
little
did
bit,
good.
but it worked out.
Yeah, you handled your questions really well. You got some pretty tough questions, and I thought you handled them really well.
I appreciate that. I felt, thank God, we wanted to a little bit. The economics side of it is something that's still really easy.
Yeah, so that really is the point.
I'm
I mean,
Olivia,
at the end of
and
the
then-
day, you're not, at the same time, if they don't get the grant out, then the grant goes
They will.
down. Right. So that doesn't benefit anyone. So
Yeah,
it
it's
doesn't matter
not there.
economic or whatever, it just doesn't benefit anyone.
Brian, I'll make you look
So
good.
the issue is like,
I'll make you look good when you
there's
present.
that,
Why would you?
After me,
reason
yeah.
for why they didn't charge. Because our farmers have those clearance in place already. So even if they do have a little bit of loss, they have to have that.
Or if they need it for their own personal use.
Yeah, absolutely.
Should I put this water bottle, this water bottle?
I put mine into my water bottle, and that's
And
what.
with storage, particularly grains like corn,
Corporation
then you can look into things like husbandry
Second.
and, you know.
After Olivia, and I'm very worried because I find that my program is very
Being able to
Hard to
use all different types of,
It could be anywhere.
stock.
No, you're gonna do great, Shannon, trust me, I've seen your presentation, it's awesome.
You'll be fine, Chairman.
Thank you. I live here. I live way too near my brother.
There is so much happiness in the world today.
See, when you got the end, you got all this anticipation.
I
whenever they're ready, the names are there beside it.
What's the best way for me to get it? I don't know, like, it's supposed to. Why would you make
I'm gonna try to give you guys a wave because I'm the second one.
Did you know that what? Like, smartphones had a reserve battery in it, so if you dial 911, it would start back up. That's a good battery. That's if you ever, this, because the dropped in the storage locker, and somehow she found an old track phone, she was able to call 911. So if that ever happens to you, old track phones have a reserve battery.
Well, it doesn't automatically come to the quality, but you can have it like.
Oh, if it's connected to your phone. That's it. Okay, so they're saying like it'll love when you can't call, but obviously you have the app. That makes sense. Okay. And apparently it's very short too, sometimes. Well, like, I don't know, I'm not doing anything wrong, but I mean, if you have a phone, like, they already know, like, these
I rather laugh than most.
yeah, and like this is like doesn't like they're already Hey, how are you?
What I just wish I was first. I'll have to say.
Yeah, I don't know.
You're gonna go, and it'll be fun.
This other undergrad in my lab is like randomly texting me out the way. I haven't seen him like in a long time. And he's like, hey, I've already written this grant pretty much for getting funding. He's like, hey, do you want to like maybe work together for this grant thing? And I'm like, well, I've already like written mine, but
Ready? You two all set up. Okay, welcome back from our lunch break, and we're ready for an exciting afternoon as we finish the day of presentations. Starting us off on a good note will be Olivia Brzezinski, who will be talking to us about food waste and food deserts.
Yeah, so as Sean said, I'm Olivia Rosinski. I'm from the University of South Carolina, where I study biochemistry and economics with a minor in business administration. And my presentation today is titled Pass the Plate, Addressing Food Insecurity Through Decreased Food Waste. And so this is just an outline of what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to go through my inspiration for the project, what food deserts even are, what chronic health conditions are, and my plans to address this problem, as well as how I'm going to determine success. So my inspiration for this project really stems from my time volunteering at the Free Medical Clinic in Columbia, South Carolina, where if you show social security cards and identification, you're able to receive free medical care from licensed professionals. And I remember my first day going to the clinic, being given a tour of the facility and being shown like the clinical side of operations, the administrative side, as well as from the like nutritional preventative side. And the director of the program really was talking about how people will come to the free medical clinic with, say, heart disease, and they'll come and they'll get free medical care and they'll get free prescription medication, and then they'll go off, they'll live their lives, they might not come back for refills, they might not change their lifestyle to really help themselves combat that heart disease and that high blood pressure, and that ultimately the problem won't be solved. And so that really got me thinking there must be a better and a more efficient solution to this problem. And so what are food deserts? Essentially, I found this cartoon online, and I thought it really, really highlighted food deserts and food insecurity. Food deserts are when it's really, really hard to obtain fresh and whole foods in your area, and those are usually in urban areas. And food insecurity is where you have a lack of reliable access. So as this cartoon kind of shows, there is food. It's not that you don't have food. You have fast food, you have sodas, fries, shakes, but you don't have the nutritional value whole foods that you need in order to live a healthy lifestyle. And so many of you guys, I'm sure, are familiar with scenes such as this, where you're driving through cities, urban areas with lots of fast food restaurants, a lot of convenience stores that, yeah, they might sell bread, milk, some apples, but those are going to be at 3 times the cost as prices would be in suburban markets. And a lot of times low-income families, don't have the time, energy, or resources in order to spend 4 hours to travel out to the suburban markets in order to obtain these cheaper, fresh whole foods and vegetables. And so this is just another map showing kind of the region where I'm looking at specifically, and the region where I'm from. The larger map shows the food insecure regions, and it focuses mostly on the southern and southeastern United States. As you can see, they have higher rates of food insecurity. And then the one map to the right shows food deserts in South Carolina. And those are often in lower income areas, again, often in urban areas where they just don't have access to whole fruits and vegetables and things of that nature. And so chronic conditions, what are they? Those are conditions such as high blood pressure, diabetes, obesity, things of that nature. About half of all adults have at least one of those conditions. And in counties with poverty rates greater than 35%, they have 145% times greater likely to develop obesity than more wealthier countries. And so it's definitely a public issue that stems a lot from income inequality and inequality in access in terms of resources. And then these few charts, I think, really highlight, again, the relationship between really large public health issues and income inequality in terms of the lower income that you are, the greater chance that you are to be obese, have diabetes, and then if you're more sedentary, you're also more likely to develop both of those conditions. But however, this isn't just a United States issue. I really want to highlight that it's not because Americans are lazy. This is a growing global health concern, and especially with developing nations across the world, this is going to be an increasingly more global concern, especially in countries such as China and India, where a lot of these fast food joints and maybe urban areas are growing faster than their infrastructure can support. And so why do these communities have such high rates of chronic conditions? I really want to highlight that these problems are very complex. And I'm just going to be focusing on a lack of access to fresh food, but potential neighborhood violence is a huge concern. If you're nervous about going outside to walk around in your neighborhood or letting your kids play outside, that's going to affect your overall quality of life and your well-being, as well as a biochemistry major. Something I want to highlight is if you have increased stress in your life, you might not know where your next meal comes from, you might not know where your next job comes from, you're going to have increased levels of cortisol in your body, and that's going to affect how well you sleep, how well your body metabolizes food, and that's also going to impact your overall level of health and well-being. And from a psychological standpoint, I'm sure many of you guys have seen Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and I think this really helps illustrate a more broader level of quality of life that I hope to help obtain with a project such as this one. And so essentially this kind of pyramid goes that if your bottom levels of needs aren't filled, you can never reach the next level. And so say you never have full, healthy foods that are available for you, and you never really fully satisfy those physiological needs on the bottom, you can never fully reach the levels of self-actualization where you're really able to help contribute to yourself, your own career goals, your own family goals, and society's goals as well. And so that's something I really wanted to investigate at. And then from a more economic approach, the amount that we spend on these so-called solutions that don't actually work is astounding. And so you can see, this is data from 2006, but the trends are very similar. The amount we spend in total healthcare, almost 84% of the amount that we spend on healthcare goes towards chronic conditions, as well as you can see 99% of the amount that we spend on Medicare goes to these solutions for these chronic conditions that clearly, if the level of rates of chronic conditions are increasing, those aren't actually working. And so this is a little infographic that I wanted just to go through to show how I see the problem as a very large global health concern in terms of if you have increased levels of food deserts in food insecurity, you're going to have increased levels of chronic conditions, which is going to negatively impact your quality of life. It's going to increase spending on healthcare, and then overall, on a global scale, everyone's life is not going to be as good as it could be. And so kind of coming into this project, I had two really wonderful mentors, and my original idea was to grow food on campus and then donate that food to communities in the area. And my mentors very promptly reminded me that the growing season for a lot of produce, such as tomatoes, corn, you name it, is during the summer when a lot of students aren't at school. And I was like, wow, I hadn't even considered that. And so while I've been in DC, I've really taken the liberty to explore a lot of different avenues of organizations and models that are here in DC, especially ones that Columbia doesn't have. Columbia is looking into food deserts and food insecurity and food policy concerns, but DC's a lot more forward in those efforts. And so some activities I'd like to highlight that I've done here is on Saturday morning, I went to 4 different farmers markets, and I went to 2 of them that really utilized a SNAP program in which people can show how they're on food stamps or they're having like women, infant, children checks, and then when they produce those and show them to the people in these tents outside the farmers markets, they'll give them $10 free to go spend on healthy foods in the market. So I went and I talked to some people that are involved in those programs, and the funding comes from a subsidy from the city of DC. And so again, that's maybe not a model that I would want to concentrate on in Columbia, but it's definitely something that is really, really intriguing. And then another Saturday morning, I went and I picked kale for a nonprofit farm, and then that kale was then donated to the Arlington Food Association Council, and then they went and they donated that kale that I picked to people from lower income areas as well as food banks and food shelters. And so these are just a few of the models that I've looked into while I've been here, and so I'll go and talk a little bit more about what I kind of decided was appropriate for Columbia and for my school campus. So Food Recovery Network is an organization that a lot of college campuses already have chapters. They're actually present on 229 college campuses, so odds are your college has a chapter, so definitely look into that. And I had a contact here at the bottom left. Her name was Hannah, and she was really, really awesome. And we got coffee, and we talked about the Food Recovery Network efforts across the country as well as the ones at USC. And what the Food Recovery Network really focuses on is food waste in college dining halls and collecting that food waste and then donating it. And I felt that this model was really, really appropriate, not only because it already exists at USC, but because it utilizes college resources and college students and efforts that they can undergo in order to help combat food insecurity through food waste on their campus, which is very appropriate considering how much food is wasted in the United States and how many people don't know where their next meal is going to come from. So especially on a college campus aspect, that's something that we can all really work to contribute and work towards. Another aspect that I investigated, especially with picking kale from a farm, is the term gleaning, which is where you either go to a farm and you pick produce after the farmer has already harvested produce that's like cosmetically good looking for the things that you see in the grocery store shelves, and then maybe there's some left over that's edible, but they can't necessarily sell that to supermarkets, and then going out and then picking that produce, and then they're fine with donating it because they're not going to sell it anyways. I looked into doing that in farms in the surrounding Columbia area, and I kind of decided that establishing relationships with the farmers would take too much time, especially with getting them to be okay with college students coming onto their land, and then you run into the whole problem of when the harvesting season is in as well. It's during the summer for a lot of crops, so that's kind of a problem. But there is a lot of gleaning that goes on at farmers markets. And so there's a really, really awesome farmers market in Columbia, South Carolina called Soda City. It's right in the middle of Columbia, right on Main Street. And I contacted the director of the whole farmers market, and he was like, yeah, like you can definitely go to each individual vendor and talk to them about food waste, and not all of them obviously sell fruits and vegetables, but a lot of them do. And so I'm looking to go directly to these vendors of these whole fruits and vegetables and be like, hey, is there anything that's about to go bad that you just throw away that you can't sell that we could then donate to food banks and contribute to food waste that way? Another organization that I had the pleasure of working with is called the Food Rescue US. And that was my contact down at the bottom left. Her name is Kate Urbank. And this organization is really, really interesting because they have an app. And you can download the app on your phone right now if you wanted to, and you could sign up as either a food donator, so say you have some food waste that you don't need and that's available for human consumption. You could be a food transporter, so say you're a student and you have a car, hint, hint, and you need some volunteer hours and you would be willing to transfer food from where it's needed to where it's not needed anymore. You can also sign up as a nonprofit organization that's willing to accept this food. And so it really streamlines the whole food waste process in order to make it more efficient. And I thought it would be a really, really great model to help utilize college students, their ability to drive, their access to cars, as well as the food waste on college campuses. And so these are just a few of the food banks and homeless shelters that I want to work with in the Columbia area. Harvest Hope Food Bank, again, is a food bank, but the Oliver Gospel Mission is a homeless shelter for men, and they work really, really closely with homeless men in the area, and that would be a really, really great avenue to focus on nutrition and food waste, as well as Transitions is another homeless shelter, and they really help facilitate people who have been homeless working to get them a job again. And then Palmetto Place is a children's shelter that I've had the pleasure of tutoring at, and they would definitely love increased fruits and vegetables. So kind of my proposed solution at this point is to look at starting a gleaning effort at the Columbia Farmers Market, as well as facilitating and encouraging the food recovery network efforts at USC in terms of food waste, and really streamlining that process through the use of the Food Rescue app in order to donate to local food banks in the Columbia area. I've had some conversations with people from the Food Rescue US organization and the Food Recovery Network organization, and they're looking to potentially merge. And so if that happens, I am in a perfect spot to become a college liaison to help the 229 student chapters across the country adopt this new app and really facilitate the whole food waste process. However, another point that I want to bring up is that food waste is great, but you can't always control what kind of food waste you get from a nutritional perspective. And so part of my effort would be to look at increased nutritional initiatives in terms of, say you get macaroni and cheese like this example provides. What are some ways that you can increase the health of the meal that's been donated based on resources that you have to facilitate the health of the meals that you're providing either at your shelter or for your family? And so I thought this was a really, really great example of a recipe card that I would potentially create and distribute at local food banks and in the free medical clinic in the area. As you can see, I mean, I probably wouldn't do carrot soup because it doesn't sound very filling or easy to make, but I really like this example because at the top you can see in green it talks about the health benefits of eating carrots. And so you really connect the benefit of what you're eating, like one of the main ingredients, how you're making it, the ease of what you're making, and as well as providing like an educational outlet for people to learn more about how the food that they eat affects their bodies and how that can affect their overall health and quality of life. So this is just kind of a streamlined umbrella that I created to kind of tie together all of the efforts that I'm working on. As you can see, the ultimate goal is to decrease food waste and increase nutritional access to food. Through the Food Recovery Network, both at my school and potentially across the country if that merge works out. Gleaning, again, which is just taking the potential food waste from the farmers market in my area, as well as supplemental education initiatives. And as you can see, through both the Food Recovery Network and gleaning at the Soda City Farmers Market, that process would be streamlined through the use of the Food Rescue US app, which again I have a contact with, and then ultimately all the food would be donated to food banks, as well as the supplemental education initiative would be tied to the free medical clinic. So determining success with the use of the app at both the Food Recovery Network organization at USC, as well as potentially across the country, I would just be measuring the increase in the amount of food that's collected, as well as what kind of relationships and what kind of positive feedback I can get from getting food that potentially would be wasted at the farmers market in South Carolina. The farmers market has garnered a whole lot of support in the past few years, and I'm anticipating a lot of success and a lot of enthusiasm from the farmers. And actually the day after I get back from this program, I'll be going to talk to some of them, so that'll be really exciting. And then I want to just definitely foster communication between the free medical clinic and myself and the efforts that I'm working on, as well as the food banks, and seeing, you know, are you guys getting the fruits and vegetables that you want? Is this helping you? Is this not helping you? Do you notice any changes in the health of the people that you serve? Again, I think it'd be really, really hard to measure a full scale, you know, like people conquering like high blood pressure or heart disease, but I think it's definitely a step in the right direction. And then these are just some of my proposed outcomes in terms of increasing efficiency through the use of the app, and as well as decreasing food waste on USC and in college campuses across the country, as well as at the farmers market that I mentioned before, and then increasing awareness about this issue. So how you guys can help right now, I think the biggest thing is just being aware of your own personal food waste. Don't take more than you think you can eat. If you take more than you can eat, save it for later, give it to a friend. I'm sure you can find plenty of hungry boys that would eat your food. And then also be aware of the difference between a sell-by date and an expiration date, because a lot of times they'll print dates and they aren't actually expiration dates, they're sell-by dates, and just being aware of how to tell if your food's really, really bad, or if you just think it's bad based on the sell-by date, which means it's really not bad at all. And then looking at your local Food Recovery Network chapter at your university, odds are most, if not all of your schools already have a chapter. And so if you are really seeing the value of a program like this, going to see how you could help, as well as looking at how your community is addressing food waste initiatives and how you can further help food bank donations increase the health of the food that they accept. This is my contact information and any questions. Yeah.
I like how you gave us action steps. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
It's nice to finish with those and be like, I know what to do.
Mhm.
I'll go, not my college campus yet.
Yeah, yeah.
But I was curious, what I loved about what you proposed is how you are leveraging a lot of existing
Right.
systems and networks.
Mm.
And I think that shows a real leadership in terms of seeing what the things are that are out there and how can you help coordinate. What are
Mhm.
the challenges that you see, or that you're ready to tackle by bringing disparate organizations that already exist in their own world together?
Right. That's a great question. I think Columbia is not necessarily the most progressive city, although they're very, very open to new ideas and they're willing to change. So DC has a lot of initiatives, and through this program, I've had a lot of liberty to explore existing programs, but Columbia doesn't have a lot of them. And so I think problems that I see with this proposed solution, I mean, there are a ton. I could just go on and on. I think in terms of farmers market gleaning, the vendors might not be okay with donating food, or maybe they're okay with donating food some weeks, and maybe they're not okay with donating food some weeks, other weeks. And so I think there might be a lot of inconsistency with donations. Again, Soda City is like a relatively big farmers market, but there's also a really, really big state farmers market, probably about 20 minutes out. And so I could go and see those farmers. Not all of them are from the area. Some of them come down from other states, but they also have a lot of produce that's really, really cheap. So I think the key to addressing any problems that might come up is just remaining as open as I can to problems that come and different solutions and the different connections that I've leveraged both here in DC and as well in Columbia. I had the opportunity to attend a city council meeting right before the semester ended, where our city council members definitively said that there was going to be a food policy committee. Apparently the city council meeting right before that, there was some contingencies and some people were arguing about whether that was necessary or not. And so that was really great because I went to that city council meeting and I met like probably close to 20 other leaders in Columbia that were like, this needs to happen, like this needs to be a thing. And so I got like tons and tons of cards of people who are really, really passionate about this issue and looking to leverage those connections as well, because I definitely did not want to establish a program that already existed. I wanted to feel where the need was for this kind of issue in the Columbia area. Yeah.
Could you talk again a little bit more about the balance between education and awareness about why people should eat healthy and then access? Like, do you think the education is as important as access?
Yeah. I think another kind of thought that I had is that if people have access but they don't know what to do with it and they don't know the benefit of how that can help them, like what's the point? And so having increased access in both like homeless shelters, food banks, and potentially the free medical clinic, if people know why the increased access is important, how it can affect their health, their family's health, I think that's where the real key lies. And so I think it's kind of like a two-pronged issue. But one, if you have education but you have no tool with which to leverage that education and show how it's important, like that's no use. And if you have access but you can't explain how that benefits them, that's of no use either. So I think it's very interconnected when addressing this as a public health issue, both in Columbia and across the United States, and you name it. Yeah.
I have two parts of the question you're kind of saying.
Yeah.
One, so is that app, is it targeted more at individuals or like companies, restaurants, and everything? And then going off of that question, so I have a friend whose family owns a restaurant, and we've spoken on like the food waste that comes out of that restaurant before. And she kind of said that for her family, there's a lot of government restrictions on what
Yeah.
restaurants are allowed to donate to their food banks as food waste. And because of that, it's just so difficult that they don't do it, and it's a problem that they're trying to figure out. So I don't know if you're aware, I mean, I know you're not
Yeah.
necessarily looking at restaurants, you're looking more at farms, but like what government restrictions apply to like food waste donations and
Mhm.
working with restaurants?
No, that's a really great question too. The app, as far as I know, they want like legitimate organizations. So whether that is farms, whether that is restaurants, like I don't want to limit that at all. So if I bring that app down to Columbia where it doesn't exist already, and there's overwhelming support from local restaurants and like the community members in the area, then like I want to help facilitate that by all means. And I do know that there's an act, and I forgot what it's called, like forgive me, but it says that you can't get in trouble if someone gets sick from the food that was donated. And I don't remember when that was passed, but it's an act that I know would be heavily used in this kind of setting. And I feel like too, as well as going through existing organizations like Food Rescue US, Food Recovery Network. They have a lot of these like logistical things already kind of set in place. And if I just help become a college liaison for streamlining that process, you know, they kind of already have like a lot of the governmental restrictions kind of tied in a bow per se. But I do know that act exists, and I can look it up and get back to you on that. Yeah.
How are you going to deal with seasonal fluctuations between the availability of fresh food, as throughout the year you can have the same amount of food that's fresh and healthy for people to eat?
Yeah, that's a whole other thing. I think winter fruits and vegetables get a lot of like slack, I guess. They, especially in South Carolina where the climate isn't as harsh as it is maybe in Minnesota, we do get a lot, we do have a lot of things that can be harvested. And I think the benefit of going to these farmers who are growing these things, because, you know, they have their stand all year around in the farmers market. And so they're adapting their local food growing practices to adapt for the season, and they kind of already have that in place. So when you are able to facilitate that relationship with the farmer, as well as, you know, there's the whole issue of when you get your food more locally, you know, you're not getting your bananas from Chile or Argentina. Like, that's a whole other public health issue that I could go into up here again now. So like that's a whole other, I think, really positive almost, if you can, the food that you can accept and you can prevent from being wasted, if that's local and that's seasonal. Seasonal fruits and vegetables have a way, way, way higher increased nutritional value because they're grown in a way that they were meant to be grown. And so I think, especially maybe not in Minnesota again, but in South Carolina, I don't foresee that being a hindrance. I think that could potentially be a huge benefit in terms of getting people to eat more locally and eat more seasonally too. So, okay. Thanks, guys.
Should I exit it even with the screen on?
Yeah. Oops. Yeah, we'll do that, so nobody has to see our machinations here.
They don't have to see the background story. Thank you.
Right there, right?
Yep. That is my name.
Voila.
Voila.
So you feeling good? Pumped?
I
St. Louis?
tend to spin out when I speak, so.
Don't speak too quickly.
Yeah,
Your generation is like more mouth than us. Old timers are like, eh?
Especially me. I talk very fast.
Is that your water or somebody else's?
This is mine.
Take a sip. Take a breath. Step to the side so I can maybe start your slideshow.
And then I will.
Boom.
And then I will press. Yeah.
What do we got for time? 1:28. Talk to your dad. Is he watching online? What's that? Oh, he's watching.
No pressure.
Cool. I'll wait till 1:30. Make sure we got it. I'll start now, actually. All right, everybody. Welcome back. That was a fantastic presentation from Olivia. There's some food available. We don't want it to go to waste, so make sure you eat it or deliver it somewhere. So get on it, people. Okay. Now I'm pleased to introduce our next speaker, which she has a project very close to our hearts here at Mount Vernon. We care very much about civic education. It is crucial to the success of this republic's future, and something that I encourage everybody to think deeply about. But let's hear the story from Shannon Fisher. Welcome.
All right, hello everybody. As he already said, my name is Shannon Fisher. I am from just outside of Boulder, Colorado, and I go to the College of William and Mary, just down south in Williamsburg, Virginia, where I am a double major in government and history. Now, as he said, my project is on civic education, and my project is called Operation Constitution, Historians for Youth Civic Engagement. So really the main idea of my project is that it is directed towards middle school students in order to make politics positive and increase civic engagement in that way. So, to begin, my personal experience with civic education has really started since I was young. I grew up in a family of people who were very interested in history and always getting engaged in the outside world. I've always been traveling to Williamsburg, Monticello, Mount Vernon, and museums all around the world. So as you can see on that photo on the right, I am playing hoop and stick, which is something that people are often playing here at Mount Vernon. And then the photo on the left and the bottom, I believe, are at Yorktown. I can't quite remember. As you can see, I'm like 3, 4, 5, something really young, but it's always been very much a part of my life and how I've sort of gone about doing things and thinking. I've always been taught to think and learn in a very historical way. So that brings me to now. As I said, I am a history major, and so you can see the center picture. I'm very excited to have been at Mount Vernon and to have gotten to tour the house and be up in the cupola like that. So that just sort of extends my comfort with history and why it's so much a part of my life. Another experience with history that's been so crucial to my development, actually my 8th grade social studies teacher, he was very good at bringing history and civics to us and making it connectable to us. So when you're a young person, you're not old enough to vote, you're not old enough to really get involved in actual community, or at least you think you don't. So a lot of times, we have teachers that want us to get involved, but they don't really know how to tell us. So my 8th grade social studies teacher, he was constantly encouraging us to engage with history and apply it to our present day situation. So a story I have about that, there was one time when I was young and I was in 8th grade and we were very frustrated with our bus route on the way to school. There was one student who his mom wouldn't let him walk to the bus stop, so we had to get up 30 minutes earlier to go way out of our way and pick up this student, which meant that we had to wake up, and we were all very crabby about that, as any 8th grader would be. And so we were talking about this and whining about it in class, and he said, okay, you should make a petition. He taught us how, he told us the number of signatures that we should get, and said this is something that's part of being a citizen, is petitioning things that bother you. So we made a petition, we got the signatures, and needless to say, our bus driver was not very pleased, and we did not actually get any change, but that was just the start of us getting involved and getting interested. There was another experience with me being the unruly 8th grader that I was, where I flat-tired my teacher in the hallway, which means I stepped on the back of his shoe and made him trip. And as a result, he put me on trial in front of the entire class up for the death penalty. So I don't really know what that meant. It might have been death by chocolate. That's up for anybody to decide. But because the vote was not unanimous, I did not have the death penalty, which was great. However, he did teach us about trials and juries and the value of that in our current system. He made everything very individualized for us and made issues relatable. So now, in comparison to the 8th grade teacher that I had, we have a lot of issues, and a lot of it is people that see history in a meaningless, old way. So they think of a document and they think it's just a piece of paper and they don't apply it to what's happening now. Teachers often are pressured to design their curriculums based on what is being tested rather than to inspire their students to get involved in what they love and to love learning. So I've provided 2 acts up here for you that have sort of changed the way that we see civic discussion in schools. So the first one on the left is the No Child Left Behind Act, and that's given priority funding towards science and reading for increased literacy rates. And though that's really great, it's put more of an emphasis on testing. And so it's caused teachers to think more about testing and more about how we can teach our students to have better scores on the CSAP, which is the standardized test that I always took growing up. The other act is the STEM Education Act, which focuses on science, technology, engineering, and math funding, and focuses on those specifically. Now, that's really great. As many of us know, the future of the world, unfortunately, seems to be robots. So it's very important to do science and engineering and math. However, by putting extra funding into those programs, you're taking funding away from other programs like history, government, political science, geography, and more. And so that's happening in a lot of the STEM schools. There's actually one from my high school district that's become a STEM magnet school, and the students there are only doing the minimum requirements of writing that they need to do, the minimum of history, and so they're not actually engaging with it and learning how it applies to their real life. As a result of that, only 7% of classroom time is now spent on civic discussion. So that's really bad when we're wanting to learn about how the point of education is to learn how we apply ourselves to the world, and if we're not talking about how we are as citizens, then 7% can be really detrimental. So I've provided a couple statistics here on this next slide. As you can see, the numbers in the dark blue and the darker blue are the people who have a proficient or above understanding for these subjects. So this is statistics on 8th graders. And 8th graders have about a 18% understanding that is above a basic for US history. They have about 27% above basic understanding for geography, and only 24% of them have above a basic understanding for civics. So you're seeing that a majority of students have a basic or below basic understanding for civics and the world around them, and that means that only about 15 to 25% of students going into high school have a really good understanding about democracy, the role they have in being a US citizen, and the functions and structures of our government. So I've provided a couple more graphs for you here, and I want to underline that civics and civic engagement doesn't just mean voting. It also means petitioning and protesting. However, these figures here highlight particularly the voting. So the one on the left highlights the percent of age group that voted in previous elections. So the lower dots are for midterms, and the higher dots are for more presidential elections. So you can see in 2016, less than 50% of people between the ages of 18 and 29 voted, and that's significantly less than any of the other age groups. So we're seeing an issue there, and you're also seeing that issue has been consistent since 1986. The graph on the right splits it up as a partisan issue. So it has recently become that how you feel about an election and how you feel about particular candidates determines whether or not you're going to engage and determines whether or not you're going to vote. So you can see differences in voting percentages and turnouts between Republicans and Democrats, and that is constantly changing. And then you also see between the age groups of 17 up to 34, it is significantly lower than the groups above. So if that's the rest of the country, I want to boil this really close down into Williamsburg, Virginia, which is where I go to school, and I've been spending a majority of my year, the last 2 years. So I believe that Williamsburg itself is actually a very special case. Colonial Williamsburg is a colonial museum, just like Mount Vernon. It's living history. So I came to Mount Vernon, and I've worked with staffers at Mount Vernon who try to make history come to life and try to make it make sense and be interactive for the students and people that are coming here. Colonial Williamsburg has a very similar mission, which has been a very special and beneficial thing to the community. The College of William and Mary itself is also one of the oldest universities in the country. It was chartered in 1693, so it means that every student that is there, they are living history every time they come. So as a tour guide at the university, I am constantly giving tours and talking about history because it is such a key part of going to the university is knowing our history. We have students that are there who are taking classes in the oldest in-use academic building in the country, and that is showing how we bring history to life every day. Also, the students themselves at William and Mary, I believe, are also very civically engaged. They tend to be people who often protest and petition current events in the school board, whether that's locally, whether that's federally, it doesn't really matter. The students themselves are very involved. So as a result of that, I believe that civic education is a very good area to happen in Williamsburg because you can package the ideas of colonial Williamsburg and the history of the College of William and Mary together to create a good program for civic education. So to talk about my actual program itself, Operation Constitution, who would be involved? So as I previously described, the William and Mary students would be the perfect mentors for these middle school students as we go forward. So right now I'm trying to work with the history department and faculty at the College of William and Mary, and I have communicated with the honors fraternity, Phi Alpha Theta, which is a co-ed honors fraternity for history at the College of William and Mary, and I am hoping to possibly work with them in the future to get history majors to be the mentors for students in the future. Now, the three symbols on the right are the three different middle schools in the Williamsburg-James County area. We have Berkeley Middle School, Toano Middle School, and Lois S. Hornsby Middle School. I don't quite know yet if I'm going to be using all three of these middle schools or just one, but I do know that I will be targeting the sixth graders at these middle schools because those are the ones who are focusing on U.S. history up until 1865. Therefore, when you're talking about the Constitution and you're talking about history with them, it's not a completely foreign concept because they will have been previously discussing some of these subjects already. Now, what exactly is Operation Constitution? For those middle school students, I really want to create a day for them to engage in current events through the lens of the United States Constitution. Operation Constitution is going to be an interactive simulation day in which the sixth graders are becoming active members of society and they're simulating real-world thinking. For example, a key aspect of the day might be the freedom of speech as a part of the First Amendment. And so that's going to be the topic of the day, for example. So if you're given a scenario, the students might have to come up with how they might balance constitutional freedoms of speech with law and protest. I'm not exactly sure what that scenario might be right now, but you would have students acting as law enforcers and protesters, and they'll have to engage in discourse to figure out what might be the best solution for these situations. My hope is that these will incite positive and nonpartisan discussions about it, and that they will learn the value of differences of opinion. So if you're playing a different role, you're obviously going to have a different perspective on the issue. So by teaching them young that these are issues that are going to have different perspectives on it, I think that's going to be very key for their civic engagement going forward. Primarily, I want this to be an extracurricular based event because I don't want to take away from normal classroom time, although that is something that I'm willing to look into for the future once this has been a successful program already. So I've given you the who and I've given you the what. Now I want to give you the why of Operation Constitution. So I believe that William and Mary itself is a special place for this to occur because it's not just a mentor program for tutoring. There are so many mentor programs that take college students into high schools and middle schools to engage and create sort of leaders and mentors, but this is not just for tutoring. It's supposed to enrich and it's supposed to teach, and it's more for inciting engagement amongst people than for saying, here, this is how you do this 2 + 2 math problem. And here I've provided you my mission statement and my vision statement. So my mission statement is to encourage sixth graders to connect with the current civic atmosphere by understanding the United States Constitution. So though many schools across the country, this is something that I think is very important, and I want the sixth graders to be becoming tangible. They want these ideas to become tangible to them and things that they understand. So whether that means that they're raising money for the local animal shelter or they're petitioning the menu in their cafeterias, I want them to know that they have a role in society and that they can actually start to make civic engagement part of their own lives. I've also provided you here with my vision statement, which is how I expect this program to be useful in the future. So my vision statement is to inspire youth to learn how to engage with their community and in politics in a positive, nonpartisan way. So as I previously discussed, there are so many negative feelings, and the way that you vote is very rooted in what you believe and how you think that the government should act. And I don't think that should determine whether or not you're engaging with politics or you're engaging with the outside world. A lot of people right now think that if you're engaging on social media, that means that you're being civically involved, and that's really not true. There was recently an article on the Washington Post, actually, about how the Declaration of Independence was being tweeted, and people didn't recognize that it was the Declaration of Independence, and they got very upset. So that just sort of showed that, A, they were trying to engage with social media, but B, they didn't know enough about the subject in the first place. So social media is not a correct way to be engaged civically, and it can also incite very negative discussions. So making it positive and making it nonpartisan, I think, is going to be a key part of my mission going forth. I also have a series of challenges as I move forward with my program. So the main challenge is going to be extracurricular versus in class. So the reason I want it to be extracurricular is I want it to be something that is not getting in the way of what the middle school teachers are already teaching, as I previously mentioned. But if it is to be extracurricular, I need to consider how to get these students interested in the first place. If I don't have students attending the extracurricular program, I'm not going to have a successful program at all. So I'll have to market to the middle school administration, I'm going to have to market to the kids themselves, and I'm also going to have to market to the parents so that they know that this is worth their time and it's a fun and engaging activity. Secondly, a major question I have is who is going to help me build this program and who are going to be these sustainable partnerships that I use moving forward. So as I mentioned, I'm hoping to partner with the William and Mary History Department, but I'm also hoping to possibly partner with the William and Mary School of Education. There is a faculty member there right now who is doing sort of similar work and focusing on similar ideals, so I'm hoping to possibly work with him as a sustainable partner going forward. Also, as I mentioned, Colonial Williamsburg is a great resource in the area, so I want to use Colonial Williamsburg potentially in the future as a location for Operation Constitution to take place so that you really are immersing these students into history. Lastly, one of my biggest challenges will be building a curriculum for the actual day itself and building a program so that it's fun. I am an undergraduate student double majoring in government and history. I'm not a teacher. I'm not in the School of Education. So I'm going to need help by people who are teachers and people who are in the School of Education to really help me build a program that is fun and engaging and actually helps the students learn. So that's going to be a big challenge that I have going forward. My timeline for the future, I'm hoping this is going to be about a 2-year process because there are a lot of hoops going forward, but primarily during the fall of 2017, so this coming semester, I want to communicate with middle schools and possible partners that I might have. So communicating with the middle schools is going to be very key. I need to know when they're talking about the U.S. Constitution. I want to talk about with them how, and possibly the middle school teachers themselves will have some input on how they want this to run. Also, I'm going to want to develop possible partners so that I can help build a curriculum further, and that will really help me going into the spring of 2018, where I am developing the curriculum itself. I will actually be abroad in Sevilla, Spain during the spring of 2018, so this is going to have to be something that I will be doing remotely, but that's why those partners that I have are going to be so important because they can help do the research while I am gone. By the fall of 2018, I'm going to begin training mentors and actually organizing the program. So by now, I hope to have a developed curriculum. I hope to have talked with middle schools and have them understand what's going to happen. And then I need to train the actual history mentors themselves and what they're going to be doing and how they're going to be helping the middle school students. So organizing that and getting all the logistical pieces out of the way in the fall of 2018 will help me in the spring of 2019 as I actually implement the program. So by implementing the program in the spring of 2019, I hope it to be very successful, because if it is not a successful day, it's not going to be successful in the future. And I need it to be sustainable as I continue out. The way that I'm going to make sure it's sustainable is by having those partners and having history majors consistently engaging and consistently using a curriculum and a program about the United States Constitution to connect the past, present, and future together so that it's comprehensible for young people. So I hope to be able to overcome all of these outline challenges and to keep to this plan. But thank you guys so much for listening. At this time, I would like to take any questions. Yes.
So I love this, but I was also wondering if you were going to look into maybe partnering with Jamestown Archaeological Site down the road, or Jamestown Settlement, which is the like model Jamestown settlement that they have built up. That could be a good place.
Yeah, I would definitely be willing to look into that. I think they will have sort of very similar ideas that the Colonial Williamsburg Foundation has, so getting in contact with the education people there I think could be very useful. I haven't looked into that yet, but that's a really good idea. Thank you. Richard.
How long, what, like, if a student comes and does this program, like, what sort of time do you envision this?
Okay, that's a really good question. So as I said, Operation Constitution itself is going to be a day. However, the students, of course, are going to have to learn what their role is for Operation Constitution leading up to the day. So the way I'm envisioning this is maybe after school for the week leading up to the day, they'll stay after school, they'll work with the college mentors, and they'll sort of get a good idea for their role in Operation Constitution and what they're going to be doing. So it's not a huge time commitment, and hopefully it's going to coincide with the curriculum that they already have in school. Thank you. Yes.
Are you going to, I'm very excited about the program. One, in like spring 2019,
Of course.
But how are you going to engage the college students in volunteering in this? Is it altruistic? Is it, educational? What's the sell point?
So, an idea that I have, and obviously many of the history majors have a different idea of why they're a history major. Some are simply scholarly and they're simply trying to learn about history, but some are a little more interested in public history and spreading history. So, I'm primarily trying to target those who are interested in public history. But a challenge that I have overcoming, one thing that I know the government department at William & Mary does is they have surveys that they constantly have through a research group. And if you take part in the survey when you're taking a government class, you'll get extra credit for taking part. So it's a very idealistic view. I don't even know if it's possible, but if there's some way that a history major could get extra credit for being involved in something like this in their history class, I think a lot of college students, as you guys might agree, are very enticed by extra credit opportunities. I don't know if that's actually possible, but I also think a lot of history majors will be excited to be able to talk about history and spread it to other children. Another thing that I see going forward and why the history faculty should be interested in this is that hopefully it's going to inspire future historians. So we see a decrease in people who are interested in history and social studies and subjects along those lines, and an increase in people interested in sciences. So hopefully by talking about history in like a cool, fun, interactive way, you're going to inspire future historians. Thank you. Yes.
Shannon, I think it's a great project. It's a big project. It's a challenging
Yes.
project. A couple of perspectives. One, I grew up in Williamsburg, and
Didn't know that.
I had a great interest in civic identity. So I think it's a great place to try to do some interesting things. There's a Center for the Study of Democracy at the College of William & Mary, and actually I think it's called the Center for the Study of Civics and Democracy. I don't know if you've done anything with them yet. I think it'd be a possible partner at the university to help mobilize students on your behalf as well. As a parent of a sixth grader who recently graduated, I know that parents, there's a lot of dates when public schools are only meeting for half day because it's a teacher work day or something like that. That's a good time that parents would love for their kids to have. If you look at the calendar in James City County,
Yeah.
and look at what those days are, those might be possible dates to do something.
That's a very good idea.
Look at when you talk to Colonial Williamsburg is how many sixth grade classes from the local area actually do field trips to CW. I mean, we at Mount Vernon don't have enough local students actually come here. My students went to Jamestown. My kids went to Jamestown, their local school, for instance. So there might actually be some money available for some local students to do something at CW. And if you could get CW engaged and the middle schools and the university, you probably can make it happen.
Yeah.
So,
I will need all those forces for sure.
but the sooner you start asking, the better off, because people have their plans a long time in advance, particularly when it comes to grade schools and education departments at public history sites, right? Roy, Allison, right? Yes. So good. Get on it.
I appreciate your insight. Yes, you in the blue.
This is great. As a former government teacher, this is wonderful.
Mhm.
I just wanted to tell you that something to consider is don't underestimate the power of service hours for high school students. So that's a great way of getting more kind of mentors, but not necessarily the college or professors. It kind of fixes up the age.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. Yes.
And I just remembered this, so I would, go Tribe. The National Institute of American History and Democracy.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
Yeah, I was part of that. So they have, actually, like kind of a domestic study abroad where students will come from other schools for a semester or a full year. And that is actually a target audience you might want to look at to volunteer because they're going to want to do as much as they can while they're at William & Mary for that short amount of time. So they would probably be really excited about something like this.
I agree completely. I actually haven't heard of that institute, so that's a very helpful contact that I have.
Well, they've had a change in leadership.
Okay.
Wittenberg has been there for years and years.
Mhm.
He's left, so I don't know if they actually hired the new director yet.
Okay.
It is a new person, it's a perfect time to go propose a new program.
Good timing then.
I'm actually just down here on the William and Mary School of Education, and they have what's called Project Students.
Yes, so I'm actually talking with them right now. That's the contact that I have through the School of Education. Yeah. Anything else? All right, thank you.
Teacher set up.
I'm not on the flash drive. I'm on the World Wide Web.
You're on the web?
Yeah.
Do you know what you're doing? Right, well, why don't you get in here?
Thank you.
Is that yours or mine?
This is mine.
Good touch. Nice taste.
This clicky thing you
Oh,
work
you're
in?
doing a present?
It's called a picto chart. I'm fancy, Doc.
Make your own path. The clicker?
Yeah.
Is it not working?
It should. Oh,
Yeah, it's working.
perfect. Okay.
We good on time?
Yeah.
No, we got the clicker.
We're 5 minutes early.
We're trying to wait. Yeah, you did. So, what are you doing for the rest of the summer?
I'm only home for 3 weeks, so I've been I'm also working as one. So I think that's all weeks.
Okay. Well, that's good.
Back in there.
Well, that's good. So you get to make some money this year, and plus this, you should be able to save some of this money.
Yeah, I would go with that. Perfect.
That's good. Our intention with the program is always that people who have to work could do it.
Yeah.
So you can save, you can make basic.
That was the experience that I got.
Good.
Pretty phenomenal.
That's good. Sam's going to be very generous to spend time with you.
He's great. He's a riot.
Piece of work. So it's Burr?
Yes.
Burr.
Yeah. Like the assassin himself.
So are you from North Carolina?
I'm from, I live in the Philadelphia area. We live in the city.
Oh, where?
Rochester.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, Wegmans. Go Wegmans. Yeah. I taught at Binghamton.
Oh, right. Right.
Upstate. Creatures
That's
upstate.
Everything's upstate. As soon as you get one stop away from New York City.
That's right. Yeah, we're in the lower tier of upstate.
Yeah.
Binghamton.
Where we're pretty much Canada out there, you know.
We had a gang of upstate.
Yes. I'm gonna bring that.
You
bring
should.
that to my
Upstate. The person who made it up gross meaning gesticulation.
They're struggling from a business perspective. My parents were Dakota.
Yeah, he's from Canada. I mentioned that. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's a shame. Well, IBM started in Binghamton. Well, I think it moved to Poughkeepsie. It's moving some
Poughkeepsie struggling.
Yeah, it's the old industrial northwest, northeast. A lot of taxes, a lot of local governance that's kind of overlapping. You know, in the 19th century, before the automobile, New York had all, it's got, as you know, locally, it's got all these various jurisdictions, you know, because it's kind of a mix of the Dutch, the colonial American, and then some county level English style governance. And so in Broome County, for instance, you've got Broome County, you know, government there. You've got multiple cities, incorporated and unincorporated towns. They've all got their own infrastructure, police forces, and they can't afford that anymore. I mean, with the automobile, you can get from all these towns in 10 minutes. They don't need to have this richness of local governments that was very useful in the 19th century and made it a very productive place to do business. It kind of works against it now because the tax base is so screwed up locally, and no company can afford to be there. So it's a tricky thing. They need a systematic sort of reformation of a lot of these communities structurally. I mean, Broome County in Binghamton only needs one county government. You don't need all of these governments and all the pensions and all that, Anyway. Because they're losing population. All right, let's get started here.
Okay.
You've heard my lecture on that subject.
Your stump speech when you run for office.
Yeah, right. Out in New York. Go stand over there.
Sounds good.
Okay, everybody. Welcome back. Fantastic presentations already to kick off the afternoon. And now we're really getting into the grist of it here. So let's get right to it. I'm delighted to welcome Brian Burr from Duke University. Go Dukies.
Set up all my stuff. Thank you, Dr. Bradburn. As he said, my name is Brian Burr. I go to Duke University. You can see that little icon up in the far right. There I dabble in the dark arts of public policy, chemistry, and biology. So I really don't know what the heck I'm doing. You'll also see on the left, kind of tying into my project, this past year I've been volunteering at my local VA in Durham, which is actually one of the 23 regional centers. There I work in the hospice unit, so I learn a lot about how the VA works, and that sort of inspired the focus of my capstone. And I'm hoping the middle icon is a little self-explanatory, So my project's called Beyond Barriers, Inclusive Practices for the Veterans Health Administration. So I sort of came in saying, hey, I know there's problems with healthcare. I know there's problems with access to healthcare. And then I was like, this is my issue. And so some people told me I couldn't really solve healthcare in 6 weeks. So I sort of focused it on the Veterans Health Administration and focused it even further. And when I think of barriers, as a science fiction nerd, I think of Star Trek. So I have a little USS Enterprise there navigating the healthcare system of medicine and doctors and whatnot. So what the heck does integrated even look like? Everyone throws this word around, integrated healthcare system, integrated IT system. So what I'm talking about when I'm talking about integrated health and integrated healthcare. So at the middle we have the patient. The big push is towards patient-centric solutions. We'll call him Joe. So Joe's in the middle there. And the big part, when you talk about an integrated healthcare system, Joe's primary care physician or family doctor is in communication with his secondary plus care, so tertiary care specialists he may need to see. So they're all talking together. So they're not just treating Joe and saying, oh, your nose is not connected to your heart. They're understanding that it's a big part of a holistic care. This ties into lifestyle, as Olivia mentioned earlier, how you're eating, how you're exercising, et cetera. And then there's all these other systems in play. So you have the insurance companies that are starting to merge with hospital systems, research that has already merged with hospital systems, pharmaceutical companies that are intrinsically tied to the academic, hospital, pharmaceutical industry complex. And so it's all coming together, and technology is also a bright new space for these systems to develop. The future is not app-based. The future is in your wearable technology. So Joe in the middle, he's going to have a shirt that'll measure his blood pressure and a watch that'll tell him how he's sleeping, and that'll be sent right to his doctors. So this is how it's all integrated into one big system. I know the fellows love hearing me talk about systems. So I wish Kurt was here because I listened to this podcast run by that little school in Cambridge. They have a decent business school. So I wish he was here to hear my story because they do this one series where they talk about customer service. And they talk about this Six Flags CEO and how he really changed how that corporation and those amusement parks work. And he said, treat every customer like your mother. And then immediately he sees one of his workers go off and reprimand this person for dropping their ice cream cone on the ground. And he goes, "Is that how you treat your mother?" And he goes, "Yes, that's how I treat my mother." So you see there's this disconnect in how even we use these terms of mother and grandmother. So for me, I don't want to use my mother because she's a poor example when you're talking about healthcare. She's always hip, she's always fit, she's always on the newest trends. So I'm going with my grandmother, no offense to my grandmother. So here you have a phenomenal lady. She's highly educated, she holds a graduate degree, and she's very supportive of my future career path of being a doctor. So I'm like, "Grandma, I'm going to be a doctor." She's like, "Oh, great, Brian, what kind, et cetera, et cetera." And then I go, "Grandma, how come you haven't been to the doctor lately?" She goes, "Oh, it's an inconvenience. Oh, it's too much. It's a hassle. Grandpa would have to drive me." And then I'm like, "Grandma, that's a poor excuse." And you really break it down and you say, "Grandma, what's the true problem?" And it's communication. With the doctors, it's respect, it's empathy, but under it all, it's trust. So if you're not trusting your doctor and they're not trusting you, then you have this disconnect. And it doesn't matter all the smart watches and all the fancy technology that's there, you still need that human relationship. And so now we're going to go into a numbers game. So surprisingly, it's not just my grandmother. Many people across the country don't feel that they kind of defer their health care, and as a result, tying into what Olivia was saying earlier, I keep referencing Olivia as my fellow pre-med person. So we're talking about treating the person as a whole. There's all these chronic illnesses and whatnot, and many people are deferring their health care, and you're sort of looking at why are they doing that? And there are many reasons. The reasons I'm going to focus on when we're talking about access is mainly based upon race, ethnicity, and culture, and how those can prove to be barriers to healthcare access. So as you'll see, a big part about accessibility, Cameron said a quote earlier that I wrote down that I thought was really good. It's hard to see yourself in spaces where you don't see yourself. So this may not be as big of an issue for my grandmother, who's an Asian American, but in many other ethnic communities, you see the doctor population and what it looks like, and then you see how the US actually looks like. And that's not even breaking it down by hospital. So if you're not being treated by people that understand your culture and understand your context, there's a disconnect. Maybe it's a trust issue. Maybe it's not them understanding the exact practices that you do. So for example, in my VA clinic, this is where I saw it. This is where I saw it firsthand. So I work in the hospice unit. So these are people coming in to die, effectively. And that's a very significant thing for them, a significant thing for their family. So this one woman came in. She's a American Indian, and in her culture, when you die, you must have running water constantly in the background, sort of connecting you to nature. And we're in Durham, North Carolina, in the middle of the town. There's not a stream flowing through. So she said, "Oh, I need this fountain, et cetera, all these accommodations, don't touch this, don't touch that." And many of the staff were like, "Why the heck does she need this? Like, it's so much more than any other patient." And so there you sort of see how there's a disconnect between trust, between understanding, between culture and context. So, and then we're tying this into how normal people, not normal, but how most people and institutions that run healthcare talk about access. So we have the doctors who think it's more about just the hospital systems, about reaching patients and making sure the data flow is consistent and making sure they have all the new technologies and all the specialists. We have the universities who think, hey, maybe if we start changing our demographics, that'll affect how the types of doctors we get, the communities of doctors we reach, but we know education is a big problem and it's not going to be solved overnight that way. And then we have the businesses, the corporations, the pharmaceutical companies who think access means having the most data, having the top technology and the new treatments to really treat the whole body and whatnot. And then we have our favorite people, the politicians in the middle, who they don't really know what healthcare is right now, so we're not going to talk about them. And then we get into the next question, why the VA system? As neither a doctor nor a veteran, you're like, what the heck is this kid doing up here? For me, it's partially that personal connection where I'm familiar with that system, and that's a system I see myself working with. It's also in the future, I would love to work in the medical corps through Armed Forces scholarship to medical school. But then we also look at what the VA system is like and how it's actually, you think VA, you think long wait times, you think it's not innovative. But it's actually one of the most innovative healthcare systems out there. They had huge system changes in in the late 20th century, where they went from just this new organization after World War II with the VA health system when it really started to expand, to nowadays where you have 23 regional centers and they share one system so they can coordinate and they have flexibility and they break it down so that the data flow is connected and everything. All my buzzwords, right? So you're coordinating best practices. What they're actually revolutionary for is they have this IT system called Vista. It's being phased out right now for a new one, which again shows you how innovative they are. It's working so well that they need to find a new one that works better. So they have this one system, and so everything that controls how the information is there, and it provides consistency of care for the VA. And they're also, throughout the 23 regional centers, they can share administration and best practices, and where there are significant issues compared to other government healthcare systems, whether it's through Medicaid or whatnot, it's doing much better. Additionally to that, whenever you work with a private company or corporation, there can be some difficulty, but things like Vista, that's open source code. Anyone can access it. They're a government institution, so the Freedom of Information Act applies, so I'm like, hey, how does that study affect what I'm doing? And I can get that data right to me. So some of the issues that I saw day to day in the VA and that I've also researched. So to tell you the truth, these past 6 weeks, most of my work has been reading. I've been reading and reading and reading and doing a lot of research because I came here with this big idea, but I didn't know really where to focus it. So a lot of it has been research. I had to figure out how the VHA works, which is difficult enough alone, and then I had to figure out where healthcare is going, which is again difficult alone. So now I'm as qualified as someone up on the hill to make these big policy-based decisions. So we have these linguistic barriers where sometimes if I go to Ron up in Eden Prairie, Minnesota, and I tell Ron, you have this disease or illness, this is how it works, and this is how you should treat it. I'm going to use very technical language if I were a doctor. And now imagine if there's a language barrier on top of that, or a cultural barrier, and you don't really understand, and you don't trust me, Ron, and you're not going to be like, hey, Brian, how does that actually work? What does that fancy long word that has a weird Latin root really mean? And then in addition to that, you have logistical barriers within the VA and institutional barriers. Those are bigger goals that me as a 20-year-old person, I don't see myself flipping the institution on its head. So I'm looking at what I can actually do, right? So solutions. The first two are more, if we look at low-level and high-level solutions, the first two are more low-level. I'm looking at patient-friendly material. So what I mean by material, we'll get into that in the next slide. Cultural competency trainings, which is effectively showing, hey, how can I understand what this person means when they say that in a different cultural context? Patient awareness and advocacy, I foresee myself working with other veterans groups, especially those that work with disabled veterans, et cetera, and then also advocating for a more representative workforce. So one of the interesting things about the new VA secretary is he's actually very focused on change and how he can improve how things work. So currently, just to hire a nurse at the VA, it takes 6 months. And so those kind of slowbacks are kind of where the VA is moving towards finding effective yet innovative ways to solve these institutional problems. So I talked about materials, like what the heck do materials mean? So on the left, you see what the typical VA form is, and this is just how you get your prescriptions. For many people, that is like a lot of text, and that's not dissimilar from the pages and pages of text you often get from the doctor, whether it's the doctor's orders or explaining what your benefits are. It's just a lot to comprehend. Now, what the VA has done especially after Vietnam and when Vietnam veterans started showing up at their doors, is focusing on mental health, and so what they have actually done really well is changing how they present information about like PTSD mainly. So their graphic, which one is more engaging, I think? Most people would say the one on the right rather than the one on the left. And so what I'm trying to do is think about these low-level forms, whether it's explaining what your illness is, whether it's the doctor's orders, whether it's which prescriptions to get, making them so they're comprehensible so people can see them. It's just like a presentation. If my presentation looked like the thing on the left, no one would be paying attention right now, except for my really funny jokes. But if it's the one on the right, where it has pictures, bolded words, and all these associated more digestible material, then you have a more engaged audience, people that care about their health care, patient compliance rates go up, and as a result, we have a healthier and better veterans population. So sort of what's next for me? You can see the pin. I'm right there, so I'm not very far. So what I've been doing a lot this summer has been background research. And now I'm at the part where I'm starting to lean on these experts. And you'll be like, Brian, which experts? Because clearly you are not one. So I have a few people in mind. At the VA, I work with this one woman. She works a lot with the external affairs, so she's been my volunteer coordinator mainly. And so she has a lot of connections within the hospital administration system, so I can lean on her. She's wonderful. In addition to that, I'm planning eventually to do some research. So as someone who's not an expert in research, again, I'm going to be leaning on a few Duke professors that I have in mind. And then again, as someone who's also not a doctor, I'm going to be leaning on a few doctors. I'd like to thank the Mount Vernon Leadership Fellows for pairing me up with some phenomenal doctors, and there's a few down in Durham that I will also be contacting. So the next step in the fall, when I go back to school, I'd like to be prepared to actually go in, get my IRB approval, and start maybe doing some research going into the VA. So the VA, another really great thing about them is that the way they want to implement new ideas is effectively how you release a new technology, right? So you have this idea, you create a prototype, and then you test it. You put it in the field, you test it, you take it back, you tweak it, you test it again, and whatnot. So that's sort of the approach they're taking, so that's also the approach I'm taking, just to be consistent. And so when I pitch my idea to them, it'll be more readily embraced because it's in line with their goals. So then after that initial research where I'm hoping I'll be talking to a lot of veterans, especially those waiting. So the one tragic thing about the VA, as many of you may know, is that there are long wait times. So how can we capitalize upon those wait times so that when these patients do get their face-to-face interaction with their doctors, they're really capitalizing on that experience so they know about their health and they're prepared for their treatment plans, et cetera. And then from that, we're going to work on development of material, what I explained earlier. Then again, using the VA methodology, go into the test phase, and then when I come back in the spring after I've done some tweaking, I will retest and repeat that iteration dependent upon the results. So it's going to be a results-based approach. Hopefully by the spring, I'd love to implement it, but I understand that the goal here isn't to implement it, it's to help the veteran population in Durham. So I'm not going to implement something that doesn't work, so maybe this timeline may be extended a bit more. If everything goes well, whether it goes well or it doesn't, I'm hoping to have learned something. So again, relying on my experts, I'd love to work into turning this into more of a thesis as well. So that's sort of my plan. So here's a little contact information. I know you're all dying to talk to me about healthcare systems now, but I'll take any questions as well. Thank you. Okay. Yes, Doug.
Well, I love the presentation. I like the humor particularly, and you got a great style. The project sounds wonderful. I guess what sounds doable about it is this notion that the VA encourages or has a process by which they will test ideas. Tell me a little bit more about that, and how do you get access to basically the queue to try to get your ideas tested at the VA? Because I perhaps have that stereotype of a person who all we hear are terrible stories about the VA.
Yeah.
Wait lines and incompetence and waste and people not getting seen. And so talk a little bit about this innovative test and idea procedure that they have.
Of course. So the fellows that know me will probably be unsurprised that the first things that I did when I looked to research, I typed in Veterans Health Administration innovation. So what came up is they actually have a administrative office dedicated solely to trying to find innovative methods towards hospital systems engineering and how they can improve their processes and really help. Again, we talk about mission and vision to help veterans better. So they have a variety of ways. One way is through research, and they do try and engage academic partners. I know the Durham VA and Duke University have a very robust relationship, especially through their hospital systems. So I'm trying to fit myself into that relationship as well. They also do have a few grants that I may try and pursue dependent upon whether it really fits in and the time is right. So the thing with those grants is that they're not always open. That it's, for example, they'll pose, hey, this is a problem we're having, who's ready for it? The other thing about what I'm doing is many people don't talk about linguistics and language policy and how it ties into medicine, and so I'm trying to work with that as well. So it's a newer approach to talking about how we talk about accessibility and inclusivity. So I foresee that also being a part. Did that sort of answer your question?
Yeah,
Okay.
because you didn't have a chance to visit the VA when you were here.
No, I didn't visit the one up here, no.
Kind of as you mentioned, I'm well acquainted with your fondness for innovation. And I was wondering, with that in mind, you picked a very politicized institution to work with,
Mm-hmm.
especially one that has been at the center of a lot of political tension and even weaponized in some cases. And I was wondering, one, why you chose a political institution in that way, and would it have been easier to, I mean, all healthcare is politicized, but do you think it would have been easier if you picked a different mechanism for that or a different avenue for that work?
Yeah, I think that's a great point because I could easily go to the Duke healthcare system. I'm a Duke student, and they'd be like, "Oh, sure, latch onto this, latch onto that." But if you look at the future of healthcare, so these hospital systems have been growing taller. So from what Rebecca was talking about, when you have the neonatal intensive care unit, all the way from that to geriatrics can be all within one hospital system. But what the VA has done is sort of expanded across the country. So they have this national lens, so they have a lot of perspective. So that was one thing that attracted to me is just the gravity of the VHA. The second thing is also, I told you, a little personal. Part of my career plans is leaning towards maybe one day I will be a veteran, so that's me waiting in line. So why am I not trying to make sure that when I'm there, there's the best healthcare is available to me? And then also, I think because it is a government institution, a lot of people criticize it, politicize it, as you said, but I don't think that should deter. I like to think of myself as a decently smart individual. I don't think that should deter people that really want to make change to go to those institutions. I think public service is something that's really important. Yes.
Brian, as someone who grew up on a VA hospital grounds, my father was a World War II Army doctor, and then did his last fellowship on a VA hospital. I'm intimately familiar with it as both my father and father-in-law spent long times in VA hospitals as patients. Yeah. I think you've uncovered something that's important. The VA has pockets of extraordinary excellence, and that excellence is usually centered where they're associated with university hospitals, such as at Duke. It's also true in New Haven with Yale. And I think you are in a position to make a real difference. And I think you've isolated something that's critically important. The range of ability of VA patients to fend for themselves is enormous. And as we've all learned who've had any long-term problems with parents or grandparents, the business of patient advocacy is absolutely essential. Otherwise, no matter how good the system is, people will be forgotten. And so as you go through this, if you can find some ways to help those that have longer-term illnesses so that they aren't forgotten, you will have done a great service to the veteran population in America. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Get away from her. You haven't been introduced yet. Come on.
I'm just sorry.
You got excited. Good. That fruit over there? Should have wore your college baseball uniform.
My workout shirt today was Yale on the front and ROTC on the back. Got 4 minutes. Yeah. I should have brought that up.
Yeah, we got a few. Anybody watching from home? Of course, yeah, Cali, sure. Weird California, Long Beach.
Yeah, so Long Beach is pretty much kind of down Yes, we're all asking why. Yeah, I don't want to say this. It's
My graduate work is the University of Chicago.
yeah, I know. Actually, just wanted to say
If it's not natural, Oh, we got some of the fellows from last year. You gonna get a shout out to George Washington? What a great athlete.
I might have talked about it as what it was like a
Through the bar?
the bar throwing, a precursor to the hand throwing.
That's right. Okay.
Oh no, when people smile at nodding. Oh my God, no.
No, we'll give it 1 minute. Actually, we have a book talk tonight. So we'll have a big public event.
Down is the.
And then we have a big food. It's a guy named Larry Fierro. Has a new book on Spain and France and the American Revolution. The finalist for the Pulitzer Prize. Should be a big audience. Should be fun. Oh yeah, I'll introduce it. We'll have about 2 minutes. Yeah. Some of our monthly free book talks. 4 evening book talks. Funded by Ford. And yeah, it's probably the largest free book talk series in the country. It's really amazing. I started it here in the library as a way to get people into the library. For them, even though this big, walls around it, it's open. But they quickly became so popular that I've had to move them to the States. So instead of the perfect. Yeah. More important to me is more people, coming to history. Okay, we better get going. Okay, everybody, take your seat. Let's get back to it here. Very exciting stuff. This has been going really well. And without any further ado, let's get to the next speaker, Evelyn Roberts from Yale University.
Good afternoon, everyone. As Dr. Bradburn said, my name is Evelyn Roberts, and I'm a rising junior at Yale University, where I study cognitive science. And I'm very excited to speak with you today about this topic that I've been looking into a lot over these past few weeks. I'll be speaking on mental wellness in the student-athlete community at Yale. And with that in mind, I wanted to give a warning, a content warning with that I'll be speaking about mental health issues. And if you feel uncomfortable, feel free to step out of the room, mentally disengage, or do anything else that you need to do to feel comfortable. And so a quick agenda for today. I'll first start off with my project overviews and goals that I have going forward, and then a little background and personal experience as to why I'm interested in student-athlete mental health. Then I'll talk about student-athlete mental wellness needs in particular, why those needs might be different than other populations. And then I'll speak about the next steps I hope to take with this project, and then save some time for questions and discussion at the end. So my project goals, overall, I want to improve mental wellness for student athletes at Yale, and I have 3 things that I want to address in order to achieve that goal. I want to first educate student athletes about mental wellness and mental health. There seems to be a lack of discussion and a lack of awareness in that community about mental health issues, and so I want to open those doors and increase talk about those things. Then I also want to inform students and connect them to mental health resources available. Again, Yale has a fairly robust mental health services program and a counseling service, but students are not as aware of those programs as they could be. And so especially in the student-athlete community, I'd like to let them know about those resources and how they can contact those resources or help a friend or teammate who might need to use those resources as well. And then thirdly, I'd like to increase mental wellness discussion in general in the hopes to destigmatize it. Stigmatizing mental health is a general thing. Like, it's not just student-athletes that stigmatize mental health. And so I'd like to get people more willing to speak about mental health issues and in doing so, hopefully less afraid to seek help for those issues as well. So a little bit of background about me first. As I said, I go to Yale University and I'm a rising junior. On the left, that's a photo of me throwing the weight. I'm a hammer and weight thrower, and I also throw discus on the women's track and field team there. And so don't get me mad, basically. On my time in Mount Vernon, I also learned that George Washington was a thrower himself. He was well known for throwing the bar, I think it was called, far. So I take pride in knowing that our first president was a thrower as well. And then to the right, that's me along with some other student athletes on our all-athlete a cappella group. It's known as the Unorthodox on campus, but everyone refers to it as Jockapella, which I kind of like. And so as you can see, I'm very involved with the student-athlete community, and because of that, student-athlete issues and topics around student-athlete involvement in things are very important and near and dear to my heart. And so a question I get asked a lot during this program, but also beforehand when I was considering what I wanted my project to be on is why student-athlete mental health in particular, what makes student-athletes special and that they need separate mental health issues addressed to them, what barriers do they go through that impact their mental wellness needs. And I think first we have to discuss the specific physical things that athletes do that are different, because mental and physical health often go hand in hand. And I'll be discussing the pros of being involved as a student athlete and also the cons associated or risk factors through a mental health lens. And then also talking about barriers to asking for help or speaking about those issues as well. So first of all, I just wanted to define what I am going off of as the term for mental health. I am defining mental health as a psychological well-being and satisfactory adjustment to society and to the ordinary demands of life. And that is courtesy of the Random House Dictionary. And then also 1 in 5 adolescents meets the criteria for a mental illness or mental health concern. And so that's fairly prevalent. So obviously an issue that should be addressed. So first I'll start with the benefits, to talk about the good stuff first. I have really enjoyed my time at Yale so far as being involved in the student-athlete community. I think community and inclusion is the first thing that I think about when I think of student-athletes, besides actually working out and doing a sport. I really think of my team as a family, and that's a photo of my class on Yale's track and field team, both men's and women's, from our freshman year banquet. I really enjoy being a part of that community and have learned a lot from being friends with those people as well as teammates. Physical activity is another thing that athletes benefit from. You're working out almost every day, and that's a lot of effort, and you do have a healthier lifestyle oftentimes because of that. There's also a sense of importance that athletes oftentimes derive from participating in sports. You are playing for your team, you're playing for your school, and that's a source of pride for a lot of people. And then also education is another important thing to talk about. In the Ivy League, which Yale is a part of, there are no athletic scholarships, but in other institutions there are. And so a lot of people feel that they're directly playing for their education in a sense. And these are more photos to highlight my activity and community involvement in the student-athlete community. We take an annual holiday photo each year, the track and field team does, and so that's the sprints, jumps, and throws squad, as we call it, on the right, bottom right, from last year, and then on the top left is this year's cross-country and track and field team for our holiday photo. There are certain risk factors, though, associated with being involved in varsity athletics, and this goes both at a high school and a college level, but there's been more research done at the college level. So student athletes that are at a higher risk for drug and alcohol abuse. Student athletes are also at a higher risk for physical injury, especially injuries such as tearing your ACL or getting a concussion, which can have physical but also psychological repercussions. Then also mental and physical stress are things that you need to keep in mind when considering mental health for athletes. Physical stress in terms of going to practice every day or making the bus in early mornings and stuff like that, but then also the mental stress associated with fitting in practice times to a busy schedule or missing class a fair amount for athletic involvement. And then nutrition is another big thing. A lot of athletes are very focused on their diet, and that can lead to issues with consumption and also body image issues. And then the athletic mindset is something that kind of overarchingly is a risk factor. There's a certain no pain, no gain mindset that is not just specific to athletics, but is certainly very prevalent in that community, that you should push through pain, that you shouldn't ask for help unless you really need it, and that can be a barrier to accessing certain mental health resources that should be addressed. And part of my project is hoping to get mental health issues more out there so that this athletic mindset can be not put to rest to say, but seeing that a physical injury and a mental injury should be treated in kind of the same way. So student-athlete concerns tie directly into both the benefits and risks associated with being involved in varsity athletics in college. So anxiety disorders are very common, and 32% of adolescents meet the criteria for an anxiety disorder, and performance anxiety, panic disorder, and phobic anxiety after an injury are more likely to be sports-related. Eating disorders, as I spoke about, and disordered eating are also both common issues that athletes deal with, particularly in sports where lower body fat or weight is important, or you're divided into eating classes, or weight classes rather, and also in female athletes, so that's sports such as cross country, wrestling, crew, anything of that nature, you're going to have a higher risk for having an eating disorder or being involved in disordered eating habits. And then psychosomatic illness is another risk factor that often doesn't get talked about, but the presentations of that include pain without supporting evidence, prolonged recovery from injury, and frequent injuries and performance problems that are oftentimes as a result of an athletic injury. Mood disorders are also something that should be considered Depression is the most common mood disorder that we see. And 15% of the population will experience an episode of depression in their lifetime. So again, very common and something that, should probably be talked about more often. And as I spoke about earlier, substance use disorders, athletes are more likely than non-athlete peers to engage in risky alcohol behaviors and drug behaviors, and alcohol abuse is more common in men and during the off season, which is what you would expect. And so I spoke a little bit about barriers to seeking help. There are studies that show that there is a discrepancy between what athletes say they will do and what they actually do. So athletes do report a willingness to seek help, and this is given from the 2008 to 2012 American College Health Association surveys that the NCAA looked at and discussed. And so athletes report a willingness to seek help. About 63% of them reported that they would seek help in the future if they experienced any mental health issues. But then when looking at the data that showed who actually sought help for issues, it was a lot lower. So there's a mismatch between those two things. And also in this regard, student athletes were only slightly less likely than the general population to report a willingness to seek help. It was 63% of student athletes versus 68% of their non-athlete peers. And so now moving on to resources that are available if you should seek to choose to see them. So Yale Mental Health and Counseling is fairly robust. We have a lot of programs available to students. There is individual therapy and group therapy, and you can get that therapy just by walking in or calling on the phone, and it's at no cost, so fairly accessible to students. The biggest problem is getting students to know about those resources and then actually access them. And we have psychologists, clinical psychiatrists, and social workers in the building to help you if you may need, and there's around 25 of those professionals to help. There's also additional resources at Yale if you just do not want to see someone in the mental health department, so you can go to the Share Center, and that's for sexual harassment and assault response and education center. There's also Walden Peer Counseling, and that's where you can speak to a fellow student just about things that you want to hash through or talk about. There's also freshman counselors who are similar to RAs but are only for freshmen, and then they speak to rising seniors, so you can talk to your FROCO about any time about these issues. And there's also the Cultural Center peer liaisons who can speak to you about these issues, also keeping in mind intersectional issues. And so my project keeps in mind the research and resources that the NCAA has put out there about student-athlete mental health. And so my project, remember the three things that I wanted to do, those are focused mainly on the fourth component of the best practices guideline that the NCAA put out, which is to promote environments that support mental well-being, resilience, and thriving. And so my project structure, these are the things that I hope to implement back on campus through working with other people and other resources. So I have a couple ideas in mind and kind of working through this next semester over what works best in the Yale community, because they have a best practices guideline out there, but you have to fit all of those resources into what works best at each university. And so I've spoken with the athletic department and various other groups about what is best, and we've been talking about having an education panel at the beginning of the year with psychiatrists, psychologists, social workers, student athletes, coaches, anyone who has dealt with mental health issues before or has any expertise on the topic or experience to come speak to student athletes about their own experiences, help connect people with resources, and just to start destigmatization and also get the word out there about these mental health issues. I was also thinking of putting out informational pamphlets in locker and training rooms, since access and people knowing about these things is one of the biggest issues that we face. Getting a pamphlet in the locker room, getting it in the training room, just so people are like, oh, like those are what the resources we have available. Other people are dealing with this as well, just to get knowledge out there and also information about it. Then also thinking about student committees. There are various student committees at Yale already in place, but seeing if those student committees can speak directly on mental health issues, if ones can be formed that involve the athletic directors and the Yale College Council and other entities to help make this issue more widespread, or not make the issue more widespread, get knowledge about the issue to be more widespread. And then also training and informational sessions about, very similar to bystander intervention training, to show students that you don't have to be struggling with this issue yourself to care about it in any capacity. So thinking about helping a teammate out, helping a friend out, talking about what you can do as a bystander or as a friend to help another who might be experiencing these issues. And that is important because it places the impetus to act not only on the person experiencing these things, but also on people close to them. And so I have a tentative timeline laid out for what I'd like to do with this project. In the fall of 2017 coming up, I'd like to plan and develop the program more, speaking to others on campus, speaking to those on other campuses who can help me kind of plan this thing, and also possibly partnering with the athletic department or other student committees involved in these issues. And then spring 2018, I hope to start with small-scale implementation and also getting feedback from those communities that we speak to. So small-scale implementation would be such as putting pamphlets in a locker room about mental health resources, or holding a small education session for the track team. Just small steps in order to get people more acquainted with the idea of speaking about these issues, and also getting information about the resources out there in smaller capacities. And then large-scale implementation would be after small scale, and that would be more, okay, we're gonna have a huge education panel that all the captains of the sports teams at Yale should come to, or we're gonna have all the athletic trainers given training about mental health concerns. So more institutional change and things that I would be partnering with the athletic department or other student groups to do. And in the research that I've done and the other people that I've talked to, I've used two main sources, which have been the NCAA's best practices guideline, which they put out a couple of years ago, and then in addition to that, the Mind, Body, and Sport book. These are both books that speak about student-athlete mental health in particular, and also give guidelines, basic guidelines to follow for implementing your own mental health curriculums and resource accessibility in various institutions. I've also talked to contacts at other universities to speak with them about their own student-athlete mental health structure and resources that they have available, and that's been really helpful in seeing what has worked at their school, what hasn't, and how that can be implemented more successfully at Yale. I've also been talking to staff, coaches, and students at Yale, and hope to continue to do so, because these are the people that are being most affected by these policies and changes, and it's really important to get their feedback on this type of stuff. And then also I've been looking at data from prior research studies that has been compiled and collected on these type of issues. And so I spoke a little bit about the potential partners for this project that I hope to have. I've been speaking with the athletic department, and they are encouraging in continuing to research this thing, and I'll be speaking with them later this week about what we can do this semester and where they hope to see athletic mental health issues go in the near future. I also hope to get in contact with various student groups and organizations that are already in place in order to get this issue out there on various platforms, but then also if there are not organizations already to help create those organizations or student groups. I've also been in contact with Yale Mental Health and Counseling about the services they offer, if they have expertise on student-athlete issues in particular, to just get their opinion on this stuff, because they are going to be very helpful in providing guidelines and hopefully future counseling services. And then also speaking with athletic teams and students and hoping to get them to partner up with these initiatives. And that's all I have planned for you today, but I'd love to take questions if you have any.
I just was inspired by Cameron's comment about going to where the issues are. I'm wondering if Yale Mental Health would be interested in setting up offices in the physical education. Do that. You know, you have places
Yeah.
to do, right?
Yeah. Yes. So actually, I was speaking with another university, and they have that in place. And I think it was Princeton actually, but they have a athletic medicine athletic medicine specialist who has knowledge about mental health issues, and she comes in to the training room once or twice a week when it's peak, like taping times or like warm-up times so that students can see who she is and know that she's available to them if they should wish. So that is a great idea, and I'm hoping to explore that further. And it has been done at other schools, and they've seen some success in getting people to see counselors just by the nature of having her available during peak training hours. Cool.
Do you know roughly the size of the student athlete population in Yale? And are there any subgroups or teams within that population that you think might be harder to work with, more reluctant to hear conversations?
Yeah, so the student athlete population, I believe, is about 10% of the student body. But that being said, you can tell the team culture on each team is different. And so the track and field team is fairly receptive to discussion about these issues. And I won't like name names about certain sports, but sports where like pushing through pain is emphasized, sports where masculinity is encouraged, those are the sports in which it's going to probably be more difficult to speak about these issues, which is why the implementation of these like education panels or pamphlet resources is helpful to do on a team-by-team basis sometimes, because if you can get allies within a team, like let's say I get the hockey team captain to support an initiative and he's like, team, like this is important, we should think about this. That's more effective than me standing up there or having someone who you don't know speak to you about these issues. It's more of a personal connection. And team captains are already asked to be made aware of the various issues going on within their team and in the school at large. So they will probably have a want to discuss these issues or to at least hear about what possibly could be affecting their students as well. Yeah, Andre.
I have a question. I'm not sure if you came across in your research, but is the prevalence of a lot of these mental health issues the same with people that play for like recreational teams versus university or professional teams?
Yeah, so unfortunately, I haven't come across a lot of data on that, I think simply because the NCAA is conducting a lot of this research or having others conduct this research for them, and they are primarily focused on Division 1, 2, and 3 athletics and not club athletics. But that is a very important thing to consider, and hopefully on campuses it won't be a divide of varsity, non-varsity, that club sport athletes as well will be seeing these things. But yeah, that's something that we'll have to keep in mind as we go forward.
As a former Yale athlete, let me tell you, I wish you'd been around when I was at school.
Thank you.
I am absolutely certain that in my sophomore year, I went through a mild depression. I had no idea what it was. I had no place to seek help, and I got through it. But I'm just wondering, I saw that great chart you had on percentage of depression, and wondering if part of what you're going to be doing is helping the student athlete or students in general recognize when they are moving toward depression or super anxiety and can get help before it's a clinical problem.
Yeah, so that's one of the things that this project focuses on is preventative acts. So letting student athletes know before they are really steeped in these issues that these are the symptoms of certain things. I didn't highlight this in particular, but one of the big things that student athletes experience is after concussions, you're more likely to become depressed or have anxiety or suffer other traumatic symptoms. And oftentimes students don't know that, and that's a problem because certain teams are high contact and you're at a very high risk for concussion. So letting those students know about the various sport-specific issues that they are more likely to experience is a big part of these training programs that I hope to have implemented. In addition to that, I think talking about general issues such as like symptoms of depression, symptoms of anxiety, and other issues such as that, just general symptoms that you should look out for, but then also speaking to specific sports teams about issues that might affect them more. So speaking to the soccer team about ACL tears and how you can experience like post-traumatic stress disorder after an injury such as that, or you can become depressed if your injury sidelines you for a long time, speaking about those issues as well as more general ones. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for listening.
We got about 5 minutes, so if anybody needs to use the restroom, that might be a good time. There's some cookies over here, one left. Is it?
I'd rather be laughing than
That sounds like. I did too. I can remember you came into the center and you had exams facing you. And you know, I did Apparently.
Feeling good?
All right. All right. Well, we're having a great afternoon so far. What a tremendous amount of wonderful projects and enthusiasm. I'm delighted and enthusiastic to introduce the next one. Here we have Margot Mullins from Wolford College. Noel.
Noah. See if that works. No, you're okay. I'm very not technologically savvy. I should be able to figure this out myself.
Abracadabra.
Ah, there we go. Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. As noted, I am Margot Mullins, and I am from Wofford College. I'm a rising junior there, where I study government and international affairs. And I'm very excited to be here with you all this afternoon to discuss my project titled Cutting to the Core of Youth Leadership Programs, Improving Long-Term Stability and Influence for Youth Corps, which is a local youth program in my community of Columbia, South Carolina. So before I dive too heavily into my presentation, I wanted to go over a short agenda of what I will be discussing. I think for everyone to understand my actions and why I'm up here today, I want the importance of youth leadership programs to be understood. So I'll talk about the value of my interests a little bit, and then particularly why I'm looking at Youth Corps in general. And then I'll go into more of a logistical approach, looking at my action plan and what I hope to do. I'll then analyze that, looking at challenges and success, and present some concluding thoughts. So a few more things to be understood before I begin is, one, I will be talking specifically about youth leadership programs. There is kind of a distinguishing factor between leadership programs that are targeted at youth and maybe developed professionals and everything. So they will be, for the sake of this presentation, all targeted at youth because that's where my research falls. In addition to that, youth is obviously a very wide-ranging term. Everything I've looked at has been ages middle school to college students, which is still very wide-ranging, but just for the sake of understanding, that's what I mean by youth, and I'll offer distinguishing factors when I think it's appropriate. And then one more thing to be understood is I am speaking solely on behalf of myself and my own interpretation of all events and information, so I'm not really speaking on behalf of any other person, group, or organization. So with that, we can begin. So I have a question up on the screen. Is leadership born or is leadership made? And if you answer made, can leadership be taught? Why is it important to teach these things? These were just kind of some of the questions and theoretical lenses I've been kind of keeping in mind as I've advanced throughout my presentation and my project. When I first came into this fellowship, for me, the answer seemed obvious. Obviously, leadership is important. Obviously, providing leadership development opportunities to all youth, no matter their circumstance, seemed like a very important factor that should be understood by everyone. However, believe it or not, you say obviously to someone, say obviously what I believe is important, they're not necessarily going to take your word for it. So I have kind of looked further into some academic rhetoric to support my belief that leadership development and youth leadership development in particular is very important and significant in the life of youth. So for a long time, I learned that there was really no study or concrete understanding of why youth leadership development was important, but that changed about the 1980s when a man by the name of Miller came along and he developed this scale, and he really created like a highly comprehensive conceptualization of youth leadership. He looked at 68 factors that he deemed as appropriate leadership life skills and kind of had them in 6 different categories. And so he would apply these to different leadership programs on a 4-point subscale of gain to no gain. And this would kind of study the value of the youth leadership program. And what's happened with the scale that he developed is several institutions, accredited institutions that I've looked at their work, they've gone on to kind of use the scale and the basis of his work to find correlation between youth leadership development and different factors affecting people's lives. So I've listed some correlations that I found in my studies. Youth leadership development, when a youth has the opportunity to go through such a program, they're going to find new occupational aspirations, higher education performances, and empowerment through socioeconomic statuses. And so what that study was really referring to was just, providing outlets to either overcome their status or finding ways to empower others and recognizing the privilege of their status. So kind of a consensus of all this is that when higher leadership principles are instilled in youth, it really creates a trickle-down effect that is going to go out to so many different aspects of their life. So my sophomore year of high school, I had the opportunity to participate in my own leadership program so that I could find these own leadership principles myself. The program was titled Youth Corps, and I'm going to just briefly read their mission statement to hopefully convey the ideals of this program. So the mission of Youth Corps is to provide a one-year course of practical, hands-on, on-site, experimental leadership studies to transform the lives of 9th and 10th grade students so that they can, in turn, influence those around them and their families, schools, communities, and beyond. I've also included the vision statement up there, which hopefully encompasses a little bit of what I just said with the mission statement. But basically, Youth Corps' goal is to change lives because it's believed that change lives are how you change communities. So just to further look at how Youth Corps is modeled and what it does, I've included a little more clear guideline of how the program is structured. It's a year-long program beginning in August and concluding in May. It covers 9 different areas of studies, or modules, as it's referred to. So you kick off with the Leadership Weekend in August, where you meet the rest of the people participating in the program, and then you go through all the areas of study together, and then you conclude in May with graduation. And Youth Corps does reach out to 5 different school districts, so it's bringing in a very diverse amount of students that participate in the program. So through my time with Youth Corps, I had the chance to become an assistant CEO for a business I created, visited banks, hospitals, jails, government entities and jobs, and so many local businesses in the Midlands area of South Carolina. So I've touched on a few, or included a few pictures to kind of touch on a few of my experiences with Youth Corps. So I'm gonna start with that center picture, go a little bit out of order, me climbing up someone's back on a ropes course. This is Leadership Weekend, and Leadership Weekend, as I mentioned, starts in August. It's the first exposure you have to Youth Corps once you've been accepted. And what Leadership Weekend is about, it's really engaging a lot of the principal components of Youth Corps. You're starting to break down all those barriers of the diversity all the students have, whether that be socioeconomic barriers, racial barriers, and you're trying as much as possible to begin that leadership journey on equal footing so that you can really discover yourself, however that is necessary. So it's an awesome weekend, and that's what starts off the program and really represents a lot of what it's about. And then I've also included a picture of me from the South Carolina State House. So this is when I went and met up with some other participants from the Youth Corps program, and we went to talk with representatives for South Carolina about a bill and legislation involving texting and driving. So what this opportunity provided from Youth Corps was something that we all could really represent with and relate to. Texting and driving as freshmen and sophomores in high school, we're all new to our driver's licenses. We were new to our cell phones, some of us more than others. I might have been one of the last ones to get a cell phone in my grade. But it definitely was something that we could understand, we could relate to, which is what Youth Corps was providing. At the same time, it was providing us opportunities to understand how to be civically engaged, how our local government worked, the importance of being involved, and how to be involved, and what that meant for your certain community. So those 2 other middle pictures that have the flowers in them, that's the business I referenced that we were kind of prompted to create. So we sold flowers for Valentine's Day, and while that might seem like a pretty simple job, as a sophomore in high school, I was looking at how to get permits to be on the sidewalk for February 14th. Net profit, how many flowers do I buy versus how many I think I'm going to sell. Just a lot of things I never had need to kind of think about before. And it was just an amazing opportunity, and I was instilled with all these abilities to actually make a profit at the end, which we pocketed and was very exciting as a sophomore in high school. So just another great opportunity, and then just concluding, I have a picture from Youth Corps graduation. So hopefully, or one more thing I want to include about these is that while these kind of cover a wide range, the one thing that is clear through everything we did with Youth Corps is the community basis of the different areas we focused on and the different modules. This kind of links back to some of the research I was discussing earlier, that when a leadership program is targeted at youth while also being community-based, you're more likely to instill goals in the youth that they can then in turn return their gains to the community. So the community aspect of all these different modules and areas we studied in Youth Corps is a very important and distinguishing factor of why this leadership program is so successful. So hopefully up until this point, I've kind of articulated why leadership programs are so important and why youth need to be provided with these opportunities, and then why I think the Youth Corps model is such a successful model for youth leadership. However, I wouldn't be up here if there wasn't a challenge or a problem that also needed to be addressed. So for me, Youth Corps is amazing. It was a great experience, and almost everything about it is really on its way to success, except for one very significant missing piece of the puzzle, and that is sustainability. I worry that this model, though so well designed from the leadership aspect, is just not going to be sustainable enough to influence youth years down the road and then in turn benefit my community. So that's what I've really came in and my capstone is kind of focusing and looking on. So a little bit about what the sustainability focus I want to have for Youth Corps looks like. So I've included a picture of Mr. Jeff Beecraft up on this slide. Youth Corps' executive director, and he often refers to himself as the one main mug of the program, is Mr. Jeff Beecraft. So it's really his passion in guiding youth and shaping communities that instill the basis principles for Youth Corps. It's his enthusiasm, it's his integrity, it's his commitment to the program that's kept it going. And it's really his single-handed commitment that my capstone's inspired, and I want to put a big emphasis on single-handed because that's where a lot of what I'm about to talk about will stem from. So Youth Corps is coming into its 13th year. The siege years are now definitely behind the program, and there should really be no hesitation of what the next 5 years looks like, what the next 10 years looks like, and really what the next year looks like. And the current model and the current fundraising just has that happening way too consistently and often. Youth Corps is really struggling with how a nonprofit overcomes issues and transforms into a more sustainable program. So, some profits may have to shift into more of a contingency plan as you kind of overcome things such as single-handed rested management. And this is mainly kind of turned into my capstone being a 3-part developed plan of places I see me being able to really create actionable change. So the first part of that is alumni development, and a lot of this will come back to alumni development for me. I think that if I can share the message I'm sharing here with you all today about alumni and start sharing where Youth Corps stands to alumni, that would be a great place to start. Mr. Beecraft has worked really hard to reach out to alumni, but through some of the information I've gained throughout this project, and I'll share shortly, it's just not been working as well as it should and really needs to be furthered and worked on. So as I said, we're kind of 13 years out. More and more of those alumni are starting to reach that young professional and really even established professional age. And so it's time for them to be targeted, connected with, and reminding them why they should be giving back to Youth Corps as they're starting to kind of gather the means to do so. And so I kind of have a few different ways that I want to work with the alumni. Recently, I sent out a questionnaire to a relatively large group of alumni, and I kind of had 2 purposes in this questionnaire. I wanted to gauge interest in Youth Corps, see, how much is it still on its radar? Is this survey or questionnaire coming out of left field? Have they thought about the program at all recently? And also I wanted to gauge the experience with the program. I mean, personally for me, the Youth Corps experience, as you can tell from how much I enjoy talking about it and care about it, seeing it while doing, was great. And for me, it scores really high on the Miller test of efficiency in the youth leadership program. But I wanted to make sure that that was replicated throughout the rest of the alumni. So those were my 2 main goals that I was looking to see in the questionnaire. And so I learned a few things from some of the questionnaires I've received back, and this is an ongoing process, just like everything I'm doing with my capstone so far. For the large majority, they thought very highly of Youth Corps. And when prompted to think about it by the questionnaire, they were making very positive correlations between the path Youth Corps started them on and the success that they hold today. The problem is the word prompted. They had not thought about Youth Corps at all recently. It really had not been on their radar as much as it should have been. And it was only when they were receiving this survey and questionnaire that they were thinking about it as much as they should be. So with the questionnaire, I'm hoping that I'm kind of keeping Youth Corps back on that radar. And I've also started kind of collecting some of the responses to form testimonials of some of the more established alumni, which I'll touch on in a minute when I get to the other 2 aspects of my action plan. But in addition, I'm hopefully taking the beginning steps of forming an alumni outreach committee or board that can really help me focus on these other places of alumni development I would like to see happen. So one more place I want to see alumni development continue is through the role of school representatives. So for sustainability to happen, you really need participants that want to be a part of Youth Corps, and that's not necessarily where a lot of the problems for the program are coming from, but there's no place that you should overlook when you're trying to make a program better. And so as far as school representatives go, Mr. Beecraft often goes out to schools in the community and he talks with them about the importance and the students engaging in the program and the schools investing and supporting Youth Corps and everything. And I just think that this message would be delivered much more strongly and conveyed well and get the response we want to see if students are a part of the conversation. So if I could have students come back and serve in the dual role as an alumni of Youth Corps and alumni of their respected high school, I think we would see a lot more participation from schools in the community with Youth Corps. So moving on to a message articulation and what I really mean by this. So I want to work on changing the way nonprofits and really leadership programs are viewed. Like, why are leadership programs not viewed as a need for all communities? When people think about how to engage in the youth in their community and where they want to invest, they're often going to education, health initiatives, and everything, which is great, and you can't do too much of that. But the problem is, I think we're missing the message that Youth Corps is all of that and more. So if I can find a way to deliver the effects of Youth Corps in a way that explains that it's a lot more than just this after-school program to occupy a child's time, but it's really creating all kinds of aspirations within youth that are clearly, research proven, providing direct correlations to positive outcomes for the community. Then this will lead well into my third point of the action plan, which is fundraising. So all these seemingly great ideas I would like to see achieved, they really can't happen without influence from fundraising and money. So that's what a lot of this does come down to, unfortunately. But I want to work on pushing one of the largest aims for Youth Corps fundraising to be with the business community. I want to hope to kind of create a large audience to present on the importance of Youth Corps for. So there are so many reasons it's a positive investment for businesses to invest in Youth Corps. They are investing in their future workers. As you can see, I've included a picture from an experience with Youth Corps where we are all working in a local hospital. You're investing in the experience and bettering the people that hopefully one day will be working for you. In addition, 87% of consumers consider social responsibility and community involvement when they are trying to decide which products and services to buy. So if I can get this message out to local businesses and even the larger companies on the benefits they would see currently as a business standpoint and in the future from their workers if they invest in this program right now, I think that would be a great platform to start fundraising. The challenge this presents in creating such a small particular audience I'm driven towards and a certain message that only conveys to one audience is, what if they don't reciprocate well? What if they don't see the vision the way I do? So as part of a kind of contingency plan based on lack of response from the business community, another great way I could see fundraising being driven is an annual push through alumni. And this would come in terms if we were able to establish a successful alumni outreach committee. I'd love to see them using their resources and abilities to start an annual drive targeted at alumni giving back, just because they clearly will understand the message that is trying to be delivered. And when I get back from this program, I'm going to be working with Mr. Beecraft to finalize the message we want to deliver and also really working on who that target audience is. So obviously businesses that have the most employees coming from the Columbia and Midlands area will be most reciprocal to when to give money to Youth Corps. So as far as gauging success and what this all looks like for me, short term, just to reiterate a few points, I'm currently in the works of reaching out to alumni, establishing a strong alumni outreach committee and board, and fine-tuning the message of Youth Corps. Long term, I really just want to look at the way how to expand to reach as many youth as possible. If some of the short-term goals start to matriculate out successfully, then I definitely think the vision and scale of Youth Corps can be expanded to reach such a larger capacity and influence. I would also like to really continue to talk about Youth Corps and eventually set a new standard for leadership programs as a kind of understood top need of any community. And overall, going out even past Youth Corps, which has just been the perfect platform for me to talk about my interests and the importance of youth leadership programming, youth always just need to be provided with the tools and means to be engaged citizens. So I just want to conclude my presentation with one more little thought. When I first came to Mr. Beecraft and started kind of articulating some of my ideas about where Youth Corps could go in the future and how I wanted to help, he gave me a short little challenge to make sure that I could articulate my experience and my understanding of why Youth Corps is so different and why this matters in a way that would reach as many audiences as possible. So it's a mission vision statement from a personal experience, and it's definitely still in the works and is very wordy. But in short, Youth Corps is not a year-long program, it's a lifelong program. If that aspect of it cannot be understood by its participants, its alumni, and the business community, then that's where I'm going to start. But at this time, I just want to thank everyone for all their insight and help and opportunities provided to me. Thank my mentor for being here today, all the Mount Vernon staff, and I would like to entertain any questions. Yes.
So as you're reaching out to alumni, a lot of them are college students, they're adults with jobs, etc. What is the time commitment that they might expect to have to get involved with Youth Corps?
Right. So a few different parts about this, and because of time constraints for this presentation, I couldn't touch on as many aspects as I wanted to. But the greatest part about alumni involvement is it doesn't have to be, you know, a very large-scale involvement. It just deems how much they want to be involved. They could be financially if they want to give back. They want to come serve on the board. You know, they can serve from outside the Columbia area or come in. And that's a lot of what this questionnaire is doing, is gauging how much I can count on them for participation. And then I'll kind of shape moving forward what the alumni's role will be. Cool.
Where have funds come from in the past for Youth Corps?
Okay, so a few different places. There is a fundraiser held once a year that is targeted more at just general community general people in the community. It's a luncheon, and a lot of funds do come from that. There's also tuition you can pay if you're able to participate in Youth Corps that will pay for your participation, but Youth Corps, because it wants to reach such a diverse audience, doesn't make your participation contingent on your ability to pay tuition. So a lot of funds come from that once a year luncheon of sorts.
Out of curiosity, do Youth Corps alumni tend to stay in South Carolina, or do they go all over the place?
It's an interesting question that I don't know the answer to, and I'm working on gathering more statistics on alumni, and it's just not there yet, how much I'd like to have. But, I mean, based on, I really don't know to answer, but I would like to look into that further. Yeah, okay, well, thank you. I'm not gonna mess with that.
How's everybody holding up? Why don't you all stand up and breathe? Tell the person next to you how much you appreciate them today. All right. There you go. Come on. I will. Abracadabra, right? All right, if everybody could take your seats, we're going to have another presentation momentarily. Now's the time to get some coffee if you want it, because it's going to be taken away at some point soon. Okay. All right, well, thank you all so much for your attention. I'm delighted to say that we're about to have another fantastic presentation, this time from Richard Hamrick, Vanderbilt University. Richard.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Bradburn. So the title of my presentation is Experience Vanderbilt, Eliminating Barriers to Extracurricular Activities. Really quickly, just to introduce myself for those of y'all I might not have met, my name is Richard Hamrick. I'm a junior. I attend Vanderbilt University, obviously, and I'm double majoring in economics and European history. Yeah, and before I really dive in, I'm so lucky to be here. We have an amazing cohort, and I'm just so proud to be here and be a part of it. But also, I think we are kind of an interesting case study to get into my topic, and sort of I'm going to use us as a bit of a metaphor here. Map of the United States, and then here's where we go to college, or where we call home. And I think that's really important because we truly are from all over the country, and the affordability of higher education is such a national issue right now. So I want to sort of start with a very high-level approach, and then I'll laser into Vanderbilt very specifically. But at Vanderbilt, students, 23% of our student body comes from families that are considered to be in the top 1%. Otherwise, or like they make $600,000 plus a year. By contrast, 15% of our student body comes from families that are considered to be in the 60th percentile or below. So effectively what that's saying is we have literally more students from that very top 1% bracket than we do from the entire bottom 60th. And that statistic is true at 38 colleges and universities across the United States. So looking at all the colleges in our cohort, the number on the top is y'all's percentage of students coming from the top 1%, or at least their families are considered to be in that bracket, and the bottom is students coming from that 60th percentile and below. Just a quick note, this data was taken from basically the classes of 2013 and beyond, or sort of looking backwards. So things might have changed, things might have been a little more equal today, but as we see, about half of our cohort, there are literally more students from the top 1% than the bottom 60th percentile. And one area that really manifests itself in is access and affordability of extracurricular opportunities at our universities. So Vanderbilt is a wonderful campus with home to more than 420 campus organizations, whether that's ranging from club sports to Greek life, to arts and cultural organizations, et cetera. So these are some things I've been very lucky to be involved in as part of my college experience. I've gotten to be on the Honor Council, I've gotten to consult for local nonprofits in the Nashville area, but I've also gotten to be in a social organization and on the club rugby team. Now, the problem with some of these organizations is that many of them can be very expensive, and I'm sure that's something that y'all run into as well. So in order to be in a fraternity and to do club rugby, it ends up being about $1,500 a semester, which is obviously a good deal of money for that experience. Now, the issue with many free organizations, just to sort of paint that picture, is many of them are very competitive and not necessarily open to all students. So taking the Honor Council, for an example, that's something that I had to apply into, and things shook out my way and I got very lucky, but that's not necessarily open to all students. And these organizations have been so integral to my college experience, just like y'all's extracurricular organizations are to you. And sort of here's why it's important. So from an employment standpoint, after college, what are employers really seeking? So 80% look for demonstrated leadership ability, which is kind of the number one most common sort of facet of what folks are looking for, taken from the Job Outlook survey in 2016. Very similar, extracurricular involvement is the number 3 most influential factor in employers making hiring decisions, behind GPA and major. So really, outside of the classroom, extracurricular involvement is the number 1 thing that we as students can do in order to sort of guarantee our future and success in life from a career standpoint. And on the flip side, what do students need sort of from their well-being standpoint in college? Students who participated in a variety of activities show significantly higher school satisfaction, looking at well-being, sort of how they like attending college, how they are experiencing their college time. Very similarly, students that participate in extracurricular activities report higher academic self-concept, which looks at things like GPA, how seriously they're engaging in the classroom, and other academic studies. Other studies have even gone on to show that student belonging, basically how plugged in students feel on campus, directly correlates not only to their college success, but their after-career success. And that statistic is especially important for students of marginalized identities who often have trouble sort of finding their fit on a college campus. So I want to sort of give these sort of statistics and stories, or these statistics a story and sort of demonstrate what I'm talking about. So meet Mark, grew up in a small town in rural Georgia, might even have been neighbors with Cole. He's double majoring in political science and economics. He's with me. He's a rising junior at Vandy. He works as a cashier in the dining system. He receives need-based financial aid to attend college. And he became interested in an organization called Alternative Spring Break, which some of y'all might have at your campuses. But basically, that's when students give up their spring break to go travel across the country or the world to do service projects, often like kind of construction-based projects in localities. So Mark considered several service opportunities all across the United States. He was especially interested in working in a needle exchange in Skid Row in Los Angeles. But that sort of fell through when Alternative Spring Break didn't have the money that year in order to help fund his trip. He and his parents just couldn't afford it due to some issues that they were facing. And so as a result, he didn't get to go. Another story, meet another one of my friends, Victoria. She is a dual American-Brazilian citizen. She works as an assistant in the Vanderbilt Law School. And she receives financial aid also to attend Vanderbilt, but like 60% of Vanderbilt undergraduate females, she wanted to rush a sorority, which is a great social outlet on any college campus for the most part. Victoria considered 8 houses, narrowed it down to 2 throughout her rush process, and got down to these 2. So I've sort of anonymized them. So we have sorority Alpha 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 and Beta Beta Beta. For the first sorority, she really had a tremendous social fit with the girls. She really enjoyed being around them, really felt that they shared a lot of common interests. She really connected with their philanthropy as well. Her mother is a breast cancer survivor, and so they were doing breast cancer-related research as a part of their philanthropy. However, it was very unaffordable. It was about $1,500 a semester, and that was not something that her and her parents could afford at that time. The second sorority, she did not really perceive herself as fitting in quite as well, wasn't quite as passionate about some of the organizations they were involved in supporting, but it was much, much cheaper. And because of that affordability piece, she chose the second sorority. And in that case, her financial situation and her socioeconomic background dictated sort of how she's spending her time on campus. And I don't think that's necessarily should be how it is. And what's scary is their experience isn't, it's not unique. It's very common. And sort of here's why. Looking sort of from a broad level, children from upper middle class families are much more likely to participate in these kinds of extracurricular activities and organizations than working class peers. And mainly that's because of a broad national trend we've seen that families in sort of that upper quintile income bracket have really sort of been willing to fund more experiential student activities or have been more able to as well than those in the bottom quintiles. And this class gap in sort of social extracurricular involvement has been growing over the past few decades. Now, I want to walk you through what this looks like at Vanderbilt. So in 2014-15, the Vanderbilt student government commissioned a survey of our student body in order to visibly gauge what exactly was going on our campus. And so I've gone through and analyzed the results, and I've visualized the data here just so I can kind of give y'all an overview. So all these stars represent the Vanderbilt undergraduate student population. It's about 6,800 students, so 1 star is 25 students. 60% of our undergraduate population receives financial assistance of some kind. So that might be you received a scholarship from your church or local youth organization in your hometown, or that might mean you were receiving direct need-based aid from Vanderbilt. Now, 50% of our student body receives need-based financial aid from the college itself. Vanderbilt, like many other colleges and universities, is need blind, so we don't consider need in applications, and also we will meet 100% of demonstrated need using tools like FAFSA. So in our student body, 25% currently does not participate in extracurricular activities. And quick note, this survey ended up being taken by about half of the student body. So it's a very good sort of representative statistic of what's going on in the school as a whole. Others 25% that did not participate in extracurricular activities, the number one reason they cited in doing so was because of affordability. Either they physically couldn't afford the activity, or as a result of their doing a work study job, they simply did not have the time to give to that activity. Very similarly, of those who are able to participate, 52% say there are other activities that they would also like to do but are unable to afford. And 40% directly say that cost was a prohibitive factor in their participation at Vanderbilt. 40% of the student body as a whole spends $1,000 plus per semester or annually to participate, so $500 per semester or more to participate, and more than 60% rely on support from their family to do so. I would just like to point out the way need-based financial aid is calculated is Vanderbilt and the government sort of go through and say and project what your family is able to afford to spend on college in its entirety. So for many students, there isn't anything left in order to participate in extracurricular activities that might have a cost associated. But this was an issue recognized by the student government this past year, and a pilot was launched. So the Vanderbilt student government took $50,000 that's typically allocated from our student activity fund and dispersed it to students based on their need. So the program was based on demonstrated need, meaning that only students receiving such aid from Vanderbilt were eligible to apply, and also only 5 categories were considered eligible. So they were split up into Greek life, recreation, arts and cultural, service, and then an other. Applications were selected completely at random based from students that signaled interest or need in such aid, and no preference was given in any way. They were just pulled out of a hat until that $50,000 was spent in full. And sort of the results preliminarily, 205 students had their activities funded. So that meant that they could go on a service trip, participate in a play or a theater group, or maybe join a social organization that they might not have been able to otherwise. The average award was $380. Students could only apply for up to $500. But much of this student need was left unmet. And so my capstone really focuses on addressing these shortcomings in Experience Vanderbilt. So shortcoming number 1, straight up funding. Only 8.3% was funded. There was more than $600,000 in need requested. Shortcoming number 2, not enough students were reached. Only 17% of applicants, of all those applied, sort of had their aid fulfilled. There's also a lack of data about impact. So we know that $50,000 was allocated out to students and they participated in activities that they would not have been able to otherwise. But what does that mean? What was the impact on their sort of experiential, their experiential growth? What skills did they acquire? We have no idea. And there's no data that exists in order to analyze and sort of get those takeaways. And also, there's no guarantee of repeat funding. So say a student joined maybe the club golf or the club rugby team for that semester as a result of Experience Vanderbilt money. There's no guarantee that he or she would be able to do that program in a subsequent year, which is really difficult and sort of is another barrier that prevents folks from getting involved in something when it's kind of a 3 to 4 year commitment and they're not sure if they'll ever be able to sort of complete that track. So as a result, I've proposed a 3-step process in order to bridge this gap and get students the help I think they need. So first, I want to develop and administer a multidimensional survey in order to get a handle on sort of the data of the impact of the funds we're distributing. I then want to analyze this data to uncover important trends and then persuasively use that data in order to win additional funds and bridge that need gap. And working with my mentor, I've identified a multidimensional students' life satisfaction scale, which is a very commonly used scale that's been around for about 20 years. It was developed by a noted USC psychologist. And what's great is it's open source and very easily administered online and analyzed as well. I want to administer this survey in the upcoming semester as a requisite to receive the funding. So when students apply, a certain random number will be receive that funding for the upcoming semester. Before they receive those funds, I want to administer the survey, and then I want to administer it again at the conclusion of their experience. And the mechanism I want to use there is if they do not sort of complete that survey, they will not be able to apply for more Experience Vanderbilt funds in the future. I then want to analyze that survey in order to sort of yield some key results, looking at things or questions such as, do different extracurricular categories yield different sort of changes in satisfaction or academic performance? So that survey covers a wide variety of items such as sort of how students are self-reporting their feeling, what their happiness or outlook is on life, and also some GPA and academic components as well. It might turn out that receiving Experience Vanderbilt funds makes students more likely to continue participation over a series of years, or that they increase their engagement with their individual organization as well. And I also want to look at how a student's identity affects their change after receiving funds, looking at things like socioeconomic status, demographic information, et cetera, really wanting to get a handle on this fund and on sort of how the money is being spent. And why do I want to do that? So I want to persuasively use this newly acquired data in order to win additional funding. Right now, Experience Vanderbilt will have about $100,000 for the next year as a result of some increased administrative support for the program, but there's still a huge gap in unmet need. I'm not sure if it will be the $600,000 gap that we saw last year, but it will still be a several $100,000 gap in unmet need. And what I really want to do is use this data to give a return on investment for administrators, alumni, et cetera, who might consider donating. When any of y'all consider, donating to a program or even investing in a stock portfolio, one thing that's so chief to consider is what is your return on investment? What are you getting for your money? Right now, there's no data to offer any insight into that trend. So I want to be able to walk into a meeting with an administrator, with somebody who might give money and say, your $50,000 donation will, maybe it turns out in arts and cultural organizations, students that participated had a 10% increase in GPA and also had a 5% increase in their student life well-being. That's something that is very easy to give a pitch on, and I think that will be a key difference maker, especially because alumni have signaled interest and support for this program. But the number one thing they cite in not donating is it's very difficult to donate to something that you don't fully understand. And so by collecting this data, looking at how students are changing within the various extracurricular programs, I hope to be able to solicit administrative supports and alumni donations as a result of citing specific trends at Vanderbilt that they'll be able to connect with directly. So in terms of a brief timeline, I want to administer the survey for both the fall and spring semesters of next year, be able to comprehensively analyze this data over the next summer, and then be able to return from my senior year and sort of line up a series of meetings with either key potential investors, stakeholders, or university administrators, and say, here's my data, this is very Vanderbilt specific, I think we need to help these students bridge this gap in unmet need, please help us. In conclusion, I'd like to say that I don't think socioeconomics should dictate campus life. Getting into college is hard. For some people, getting into college was a heck of a lot harder than it was for other people. And I think at a university like Vanderbilt, we are so blessed to have about a $4 billion endowment. $500,000 or $600,000 shouldn't be an impediment for students experiencing different things in college. To just give a quick example, Mark, that example I used, that $500 that he would have needed for ASB would have been about 65 hours of a student work-study job in each semester in order to pay for that. And I just don't think it's right that a student would have to work 65 hours to then go give 80 or 90 hours of his time to participate in a very meaningful organization. So with that, thank you so much for hearing me out. I would love to entertain any questions you might have. Yeah, Sam.
So I have two questions. The first one is, actually, the presentation was great.
Thank you.
I have two questions. The first one is, have you reached out to low-income students serving student organizations to see the work that they've done in the recent past, or maybe they're currently working on, and also like to see the needs that they perceive in terms of like extracurricular activities, and if so, what has been the response? And then the second question was, given the limited amount of funds that you mentioned, how will you prioritize between different types of like extracurricular activities? So like, let's say, prioritizing between a fraternity or maybe like a research-based opportunity or like a sports?
Those are both great questions. So I'll take the second part of that question first. Quite frankly, I don't think you can, because when you look at what a student is interested in doing, there is simply no way to gauge like how one student's interest is more important than another student's interest. And that's part of the reason I want to use the survey approach. So hypothetically, let's say that it turns out that Greek organizations show a huge GPA hit, and also there's a huge rise in insecurity and a whole bunch of other sort of negative issues. Then maybe we come back and re-examine that, and Experience Vanderbilt from then on will not fund Greek approaches. Or that might be true in any category. So that's why I'm sort of using that survey, because I don't have that data, because nobody's ever collected it, and I do want to collect that and address that. To answer your first question, one thing that was covered in the survey but was not analyzed or broken down or segmented as well was of the students that did not participate in extracurricular activities, disproportionately minority students were a larger part of that group than they should have been when you look at the campus demographics. And actually, in my experience, I remember I'm a part of an organization that we get sort of solicitations for sponsorships. And the Middle Eastern Students Association came to us and asked for a donation in order to fund this huge event. And we asked them how much they needed, and they literally said it would have been $100 in order to do it, but they had no access to that money through Vanderbilt. So I think it is such small dollar amounts that make such big differences, and there is a disproportionately demonstrated need from minority students, that's another huge reason that I think this program is important to be expanded upon. Yeah, Ron.
How are you going to deal, you mentioned this at the end, with the students who have to work to pay for school. How
Right.
can you include these students that have to work say 20 hours a week to do extracurricular activities when they don't, frankly, have the time for it?
That's a great question. One thing I looked at in this program is also disproportionately, students working like federal work-study jobs or jobs at Vanderbilt, for the most part, are on need-based financial aid, and that's why they are required to do that. One great thing about this program is one goal would be, say you're working those hours in order to pay for your fraternity or sorority dues. I do have friends personally in my experience in my fraternity, that they work jobs to pay for those dues, and that prevents them from maybe joining a second organization. If there was a guarantee, if we could increase funding and there was a guarantee that they would be receiving $500 to their dues for the next 4 years, maybe they would be able to work less hours and pick up that additional, extracurricular activity, maybe, joining a theater group or something. So that's another huge part of the funding, is I think it might be able to enable folks to work less and sort of participate in other activities that interest them more.
Does Vanderbilt have a student activity fee built into their tuition? And so how is that money distributed? And how much do you happen to have any idea how much?
Yes, it's about $600, $700, somewhere in there. And that is the money, so that $50,000 was basically allocated as part of that gigantic pot, which is another thing. So basically, most of that money goes to the Vanderbilt student government and also to the student activity fund, which basically parcels out all this money to all these orgs. That $50,000 was taken out of that bucket, and I think in the future, I think this is something that really should be funded from an administrative standpoint, and that money should be freed up to go elsewhere, or sort of endowing an alumni fund that would be able to provide year-over-year support. Because you're right now students are funding it, and I don't think students should have to fund I think this should be something that is on a much bigger scale. So it's about, the fund that ends up being about $4 to $5 million in student funds a year that get parceled out, and either we need to increase the amount of the $50,000 coming from that fund, or what I really think needs to be happening is pitching this to administrators that might be able to arrange an endowment or sort of look at alternative funding.
I know we tried something similar down at Duke, but one problem we encountered was we didn't know how to deal with effectively a freeloader crisis.
Right.
Because we don't work, because students' data is protected, we can petition the Office of Financial Aid to see proportionally how much financial aid people are getting and then allocating as such. How do you sort of working around the red tape and institution barriers?
That's a great question. One great thing about Experience Vanderbilt is that it is almost a completely student-run organization because it currently does receive student money. So you raise an interesting point that if we were to start receiving more university-based funds, there is more university red tape. That is why the decision was made last year to have only students sort of that are eligible for need-based financial aid be eligible to receive funding, because there is so much vetting and background information that is just way beyond the scope of a student organization to receive funds. But you're absolutely right. Every student's situation is different. I have a friend that receives no need-based financial aid from Vanderbilt, but is honestly struggling to afford to pay for college, basically due to land prices. It's actually very similar to Leandre's gentrification project. She's been priced out of her neighborhood, and Vanderbilt deems her as having all this money that they don't have. And I'm sure there are folks that do receive need-based financial aid that might have the $500 to spend. Quite frankly, there is no way to do it, and so that's one thing I want to address with the data, is looking sort of at those demographic, socioeconomic pieces to maybe uncover some trends that we might be able to make some determinations. But it is so tricky because you really don't want to, tell a student what their situation is, and you really don't want to prioritize any student's, desires over another without any evidence of any kind. Awesome. Thank you all so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. You'd think that we'd be able to figure this out, but this is, I've never seen.
No, but you know, your generation has got a problem with technology, so.
Oh, there you go. Clearly.
You know, it's
Okay,
more my generation that invented the internet, so boom. Hashtag awesome. You guys enjoy the view.
Thank you very much.
You want to start the slideshow?
I want to make sure everything's A-okay.
Do you have any sound in the?
I don't, but
Okay.
all of my font is gone. Everything, all of my fonts have been disappeared. Yeah, that's interesting. It's all been changed now.
How many slides do you have?
Only 15, so I can do it in the 5 minutes
Yeah,
that we have.
You got time. We'll wait until you're ready.
Yeah, we'll be okay.
No stress. No stress, no drama.
Oh, I'm not.
All data, no drama.
I'm not stressed.
That was great, Richard.
This does not work. We're just going to times. Yeah, this is completely wrong. Awesome.
Wise guy.
Thanks. It redid all of my fonts like Shannon's.
Don't say anything to the mic. What are we doing?
Doing well, doing well. Worst case scenario, it'll just look a little bit different halfway through. Doing well. I've got 2 more slides to redo.
Oh, you got plenty of time.
Going as quick as
You got it down to a science.
I'm just changing it all to
Literally.
Times New Roman.
You ready, Ron?
Yeah. It's a great place to be, second to last.
Yeah.
I'll make the most of it. I'm the one before the last one. I'm the one before the last one,
You guys are all doing great. Very impressive.
Come on. No, this did not.
Did you write it on an earlier version?
It says that the font isn't compatible with the computer, and I think that's the same thing that happened to Shannon earlier. Oh, shoot. Come on. There we go.
There you go. All right. Okay, let's get this back to the start.
Always a good thing.
Come on. Okay. All right, everybody, we're back. The final stretch. And without further ado, let's welcome up Savannah Rogers from Washington State University.
Thank you, Dr. Bradburn. And before I begin, I just wanted to say a thank you to Mount Vernon and the George Washington Library, as well as the leadership team here, for not only giving me the opportunity, but the platform to speak about this issue that I'm very passionate about, as well as my family, my university and institution, as well as the Honors College there, and my amazing mentor, Colleen Kelty, who is here with us today. And so, as Dr. Bradburn said, my name is Savannah Rogers. I attend Washington State University, and I'm a Mount Vernon Leadership Fellow for the 2017 year. And my project is called People for the Period, Increasing Accessibility to Menstrual Hygiene Products. So today, during our presentation, we're going to be speaking a little bit about my own background and why this issue is very important to me and why I'm passionate about it. From there, we're going to talk about women and poverty, and then transcend from there into poverty and menstruation and how these two issues coexist together and impact one another. And from there, we're going to actually talk about my capstone, People for the Period, my action plan, goals, timeline, and challenges for this project. So a little bit about me. There's my family of 4. I'm the little one on the right, the chubby one. And I grew up with a mom who was a 4th grade elementary school teacher and a father who served in the Army. And so because of that, I moved around a lot in my formative years. I was born in 1997 in Monterey, California, where they have a language school there, as my dad was restudying Japanese because they had lived in Japan, my mom and dad, during their high school years. And so only a few short months after I was born, we moved all the way over to Japan. And we lived there for 2 years, and from there we moved to Kansas. I celebrated my 3rd birthday in Kansas, and then my 4th birthday in Washington State. We lived in Yelm, Washington, where my dad was based at Fort Lewis for a few years. However, then he did receive a new job at the University of Washington, running their ROTC program, and so we moved up to where I call home now, Maple Valley, Washington. But people always ask me, Savannah, you grew up as a military brat. Your dad was in the Army. How is it that you've been in Maple Valley since you were in 4th grade? That's a really long time. Doesn't the military normally move people around very quickly? And to answer that, the reasoning behind that was because in 2009, my parents got a divorce. And so that meant that we were staying in the same place because even if one parent, my dad, was going to move around, which he did not, he stayed with us, it meant that my mom wasn't going to move around with us. And so that divorce, as well as my attendance at Washington State University, I really believe has impacted me and allowed me to grow and develop into the person I am today. In the photo on the left, you can see me and my sister creating a mega person in front of Mount Rainier during the very beginning of the divorce, and then me in the front row cheering on our Cougs during one of the first games my freshman year. But one other event occurred that was really impactful for my life, especially being a woman, during these 2 photos. Right in between where these photos would line, I was 13 and I got my period for the first time ever. I was at my best friend's house at the time and I panicked. I had no idea what to do and my mom wasn't with me. But that was the first and the last time that I ever had to worry about menstrual hygiene products. I was very lucky and privileged that any time that I've ever needed a menstrual hygiene product, it's been in my backpack, in my purse, in my mom's purse. A friend has it, Or at worst case scenario, I need to find a couple quarters so I can buy one in the bathroom. But this isn't the case for all women. In fact, in the United States alone, 1 in 3 women live in poverty. That's 42 million women who do not have the same privilege that I do and are worried at times where their next menstrual hygiene product is going to come from, especially at times when they can't even afford food or shelter or clothing on their back. Looking more at a smaller scale at the United States, you can see that 3 states in the United States actually have 20% or more of their state, their female population, in poverty: New Mexico, Mississippi, and Louisiana. Looking specifically at my own home state of Washington, 13.9% of women live in poverty in comparison to the 11% of men and the 13.5% overall. Looking even deeper into Whitman County, where Washington State University Pullman campus is at, 28.4% of people live in or on the brink of poverty. And looking at Pullman, Washington, that small little farm city where Washington State University is, 52.3% of people live in or on the brink of poverty. That's a very large number. But people always question, how does poverty and menstruation go together? Aren't menstrual hygiene products just cotton, plastic, cardboard? How can they really be that expensive? When you actually look at it, menstrual hygiene products are a $15 billion industry worldwide, with most women spending $70 a year on these products. And while $70 might not seem like a lot of money to begin with, menstrual hygiene products are not covered by SNAP benefits. So even if you are in poverty where you need assistance to afford food, you still might not be able to afford menstrual hygiene products, which are a necessity. And to even increase this issue, 40 out of 50 states in the United States do not tax necessities. They don't tax your food, your water. Yet 45 out of 50 states tax menstrual hygiene products because they are not seen as a necessity. There are a couple of cases that have no sales tax, such as Oregon, Montana, New Hampshire, Delaware, and Alaska, and a couple of states that do not tax menstrual hygiene products, such as Minnesota, where our own fellow Ron Steinhoff is from, and Pennsylvania, where 2 of our fellows, Brian and Katie, are from. We also have Maryland, New Jersey, and Massachusetts, which do not tax menstrual hygiene products. But where do all these facts, statistics, and ideas come into play with my own project? My project is entitled People for the Period, and it's a project that works to raise money and collect products, as well as removing the stigma associated with periods. Our mission is to increase access of menstrual hygiene products to low-income, homeless, and in-need people, not only in our community, but in surrounding communities. We also envision a world where menstruation is neither a hindrance or taboo for the daily lives of people everywhere. So where does this mission and this vision come into action? My first goal for this project is to create People for the Period Day. It would be a day where the WSU, University of Idaho, Pullman, and Moscow communities can come together this November to raise money, products, and awareness about menstrual hygiene products and why they are a necessity not only within our community, but in surrounding communities. This would be also a time of education to talk about the differences between menstrual hygiene products, as there are an array of different types, which also can be not known to people, especially types that are not non-traditional, such as menstrual hygiene cups. And so really raising awareness about this and the sustainability of this aspect to really figure out what might be best for you and what might be best for this community. Looking at goals for People for the Period, my first one would be to create People for the Period into a 501c3 nonprofit organization, and then to begin partnering with the WSU Panhellenic community. The Panhellenic community is a 100% women council that works on in our Greek life for our sororities. Now, why is it that WSU Panhellenic might be interested? Well, it's all women investing in women and other people who menstruate. This is an opportunity for them to give right back to their own community that they're hoping to impact on a daily time period. Another short-term goal is the monthly 30 for 30. This would be a time period where People for the Period supports 30 women for 30 days, which can equate to $210 raised at least for that month. Long-term goals include partnering with menstrual hygiene product companies for People for the Period Day, where they might sponsor the day and donate products for our community and surrounding communities, as well as when this program hopefully grows and is able to expand. That way we can support a larger community. I'm also hoping to work with my group to draft legislation that is period positive. As I previously mentioned with legislation, 45 out of 50 states in the United States tax menstrual hygiene products. And that's really an issue. And I was actually watching a documentary that was talking about this issue, and one of the senators who was speaking on this issue actually said, they're taxed because people weren't in the room to say this was a necessity. Women were not in the room to say, hey, this is a necessity. And so by drafting period positive legislation within my own state, we can actually work to turn my state to that darker color blue than where it actually is. And finally, I want to work to expand the program to Seattle. The reasoning behind this is that Seattle is a much larger community, and so I don't want to begin there and have this project crash and burn because we don't have the necessary resources for the community. But Seattle has a very large homeless population, a large low-income population, as well as abused and battered people, and in-need people as well with the large LGBTQ community, because there are people out there who menstruate, who might not identify as female, and might feel uncomfortable going to the store to buy these products, and may rely on different resources to receive these products. Other short-term and long-term goals that I haven't included because they might not fit into the actual specifics are working with the WSU community to have People for the Period be the sponsored philanthropy for our WSU Homecoming Week, Panhellenic Pride Week, and Greek Week. During those weeks, different sororities, fraternities, or only those singular ones will compete against each other, and one of the largest aspects is fundraising through ticket wars. Every year, that money is donated to a different organization, and I'm hoping that People for the Period can be that organization in the coming years. For my timeline, in fall of 2017, I'm hoping to develop media deliverables. This is in the means of having social media in the form of Twitter, Instagram, a YouTube channel, and Facebook to really get the word out there about this organization, as well as the first People for the Period Day. And then I also want to begin my partnerships with different aspects of the community. I've already reached out to different food banks, shelters, and houses that host in-need people to really begin working on this, and every single person I've reached out to says, yes, we need those products. This is something that's very important and something that really goes unrecognized within our community. People might do food drives and they're donating a can of beans or they're donating, a box of ramen, but they're not donating menstrual hygiene products, and those are just as necessary at times as food for these people. I want to further develop these partnerships and have them work with me for People for the Period to bring it together. In Pullman, we're a very sprawled out community in conjunction to our other communities. Colfax, our nearest town, can be at times 45 minutes away with traffic. And so if there's a person there in Colfax that is in need, but the food bank there or a shelter there does not have these products, they might have to travel all the way to Pullman or even to Moscow, Idaho to receive these. And to making sure that our partnerships, these products are spread out throughout our community so that people who might need to travel to get those products don't need to, because either A, that's just an unnecessary travel, or B, they might not even have the means to travel, such as having a car, which is really needed when there's only a one-lane road to get to these different cities. In spring of 2018, I'm hoping to build a board of directors for People for the Period, and this would be our first step into being a 501c3 nonprofit organization, as well as Coug Day at the Capitol. For those of you who do not know, Washington State University, all of our different campuses come together once a year to travel to our state's capital, Olympia, Washington, to speak with representatives and senators of our state and really speak about legislation that is important to us. In previous years, we've talked about open source textbooks, sexual assault prevention programs on our campus, and awareness. And one thing that I'm really hoping to do is bring forward those drafts of legislation that is period positive. This is something that has been very impactful in the past when we're being able to meet face-to-face with those in our state who represent us, and they're able to see, yes, this is important to us as students, as community members, and as citizens of the state of Washington and the United States. I'm hoping that this legislation will be able to go onto the lobby agenda in this year and in the coming years, and this begins not just in spring of 2018, but right when we get back to school, as I work with the Washington State University and Associated Students of Washington State University lobby team. In fall of 2018, I'm hoping to register as a nonprofit and then also evaluate and modify the program as our goals and needs change. Each year, students come and go from Washington State University as they graduate or as they come in as new freshmen. We are a community that is made up almost entirely of Washington State University students. It's almost a ghost town in the summer when we go down to almost 3,000, 4,000 students in our community in comparison to the 33, 34,000 that we have during the school year. And so with those changes in our community, there might be changes of need each and every year. And so looking at our program and seeing how we will be able to transcend the different communities that occur within over the years and making sure that this is a sustainable program that is able to help and benefit people in need everywhere. And finally, in spring of 2019, I'm hoping to begin transitioning for my post-graduation years, which brings me to my challenge. What happens afterwards? What happens when I graduate, when I'm no longer in the Pullman community? Pullman is your stereotypical college town that everybody loves. People, I already know, they have a countdown for when we're going back to Pullman for this new coming year. And yet, after you graduate, though Pullman may be in your heart, it doesn't stay as your home. You move on, you move to the west side of Seattle, where it's almost a 6-hour drive away, you move to different states, and you find a new community and home. So how does this program continue on when I'm not there? One thing that I'm looking into actually includes the women in this photo. These are some of my sisters from Alpha Omicron Pi fraternity after they graduated 2 years ago. And so how can I have an impact on our community when I'm leaving? I'm really hoping to partner with my sorority, Alpha Omicron Pi, and to continue this on as one of their philanthropies, for example. We have 2 philanthropies that we do every year. One of them is our national philanthropy for juvenile arthritis, and the other one is on drunk driving awareness in the fall after one of our sisters, Tanya, passed away about 10 years ago. My hope is that this program can become a fall or spring philanthropy for sorority in a similar way that drunk driving awareness has become specific for Alpha Omicron Pi. If that is unable to continue, I'm hoping that we can maybe partner with the Associated Students of Washington State University or other partnerships within the community, such as the Community Action Center, Sojourners Alliance, or Alternatives to Violence on the Palouse to continue on with this project. I'm also hoping to continue to come back to Washington State University each and every year for People for the Period Day, whether that be for a week, a couple of days, or for the day itself, depending on my own time constraints, to make sure that this day continues on. That's another reason why I'm really hoping to partner with different communities as well as companies that provide menstrual hygiene products is so that this day can continue on even when I'm not there to push the train ahead. Furthermore, another challenge that I'm looking at is credibility. What's going to happen when a 19-year-old female goes up and says, hey, I want to start a nonprofit, this is what I want to do? Most people don't really see that as credible. And so what I'm hoping to do is through my partnerships with different organizations within the Washington State University and Moscow, Idaho community is really gain that credibility so people understand that this is more than just passion, this is knowledge and a drive to actually get something done rather than just to say that I want to get something done. And through those partnerships that already have credibility within our community to continue on with this project. And with that, I will entertain any questions. Yeah, Dorothy.
Thanks for such a wonderful presentation. This is super important work again. I'm wondering what you think are the benefits of making this a 501c3 nonprofit as opposed to like a fiscal sponsorship with like an existing company that does this kind of work, or?
Yeah, that's a great question. One thing that I'm really looking into is that with with People for the Period, a lot of donations I'm thinking is not going to come in the form of a product, especially if you are asking men, hey, can you bring in, do you want to donate to this? They're not going to be the first person to say, oh, sure, let me just go grab the box that I keep in my closet at home. Like, sure, I've got a spare one for you. That might be women. So that's going to be a lot of donation in the form of money. And so I'm hoping to partner with US Bank, which already has a partnership with Washington State University. And by having this with the bank account and having these funds go through, I'm thinking that with a nonprofit and a board of directors, it'll be much easier to keep these funds in a safe way. And furthermore, by having a nonprofit organization and a board of directors, as well as maybe in the future being able to hire an executive director, this program will be able to continue on within my community. And then a final aspect of that is that I'm really hoping to expand this project to more than just the Pullman community, and that really goes into the credibility aspect of it all. If I'm wanting to expand to a city that, you know, being from Seattle is so large and expansive, really being a nonprofit organization, having a board of directors and being credible is important to actually make progress and do the work that you are wanting to do. Yeah, Cameron?
Thank you again, especially for your really inclusive language surrounding people who menstruate or may not identify as a woman of various gender identities. And kind of with that, I was wondering, as someone who does not menstruate, how do you think that we can work to be allies in destigmatizing the stigma around that process?
Yeah, so one thing I always joke about is that whenever I've mentioned periods, at least not here, but within my past and at home in my high school and in my college community, most boys tend to cringe a little bit. It's like, oh, it's gross, it's blood. They don't really even know what it's about. And so I think that the first way to be an ally for this, if you do not menstruate, is just to have an education on what menstruation is and how it works, knowing, the science behind it and understanding that 52% of the world's population is going through this every single month. Statistics show that actually women, they believe, menstruate for 10 years of their life in total. And so really understanding this. And then I think also being open to talking about it, not cringing away when it's mentioned, and really being empathetic as well. And then I think the final way is not making jokes about it. People be like, oh, she's in a bad mood because she's PMSing. Well, okay, that may be the scenario. She may be in a bad mood because of menstruation, but making a joke out of it, I think, is really invalidating actually the way that they're feeling and the science behind it, because it might not just be in their head. It may be physically through their body or in cramps because of menstruation. So really normalizing this topic, not making a joke out of this topic, and understanding the science behind this topic. Yeah, Shannon? So one thing that I'm really hoping to do is my board of directors being representatives from the different community partners, because they have an understanding not only of this topic and the need for this topic, but also of our community. But I'm also hoping to have students involved in this who may actually be in need of these products, and really empowering people who may have been in need in the past to help those who might be in need in the future. And I'm really hoping to as well have a couple of experts. Obviously, I'm not going to claim that I'm an expert in this field, but having them there, whether it be an expert in finances, because that's something that might be really large in this, even if they don't understand, not understand, but even if they're not an expert in the field of menstruation, they might be an expert in other fields that might be very important. So really looking at the diversity of our board, but also I'm really hoping that at the end of the day to have this board be filled with people who do menstruate, as this is a topic that really is impactful for them personally, but having diversity throughout. Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much.
You all set, Ron?
Yeah, I think Savannah set me up.
So I'm going to talk a little bit before I look at this one because I'm not going to be able to stay into the session.
Oh, no problem.
Free book talk. Anyway, so I'm going to say a few words of the
Hey, I have a picture of Washington in my presentation.
So yeah, I'm going to switch the background. That was a little more George. But anyway, congratulations to you. These are all been great.
Thank you. I haven't gotten. Oh, of course. I'm gonna rep my Eden Prairie, Wisconsin pride.
I was born in Wisconsin.
Oh, it's
Before I moved to Vernon.
Yeah.
In Wisconsin. Back in my day, they still had, in fact, me, because I was just a kid, but they still, they had different breathing habits.
Yeah. So we're from Wisconsin, right?
One of them was 18 and one was 21. Yeah, because Minnesota folks would make it Wisconsin.
Wisconsin was like one of the last to change it to 21.
Yeah.
And even now in Wisconsin, you can drink with your parents, which is kind of unheard of. As long as you're 15, yeah, if you're 15-year-old, you can drink. Yeah. I think it's smart that way because then you can drink in a safe environment and not have it happen at college. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have the binge and that.
Honestly.
That's it. For sure. Anyway, good. So, you guys did a good job.
I know. It's fully Olympian. I needed that texture on her. Love you all so much. Always the power forward.
Ready?
Yes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are about to have the penultimate presentation of the Mount Vernon Leadership Fellows, and let me just take an opportunity because I'm afraid to say I won't be able to stay for the last one. I've talked to Samuel already with my deep apologies. I'm going to watch the recording. We have a book talk tonight, a Ford evening book talk. We'll have about 200 people here listening to a new book, and I'm excited to go deal with that program. But let me just say to everybody here, congratulations. What I've seen so far is just extraordinary work. And I know that you put a lot into it, and your heart and souls are in these projects. And I know that you're going to have great success in all your endeavors. And remember, though, we can't ever guarantee success. As George Washington says, "'Tis not in mortals to command success, but we can do better. We can deserve it, and you all have certainly deserved it. So I want you to give yourselves a round of applause for this great performance today. And again, I want to thank Julie Olmsey and Sean Thomas and Melissa Robertson and their whole team, Jeb Blythe, of course, and Tyler Portanova, who've done such a tremendous job making this come to life this year. And I look forward to seeing you all as you go forward. Have a great time in Philadelphia tomorrow. I wish I could be there with you, but I'll see you on Thursday for sure. All right, so let's reset the button here and get ready for the one and only Minnesota folk that we have here, and that's Ron Steinhoff from the University of Wisconsin.
Thank you, Dr. Bradbourne, for that great introduction. So I need to start this way, how we started everything else. My name is Ron Steinhoff. I'm from Eden Prairie, Minnesota, but I go to school at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, where I study politics and Spanish on a pre-health track. And I'm so excited to present to you my capstone project, Badgers Against Human Trafficking, Increasing Advocacy and Awareness Against Modern-Day Slavery. My story begins with this simple fact. More men, women, and children are in slavery today than during the entire transatlantic slave trade. When I first heard this fact, when I was a sophomore in high school, I was shocked. This can't be true. There can't be more people in slavery today than in the past. Did they forget that every single country in the world, it's illegal to have slavery exist at all? Did they forget that we fought a civil war within the United States with Abraham Lincoln and that we won and slavery is not illegal within the United States? Did they forget all these things I was taught my entire life? But these things didn't matter. Slavery still exists in our world today. So, my story begins, like I said, in Eden Prairie, Minnesota. I attended Wooddale Church. This was my local church. And during my sophomore year in high school, we had a partnership with IJM. IJM stands for International Justice Mission. The goal of IJM is to restore justice where justice has been taken away. It helps victims of human trafficking, sex trafficking, and modern-day slavery, which can all be used interchangeably between human trafficking and modern-day slavery. And it frees them out of their bonds, and it gives them a place to be self-sufficient so they won't fall back into the horrible reality that is human trafficking. So as the picture of me wearing Batman, that was the first experience I had with IJM. We had a race saying, "We run so they can be free." So this was around Halloween, hence the costume. But it really empowered me to feel as an individual, a merely high school student from Eden Prairie, Minnesota, that could make a difference on this issue that seemed way bigger than me and that scared me when I first learned about it. 27 million. That is the number of slaves that are currently in the world today. And of those 27 million, 80% of those are currently involved in the sex trafficking ring, and the other 20% are within forced labor. And the average cost to own a human being in our society is $90. So some more facts on modern-day slavery. The human trafficking industry is a $150 billion industry. Between 800,000 to 4 million people get added to the number of 27 million each year. Beyond that, this issue may seem distant. It may seem it doesn't happen in the United States. It doesn't happen in our own backyard. But sadly, it does. I had a friend who lived in Arizona who knew someone who was a victim of human trafficking. The story of this person, I'm just going to call her Debbie. That's not her real name. But Debbie was in 8th grade. She lived in an Air Force family, upper middle class, outside of Phoenix. She was not someone you'd think that would get caught up in this horrible act of human trafficking. Yet one day, during the summer, she gets a text from her friend saying, "Hey, meet me outside. I have something to show you." So within her own front yard, she gets taken to a car with 2 men and her friend, and immediately has a gun pointed to her head. She's forced to do everything that they say for fear of losing her life. Luckily, within 40 days, she was found. She was found in a dog kennel and had been forced to have sex with over 100 men in the mere 40 days that she was captured. Debbie wasn't someone that would just get involved with human trafficking. She didn't slowly fall into it. She was a victim, and it happened in a suburb of Phoenix, Arizona, in the United States of America. Human trafficking in the United States. Currently, 57,000 people that live in the United States are currently slaves, with over 100,000 being trafficked throughout the United States and going between different countries. To make it even more specific to my project, I have stats that have to do with Wisconsin. Just last year, in 2016, there were over 63 cases of human trafficking. And the calls represent either calls from victims that are trying to get help to either local police or other national hotlines that help victims of human trafficking, or people who think they may have seen someone who was caught up in human trafficking. As this is an issue that occurs all over in our local parks, our malls, and in places we'd never think we'd see this issue. So this is my solution. When I was a sophomore in high school, I felt empowered that I could fight against human trafficking. I felt that I could make a difference. And the goal of my awareness campaign to happen at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, a university I love, I want to see that same empowerment happen to my fellow colleagues. My goal is to show these communities that this is an issue that needs to be confronted. Some of my friends, who I think are very smart and intellectual people, don't even know that this is an issue. I want to first show them this is an issue that we can confront and that we have to confront. The second thing I'd like to do is empower them, equip them with the right tools to know how they can make a difference on this seemingly, when I first saw it, seemingly issue that I could do nothing to do. I want to empower them and give them the tools they need to fight against it. And the timeline for this specific campaign will be within the next year. My target audience for this campaign is the UW Greek community and the UW Faith community. The reason I choose these different communities is because, first off, I'm actively involved in each one and have connections within the organizations of each one, and each of these communities have a strong sense of social justice. I believe once they know about human trafficking and want to see it come to an end, they would do all that they can to help against this fight. So this awareness campaign will be run through an organization called Badgers Against Human Trafficking. This campaign will be the home base of the awareness and the meetings and the events that I will further describe soon. What you see of the red X of that logo represents the End It movement. The End It movement is an international movement that hopes to end human trafficking and modern-day slavery within our generation. And I truly believe this can be achievable with projects like this all over the nation and the world. So the first aspect of my capstone is to raise awareness. I want to thankful for the help of Diane in helping me create this campaign. But the first aspect is just to raise awareness about these events. So this will be done through working with social media accounts, working with local news organizations such as the Badger Herald and the Badger Daily, talking at organizations that of my target community, whether that be fraternities, sororities, or other faith-based organizations, working with faculty that dedicated their life in academia to research human trafficking and the effects that it has on people and victims of human trafficking. And even things like flyers and emails to get the point across and just to truly just have people be aware of this issue and the impact they can have on it. These are 3 organizations that I already know I want to partner with for this campaign. The first is Upper House, the one you see on the left. Upper House is an organization that's a Christian event center that I plan to have the Badgers Against Human Trafficking Club meet, and also is a facility that can seat over 400 people. I have an internship through this organization, and they've already expressed interest in helping us with our events and helping us host a place to have a home base for this campaign. The second is working with our UW Police Department. The UW Police are fighting on the front lines of trying to fight human trafficking. What we want to do is how can students, because human trafficking is a very dangerous activity that I don't recommend us as students to get involved in without prior training. So I want to equip students of how they can help people, such as our police department, help combat this issue and make a true difference on it. And the third organization was started by a recent alumni of Madison who now works for IJM that I have the fortune to meet with, and it's called a Just Brew. A Just Brew is a coffee shop where all the profits that they make each day go to help fight against human trafficking. And all of us have the same end goal of seeing this issue end within our generation. Okay, here are some of the events that I'm already planning for this next year. The first was an event created by IJM. It's called Fast for Freedom. The idea of Fast for Freedom is you don't eat for 24 hours and give the money that you would have spent on food to IJM. The goal is to have IJM raise over $100,000 to help lead the way in the fight against human trafficking. The reason I really want to pursue this event is because as college students, at least me personally, I sometimes have a lack of financial resources, but if you give college students a way that they can save money and makes them feel like they can make a difference, even if it's just $24, you're giving students an opportunity to make a difference financially when they otherwise wouldn't. So I think this gives students a great opportunity to give financially through fasting for 24 hours. The next event is the faculty panel. Through my Global Health Certificate, I've become aware of other faculty that are working, as I said before, against human trafficking and researching the effects it has on victims. And they want to see this come to an end too. So they've already expressed interest in wanting to create a panel that will be open to all students beyond the two communities that I'm trying to reach. That students can see their professor outside of a classroom setting just to learn more about what is happening around them and just kind of see the professors that they have a passion for this too. This isn't just a college student fight. This should be every person's passion and desire to see this come to an end. The next is having an IJM speaker. As I said before, a lot of this program and awareness campaign is working with IJM as they're at the forefront of fighting against human trafficking. And IJM has already expressed interest in wanting to come on campus to speak to students about what human trafficking is in its purest and darkest forms. These people have gone to places in the United States, all over the world, and have seen daughters, mothers, people that they know and have relationships with be taken into the dark depths of human trafficking. And I think that power that you see when you have a personal connection, you see someone who has that personal connection of human trafficking, it shows you a new light and gives you a new reason to want to fight against human trafficking. And this event is more, not event, but this program is more geared to the faith or Greek community. So each semester, the UW Police Department comes to talk to each fraternity and sorority. This talk usually consists of safety and how to be safe around alcohol and drugs, and kind of what the UW Police Department expects from the different fraternities and sororities. What I think would be great is to have in this talk, through working with the UW Police Department, include what a college student can do if they may see someone who's stuck in human trafficking. First, even what those signs are. I wasn't aware of those signs until I was in high school, of how I can maybe see if someone who is in human trafficking, how I would even be aware that that's happening. I could see someone with dirty clothes and just think, why did they not take a shower today? Or why did they not wear clean clothes? But to recognize those signs and teach Greek students those signs, I think would increase, first off, increase the cause and hopefully even free people in our own backyard that are caught in human trafficking. And also, it gives Greek students the opportunity to see that they can make a difference without getting directly involved. Again, I want to discourage people from getting directly involved in this issue, as it is very dangerous, and the police department, especially the UW Police Department, has a great organization within itself that is working to end this in the Madison area. Another event catered again to the Greek community is Humorology. Humorology is the largest philanthropic event that occurs on the UW-Madison campus. Every single fraternity and sorority takes place in it. And basically it's a quick dance and song that each fraternity puts on. But it raised over $200,000, or a little below $200,000 last year. And they always give the money to local organizations. So my goal is, I'm already working with the executive producers to try to have a local human trafficking organization that's fighting against it to give some of their funds to the organization. As not only would it give more financial resources to organizations fighting on the front lines against modern-day slavery, but it also will raise awareness. Because every time a fraternity or sorority member will ask for money, they'll say, it's going to this. It's going to free people in modern-day slavery. And I think that idea is powerful in itself. So the other part of my campaign, beyond awareness, I think advocacy is a great part and is going to be necessary to truly see modern-day slavery come to an end within our generation. Currently, as you see up here, the End Modern-Day Slavery Initiative Act of 2015 is up for reauthorization in Congress. And currently, it requests over 100 million, which isn't that much in the grand scheme of things. But what we want to do is, after each event that I described before, give college students an opportunity to dig deeper, to see how they can make a difference and come to advocacy meetings. So after each event, there will be 2 advocacy meetings. At these meetings, we will tell college students how to call their representatives, how to say, this issue matters to me. I want to see you take action on it, whether that be local or national level. We want to have our college students who want to see this come to an end contact their representatives and see them to make a change in it. Amazingly, this is a bipartisan issue, so there is no pushback on either side of the aisle, as I think we can all agree that modern-day slavery should not exist in our society. So this is an overall timeline. Again, this is for the next year. And in the fall, I want to create the club, as this is what this all is going to be run through. Start the awareness campaign. Then it will be the Fast for Freedom event, the faculty panel, and the UW police as they go every semester to talk to the new pledge classes and then the entire fraternities and sorority community. And then this spring, evaluate the success of the awareness campaign. And then the IJM speaker, humorology, and UW police. The reason I want to evaluate in the spring is I want to see which events actually made an impact on people. And I'll tell you how I'm going to evaluate that success soon, but I don't want to have this be a campaign that just people wash over. I want to know what works on my specific campus with these specific communities, and then go with that for my senior year. And I think this is a great way to try a variety of events to see which ones work and see which ones stick with people, to empower them to make a difference on this issue. So the evaluation of success. I'm going to do this in 2 ways. The first will be just the number of students that attend each event. I think this is a fair indication of how the awareness campaign ran. If people know there's an event going on and want to learn more, and they show up to these events, that shows that they saw the awareness campaign and it worked. They saw there's people in slavery, and they went to this event. I think that's a great indication that someone was impacted and realized an issue that maybe they didn't know existed before. And the second would be, I think this will give more of the depth of the impact. We'll see who attends the advocacy meetings. If a student takes even more time out of their schedule to go to a meeting that will help people they don't even know, I think that truly shows an impact that the awareness campaign had on these students, that they're taking even more time out of their busy day to call their representatives, maybe when they don't want to, but they're doing it because they want to see modern-day slavery come to an end. And then looking beyond with the great picture of George. So the first challenge I foresee is just a sheer lack of interest. Some people may not care that there's human trafficking within our society, and that saddens me, but it's a reality that I'm willing to face. But what I'm going to try to do through this awareness campaign is to tell them that it could be anyone. It could be their mothers, it could be their sisters, it could be their friends. It could be anyone that they know could get stuck up in this. 27 million people, and it could be someone that they know. The second, of all the partners that I said before, it could be hard to collaborate and have a great synergy between the organizations. So in that I foresee, we all have the same end goal of seeing human trafficking end, but it could sometimes be hard to work with the specifics of what that would look like. And that's an issue I foresee, and I'm excited to be flexible on, to have that not be an issue that will stop us from achieving our same end goal. The second issue that I foresee is I'm going abroad in the spring. I'll be studying Madrid for this next semester. But how I want to confront that is I already have a team of friends who are also passionate about this issue that will take up the reins while I'm gone. And I think that's vital for it to be sustainable and to make a true difference on our campus. And then on a brighter note, I'm involved at the Honors College at my university. And every spring, they have a leadership grant. And this leadership grant would provide $3,000 to campaigns like this that want to make a positive difference in our community and campus. And I'd hope to apply for that and maybe even get it and have those funds help me in my senior year when I see which events are successful and in ways I can use the funds in an effective way. And then finally, this isn't an issue that will be ended within my last years of college. It would be great if it did, but as long as people are in slavery, I'm going to be passionate about this issue, and this will go far beyond my time in college. And then finally, I'm going to say thank you to all the fellows. This was an amazing experience, and especially the Mount Vernon staff, Julie, Sean, Doug, Kurt, Tyler, Janessa, and everyone else. This has been a life-changing experience, and I thank you for giving me the platform to work on an issue that I'm passionate about and hopefully make a difference in seeing human trafficking come to an end. Any questions? Thank you. Yeah.
You mentioned the Honors College might be able to provide funding for your senior year. Do you have any ideas of funding for this coming year?
Working with the organizations I talked about, Upper House has a fairly large budget that they're maybe willing to help stuff on. But the main things about these events is through my connections, I don't have to pay, like for the event with the IGEM speaker, I don't have to pay for having that facility, and that's probably the largest cost of that event. And for the Fast for Freedom, it's just more of the awareness part, which I think having a great team around me would make that effective without having it be a large financial burden. Yeah.
I have two questions. The first is, can you tell more about what the $100 billion goes for in that appropriations bill? Like how does the money translate into efforts against human trafficking?
Mm-hmm.
And then can you also talk about how like the stigma around sex work affects like how you're dealing, because you said 80% are in are trafficking, human trafficking.
Yeah. Okay, I'll answer the second one first because that ties into the first one. For the second question, recently legislation has changed. It used to be people in human trafficking were seen as prostitutes, and that in itself is a crime. So people that were freed from human trafficking were then persecuted, which this act helped end, of that people that are caught in human trafficking should not be persecuted for being a prostitute. As the thought is, they was forced against their will, and it wasn't a choice that they consciously made. And what this act does is, first, it provides police with the necessary tools to help people around human trafficking. It takes a specific detective team to work to end this and empowers those communities to know that within the United States how to end human trafficking, as these take places on the dark web, and it's hard to really pinpoint where things are changing with that. So that this legislation really helps have the United States take an active stance against it, because before this, there was no legislation that fought against human trafficking. Yes.
I know you're raising awareness mostly, and you're not using that aspect, but in the future, do you envision yourself to be actively in trafficking in the U.S. or globally?
Yeah. I mean, we could see where my career takes me, but as of now, at least on a college campus, I want people to realize that it happens in our own backyard. And I think just showing it, because that's something that we all can agree on. We all go to the University of Wisconsin-Madison, and this is happening in Madison. So I think having that commonality is vital for at least this awareness campaign. But in the future, I would definitely not be opposed of going abroad to help fight against this. At least for this campaign, I want it to be more of a local feel.
One last question.
Sweet, thank you.
Are you ready? I'm ready. It's the top one.
Oh, yeah.
Jerry, go ahead and start.
We'll just give it a few more minutes.
Okay. Never been last, but now I am. I'm gonna start laughing for the whole thing. Contain my laugh. My laughter. Now what? Ron, now what?
Now we wait. Ron, Diane was watching. She was very proud of you. Sweet. What are your mentors gonna watch?
He's gonna watch the replay. He's in Kansas.
I usually watch the replay.
I send him the presentation.
Okay. We'll wait for them to get the coffee service out and let's start. Okay, so we will finish up our last presentation of the day, and we will have Samuel speak to us about an organization that he's involved with in Florida. Go ahead, Samuel.
The famous Bolivian The famous Bolivian math teacher Jaime Escalante, whose story was depicted by the record-breaking movie Stand and Deliver, said, "We're all concerned about the future of American education. But as I tell my students, you do not enter the future. You create the future. The future is created through hard work." Good afternoon. My name is Samuel Vilches Santiago, and today I'm going to be talking to you about increasing access to secondary education among Latinx youth, a topic that is definitely important as we move forward as a society, but also that I have a personal connection with. But before we do that, I want to talk a little bit about language, because I do think language matters. So I wanted to talk to you about this term. Many people look at it and they go, how do you even pronounce it? It's pronounced Latinx. The term Latinx, the term Latinx is a gender-neutral term often used in lieu of Latino or Hispanic. It refers to individuals who have a Latin American descent and who live here in the United States. The X replaces the standard O or A of Latino and Latina, and it is intended to be more gender inclusive, both to women, but also to those who don't identify with the gender binary of men and women. In comparison to the term Hispanic, which was coined by the Ronald Reagan administration, this term does not include people from Spanish backgrounds, and this was done purposefully, given the logic that the colonizing country should not be included within our marginalized identities. Before that, now I want to talk about my own personal story. So who am I? I was born in Maracaibo, Venezuela, which is the second biggest city of the South American country. Both of my parents were college graduates. My dad, a computer engineer, my mom, a dentist. There I had access to really good quality of education. I went to an all-boys Catholic school from 2nd grade to 7th grade, and it was one of the best in the city. Every single person who I went to school with went on and went to college. However, due to the crisis, both political and social, as well as economic, my parents had to move. I remember how it was January 30th of 2010 when I was eating dinner with my sister, who at the time was only 5, and I hear 3 gunshots, and it was because the pro-government militia was targeting my parents because of their political activism in favor of the opposition. That night, my dad decided that we needed to move. So we migrated, and we moved to the United States. On June 25th, 2010, we came to Orlando, Florida, because there was a strong connection with some of my family friends, and they lived there. There, everything was a little bit different. At first, when I first came here, I was in 8th grade, and at first, I really didn't understand anything that was going on. Being a high-achieving student throughout my life, it was extremely hard to go to school and not understand what the teachers were telling you because I didn't know any English. I went to Jackson Middle School, a predominantly Latino middle school where 90% of the students are Latinx. After that, I went on to high school, and I went to another predominantly Latino high school, and it was Colonial High School. And at Colonial High School, 75% of the student body is Latinx. And I started to see a lot of the issues that I'm going to be talking about throughout my presentation. And those issues included, of course, not having access to education in your own language, not having access to documents in your own language, having immigrant parents who don't know how the system works. And I saw it. I mean, in a high school, there's 75% Latino, as I said, mainly Puerto Rican. Only 30% of my graduating class went on to pursue an associate's degree or a bachelor's degree. Think about it. So like 3 out of 10 went on to college, something that we take for granted for many communities in the United States, but it's actually a privilege. Today, all of us are privileged in the way that by just the fact that we're getting an education, we're better off than most people in the United States. And that is not okay. So as I went to high school, I started to see that I wanted to go to college because I liked education and I was always a high achieving student and it was just expected of me. And in that way, I was also privileged because my parents ingrained in me this value for education given their own personal experiences. Now I want you to close your eyes and think about that moment when you got into college. You can open them now. So you probably cried, you were probably really proud, but I will never forget that moment. I remember it was December 15th of 2014 when I started looking at my acceptance. I applied early to Princeton and to other universities, and it was decision day. I told my teacher, I will probably not get in. I will probably get deferred and maybe get in the spring as part of the regular admissions process. I was sitting in my dining table, and my mom was in front of me, and she was speaking to someone from the health insurance company. And I opened the letter, and it says, there's Tiger, and it says, congratulations, you've been accepted to Princeton University. At that point, I didn't know what to do or how to act. So I just stood up and I started jumping and I started yelling and I started laughing. Then my little sister, my dad came out and they asked me what was going on. So I told them I got accepted into Princeton University. We all hugged and we cried. And the reason we cried is because given the statistics, I wasn't supposed to get into Princeton University. I became the first student from my high school in 57 years to ever attend an Ivy League institution. Given the fact that my mom, when we first moved to the United States, even though she was a dentist, had to work at a McDonald's for 3 years. Given the fact that my dad was unemployed for a year when we first moved here, it wasn't expected of me to go to Princeton University or to even go to a school outside of Florida. So I took a lot of pride in that. And I will never forget that moment when something that wasn't supposed to happen, happened. And it didn't happen just because I worked hard. I don't believe this concept that you can pull yourself by the bootstraps because it was a community. It was the work of the community that supported me. It was the work of my teachers. It was the work of my mom, of my dad, even my sister, of all of my family who made it possible for me to go to the school I wanted to go to. It was those teachers who don't get paid enough, but they stay until 5, 6 p.m. Working because they want their students to be successful. So after that happened, I saw how access to education was a problem, and I began a series of presentations called Las Claves del Éxito, or in English, the keys to success. And through that, I basically toured about 11 high schools in the Central Florida area, and we talked to more than 1,500 students and about 500 parents. Given that, it set the foundation for the next step, and that's what I'm going to be talking about to you all. But before I do that, I wanted to talk about the statistics and what I was saying about I wasn't supposed to make it even into university. The truth is that although in the last decade Latinxs have made great gains when it comes to education, these statistics still tell an unsatisfactory story. When compared to other racial and ethnic groups, Latinxs still lag behind when it comes to college enrollment and degree attainment. Among those 18 to 24-year-old Latinxs, only 30%, or about a third, are enrolled in college, according to the Pew Research Center. Only 22% of Latinxs in the United States have earned an associate degree or higher. That's 1 in 5. In comparison to 60% of Asian Americans, 42% of white Americans, and 31% of African Americans. So obviously, there's an issue. Why is this happening? There are different barriers that to education opportunities in the United States for Latinxes. As many of you know, and you've read her book, Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor touches upon those in her memoir, My Beloved World. And one of the biggest ones is systemic poverty. Although there are many barriers to educational opportunities, I've chosen these three because I think they're extremely important for both my project, but also for the future of education in the United States. As I said before, there's a lot of systemic poverty, and actually the National Center for Education Statistics found that Latinx children are actually more likely to live in poverty, along with African American children, than any other racial group. In 2012, a third, 1 in 3, Latinx families with children under 18 lived in poverty. Systemic poverty, of course, affects the way we interact at school, but also the way we interact with our community. Sometimes students don't even have access to quality health care or food or anything like that, many of the topics that we've talked about throughout the day. Another one is that there's a lack of parent involvement in the classroom. And the reason is not because parents are not engaged or parents don't want to be engaged in the classroom, but it is, again, more of a systemic problem because parents don't feel like that their communication with the school and with the teachers and with the administrators is personal or is frequent or even in their own language. The truth is that although Latinxes by 2060, according to the Pew Research Center, Latinxes will be a third of the United States. When you look at the demographic of teachers across the country, it's really not matching these demographics. And the last one is that Latinx children are significantly less likely to have a parent with a college degree. So only 1 in 4, or about 24% of Latinx students across the country have a parent who have a college degree, in comparison to 67% of Asian Americans, 58% of white Americans, and 33% of African Americans. As I said before, these numbers are of course lagging. So, but there's an opportunity. And that opportunity is that Latinx parents want to be engaged. So when compared to other racial and ethnic groups, Latinx parents are more likely to value higher education for their children. A recent Pew Research Center poll survey found that 86% of Latinx parents of kids under 18 said that it was extremely important or very important for them that their kids went to college and earned a college degree, in comparison to 79% of black parents and 67% of white parents. In a 2016 pre-election poll, 78% of Latinx voters said that education was the number one issue that they will base their votes upon. And also, according to the Pew Research Center, Latinx parents actually, half of Latinx parents think that the only way to become part of the middle class and to basically gain socioeconomic status in this country is through education, in comparison to 43% of black parents and only 22% of white parents. So there's obviously an opportunity. And that opportunity is that although Latinx parents are not engaged, we can engage them in the conversation. And that's where my project comes in. So the project is called Familias Presentes Estudiantes Excelentes, Present Families, Excellent Students. And we're basically, last year, about this time, July 2016, there was a group of concerned parents, teachers, alumni, community leaders, and we came together and we saw that there was a problem. But we also saw that opportunity that I was talking about. And we understood that power is neutral because it can be used for good and it can be used for bad. So we decided that we were going to use power for good. And we came together collectively and we created this organization. And through this organization, and I'm going to talk about the different members, through this organization, we've been able to provide services to a lot of people. So part of the project that I was focusing on is turning this advocacy organization into a 501c3. So we have Mrs. Johanna Lopez. She's going to be our main director our president, and she was the first Latina Teacher of the Year in Orange County, Florida, and she's also the national winner of the Queen Smith Award for Education and Public Service. We have Lucy Soto, she's an administrator at Seminole State College. Felipe Navarrete is a partner at Northwestern Mutual. Soraya Marquez, she's the state coordinator for Mi Familia Vota, one of the biggest Latinx organizations in the United States. Giovanna Rivera, she's the district secretary for Florida House District 49, and then myself. And at this point, I wanna stop and recognize the value and the labor that women of color have put into this movement. Because we often forget who's the one staying up until 10, 11 p.m. when they could be taking care of their kids, and they're doing it because they wanna make sure that their communities move forward. And without women of color, we wouldn't be here, and of course, our board is mainly former women of color. So basically, this is our goal. So our goal is to empower Latinx youth in the Central Florida area to pursue secondary education by engaging parents and students in the education system through 4 focus areas. And those are advocacy, leadership development, civic and community service, and informative campaigns. Now, why do we choose the Central Florida area? First, because we're from there. But second, because in the Central Florida area, so that covers Orange County, Seminole County, and Osceola County, the majority of students are Latinx. So in Orange County, 39% of the students in the public school system are Latinx. In Osceola County is close to 65%. And in Seminole County, although it's not the majority, it's still at 28%, is an important group. And as well in the Central Florida area, we've seen a lot of Venezuelan refugees move into the area, and also people who are coming from Puerto Rico because of the Puerto Rican crisis. So within that goal, within this organization, one of the things that I'm in charge of is advocacy. So our goal within advocacy is to engage the Latinx community in the shaping of the policies that directly affect the education system. We've decided to focus on different advocacy fronts. The first one is expanding the Latinos in Action Initiative. So the Latinos in Action Initiative is this course that started in New York State, and then it went to Nevada, and it's been, I believe, in about 10 states in the country. And it's basically this course that is given to high-achieving, high-performing Latinx students in high school, where they learn about professional and leadership development, as well as about how they can use their academic success to empower themselves. Right now in Orange County, which is the Orlando area, 3 out of the 15 high schools have it. So one of our advocacy fronts is to expand that program and make sure that every single high school gets covered. The second one is expanding college affordability programs. So that includes the Florida Bright Future Scholarship. We also want to support undocumented and DACA students. And we, of course, want to support legislation that stands in favor of affirmative action programs. And how are we going to do that? We're going to do it through town hall meetings, private meetings with elected officials, increasing PTA involvement, policy-based community discussion, and of course, if necessary, we're going to protest. Then we have leadership development. Basically, we want to equip the next generation of Latinx students and their parents to have their voices heard. Community representation matters, and as I was saying, although the majority of students in the Central Florida area are Latinx, we have no one in the school board who's Latinx. And there's, of course, a discrepancy there, because I question how can you be serving a population who you have basically no connection to. So that it's definitely important to make sure the parents maybe run for the school board, or just making sure that they can have their voices heard through whatever method they choose. And in that case, we're going to work on doing presentations on college, financial aid, and scholarship applications, creating a mentorship program, and also doing a leaders lecture series. The other one is civic and community engagement. So we want to work with other established community organizations to mobilize Latinxs to understand the systemic barriers that affect our community, especially focusing on the importance of the interaction between civic engagement and parent participation in the classroom. Research has shown that basically when students are engaged in the community or involved in some type of community service, they're more likely to be successful when it comes to academics. So we want to make sure to give the opportunities to different students to get engaged in the community and to do so with their parents. We're going to do that through voter registration drives, citizenship workshops, also encouraging people to vote, and of course, days of action and service. And the last one is informative campaigns. In order to make sure that the advocacy front is successful, we have to educate our communities so they can empower themselves. So we're going to do that through social media campaigns, website content in Spanish, and also Facebook discussion forums and other things like that. So as I was saying before, my role within the organization will be co-director of advocacy and youth engagement. So I'm going to be focused on making sure that we engage with recent alumni from the public school system, but also with students, and of course, advocating and meeting with elected officials, doing town hall meetings and different things. So this is kind of like my workflow and the things that I needed to get done and that have gotten done. About half of them have been done, and that is, we did the Claves del Éxito presentation tour. We did a workshop on how to engage with the Orange County public school system. We did a youth voter registration drive in which we registered more than 500 students to vote. We registered our organization as an advocacy organization. We hosted a town hall meeting where there was a candidate debate. We also have had organization meetings, and we have defined our mission statement and our goals. We hosted the first annual Spanish Spelling Bee in the Central Florida area, and I designed the logo while here. The next steps are trying to register as a 501c3 organization, launching a website and a Facebook page, having a week of action, presenting our organization to the media, and in my own personal part, I will create an advocacy plan and make sure to implement it. We also want to launch a mentorship program called Futuro Orlando. The good thing about having a co-director is that whenever I'm at school, she can take over. And that is pretty helpful, because that way whenever I'm at home, I could also do a lot of the work, but it's not contingent upon me. It's more of a, as I said before, a collective movement that we're really all working for. Some of the accomplishments we've done, so we have a Facebook page, and it has about 2,000 members. And basically people come there and they ask questions about the education system. They post their own advocacy campaigns. So for example, when Betsy DeVos was being confirmed, everyone was like, call your senator and tell them to not vote for her. Then we had the college presentation that I was talking about, in which we've done more than 5 in the community, and as I said before, 15 in different schools. And then we also did the spelling bee contest. So yeah, and I wanted to end with a call to action. As I said before, according to the Pew Research Center, by 2060, a third of Americans will be Latinx. So investing in Latinx youth will be fundamental for the future of our country. And I wanted to end, of course, with this quote from someone we know. And it says, until we get quality education, we won't have an equal society. And I, of course, agree with that statement. I fully agree with that statement. So yeah, you can contact me through here. And if you have any questions, please do so now.
Great presentation. You can really see how emotionally invested you are in this. It's really moving. My question is, how can non-Latinx communities help support this cause?
That's a great question, and that's definitely something we've evaluated within our own board of directors. And we've decided that for now, we're keeping it Latinx focused for the most part. However, all of our events are open to anyone who wants to come. So whenever we have town hall meetings and whenever we have the different panels with the leadership series, anyone is welcome to come. Anyone is welcome to reach out. Same thing with the presentations. However, when it comes to decision making, at this point in time, we're not opening our board, so it's Latinx centric for the moment. Yeah. I'm guessing everyone's tired. But thank you so much for listening to me, and also thank you to my mentor who's watching right now. And yeah, thank you to all the women of color who have pushed our communities forward. We're done.
Long day, right? Understand, but you all should be extremely proud of yourselves. Those are tremendous. The growth that we saw over the last 6 weeks, and even going further back in January when we were interviewing you and talking to you about your capstone projects, and what we saw today was tremendous. And hopefully you found the resources that we provided for you were helping you and guiding you in that direction. I know I can definitely speak on behalf of Julie and everyone in the leadership team. We're extremely proud of all that you've done in your time here. But it's not over yet. But great work, seriously. Great work today. And even just from yesterday, you know, some of the changes in growth that we saw were unbelievable from what you just presented yesterday. So I will ask Julie if there's any logistical points that need to be made about tomorrow.
We can discuss that. Janessa and Phil are going to go get the cars, so everyone can kind of be at ease. We're going to bring down some snacks for you to bring. And we left some sandwiches that you guys can pick up tonight. Because guess what? It's going to be an early night. What time do we leave the hotel tomorrow? 6. So no one go out tonight. Go out tomorrow.
Well, hang tight, and we will. I will see you all tomorrow morning. Kurt, is there anything that you would like to say?
No, I made like 5, so I didn't see them all. I'm sorry about that because I had a lot of meetings on this. I'm deeply impressed by the ones I saw. Sorry I didn't see the other ones. I can't steadfastly commit to watching them all because I know that I could see them, and I will look online to see them. But and I think for all of you, because I talked about this when I first talked to you all, as we were structuring the program, I talked about whether we would try to guide you all towards projects that were maybe more deeply connected to Mount Vernon. And we thought that was not the right move because we thought that you wanted to take something on that you'd be passionate about. And we saw that. I mean, I did some well, and we went there. So I think you all are well on your way to thinking about this, and I think you'll have the opportunity to really talk to the 15 and 16 classes about how they implemented what they were doing. And some of them sort of pushed it forward, and there have been a lot of great successes. But I'd also say that you've been here together for 5.5 weeks, 16 strong, and you'll have the chance to sort of be in touch with each other on Facebook. But it may get lonely as you sort of get out there and you're not having a group. And so you should consider that everyone's there to support you as you're trying to push forward on the campus and really implement the things you've been talking about. And so I encourage you to be in touch with the 15 and 16 class, and indeed with your other 15 that are here, because these are great projects, and they'll probably morph somewhat, and you'll be thinking about how you might change them. But generally, you've got the root material that is really going to be great stuff. So it's been great. I will say some way that problem that you are identifying, we identify in Mount Vernon as an institution, which is how do we franchise this growing Hispanic population, and it's something we think about a great deal. We know that the West Region of Florida, Natalia Puig is the very first Hispanic program where the Mount Vernon is associated. I feel very proud of that she came on while I was here, and I did actually get one Hispanic for the Royal Library for the library. So as you think about that thing about civic education, you can think about sort of how you broaden that to understanding the fundamental principles of the founding and how that works. But I was honored to be here, although as I said, I
I'm not saying,
Yes.
but like people do. It's like when people say gingerbread have no soul. Yeah, the idea being